Chapter 949. Come, it's too late. My lifelong rival, take care. Boom. However, Daoist Fly's head exploded with a deafening boom. Oh. Changming and Mosquito Daoren immediately screamed. Changming and Mosquito Daoren wanted to stop it, but they couldn't. The huge explosion even pushed the two of them back. Daoist Fly's head exploded, and billowing black fog came out from half of his head. In the black fog, a corpse bug seemed to have been blown apart, and it let out a monstrous roar. Daoist Fly, you piece of trash, how dare you blow yourself up? Do you think that I can't get the god of blood sorcerer if you die? And your heart of darkness, it's all mine. Both of them are mine. I'll kill them right away. A roar came from the corpse bug. Slap. Mosquito Daoren slapped it with his palm. Boom. The corpse bug exploded. Daoist Fly's body was left with a headless body, lying in a pool of blood. It looked very miserable. You'd rather die than let your 3 souls be eaten by the corpse bug? Hey, you and I are indeed the same kind of people. Mosquito Daoren's eyes flashed with malevolence. At the side, Changming's body was emitting a red light. Obviously, the god of blood sorcerer was slowly showing its effect. Changming looked at the headless body and suddenly knelt down. Master, although there was a time when I doubted you, a master for a day is a father for life. I, Changming, swear that I will avenge you. Changming gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious expression. With that, Changming kowtowed 3 times to Daoist Fly's body. Mosquito Daoren, however, took out a coffin and carefully placed Daoist Fly's headless body inside. Old bastard, even though I've fought with you for so many years, I'm still not used to losing you all of a sudden. Since you'd rather die than let the corpse worm eat your 3 souls, even though they've been destroyed, I'll find a way to revive you. Maybe I don't have the ability now, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future. You will always be Mosquito Daoren's opponent. Mosquito Daoren clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Mosquito Daoren, Changming, come and die. A loud shout came from afar. Mosquito Daoren and Changming's faces darkened. Not good, the corpse bug heavenly demon is really here. Changming's expression changed. Closing the coffin lid, Mosquito Daoren quickly put away Daoist Fly's body. Let's go now quickly to the center of the corpse pit to meet His Majesty. Mosquito Daoren shouted. Whoosh. The two immediately shot toward the center of the corpse pit. You want to leave? No one can escape from me. The corpse bug heavenly demon's angry voice came from the horizon. Kong Xian was in the first layer of the past will area. Previously, Kong Xian had been defeated by the 6 paths of the sword god. Kong Xian was in the middle of the 9th layer of the heavenly palace, which was more powerful than Mosquito Daoren. However, he was defeated by the 6 paths of the sword god, who was in the 8th layer of the heavenly palace. Those with higher cultivation were inferior to those with lower cultivation. This was not normal at all. But it was happening right in front of them. Because the 6 paths of the sword god's swordsmanship was too powerful. No matter how many 5-colored divine lights there were, they were like rags under the 6 paths sacred sword and were instantly cut into pieces. Kong Xian used to be very powerful, but he could only continue to be injured by the 6 paths of the sword god. Just as he was about to be killed by the 6 paths of the sword god, he was suddenly swallowed by the Bird King Resentful Spirit. The Bird King Resentful Spirit and the 6 paths of the sword god were evenly matched. However, the ancient peacock god inside the Resentful Spirit was awakened by Kong Xian's resentment. Knowing that the peacock clan was about to be wiped out, he did not hesitate to help Kong Xian and pass down the ancient peacock clan's inheritance to him. After the ancient peacock god disappeared, the Bird King Resentful Spirit was weakened and killed by the 6 paths of the sword god. Kong Xian's injuries were healed by the ancient peacock god. More importantly, he had obtained the ancient inheritance and become a super peacock god. He had the 6-colored divine light, which was even more powerful than the Bird King Resentful Spirit. In the past, Kong Xian seemed to have a lot of power, but he did not know how to use it. Now that he had obtained the ancient inheritance, he instantly knew how to use it. His power did not increase by much, but the power brought about by the ancient inheritance was incomparable. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. The 6 paths of the sword god? It's my turn now. Your turn? A loser, you overestimate yourself. The 6 paths of the sword god's eyes turned cold. Screech. A sword radiance rushed towards Kong Xian again. Boom. The sword radiance passed through Kong Xian's body, but it did not touch him at all. The 6 paths of the sword god's face darkened. Kong Xian's body suddenly emitted endless green light. As soon as the green light appeared, it covered the sky and covered the earth. There was rolling green light in all directions. Within the green light, there were countless illusory images of peacock plumes. A vast world of peacock feathers was born. The figure of Kong Xian suddenly turned from one to hundreds and thousands of Kong Xian. What is this? The 6 paths of the sword god's face changed. This is the divine path territory of the peacock tribe. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. Screech. Suddenly, a peacock's cry soared into the sky. Vaguely, a huge illusory figure of a peacock appeared in the sky above the world of peacock feathers. The illusory figure looked down and carried with it the power of heaven and earth. God of Peacock? The 6 paths of the sword god's face darkened. That's right. In my peacock territory I am the god. You who are only at the 8th level of the heaven palace want to kill me? You are courting death. Kong Xian snorted coldly. The thousands of Kong Xian waved their hands at the same time. Boom. Each of them shot out a 6-colored divine light towards the 6 paths of the sword god. The 6 paths of the sword god could barely block the bird king's vengeful spirit with one 6-colored divine light. Now, the thousands of divine lights made the 6 paths of the sword god see destruction. This is not real. The 6 paths of the sword god's face changed as he slashed at one of the 6-colored divine lights. Boom. With a loud sound, the void trembled. The 6-colored divine lights were real. Bastard, how is this possible? The 6 paths of the sword god turned around and fled in fear. Whoosh. In an instant, the 6 paths of the sword god dodged the attack and the thousands of 6-colored divine lights collided. Rumble. A huge black hole tore open in the void. If not for the fact that most of the terrifying power was cancelled out, anyone who entered it would have been reduced to ashes. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. He had just obtained the divine path inheritance of the peacock tribe and wanted to test it out. He did not expect the power to be so terrifying. Ha ha ha, this is the power of the divine path. This is the inheritance of the peacock tribe. So powerful, so powerful. Kong Xian's eyes widened in ecstasy. I don't believe that you are all real. The 6 paths of the sword god was also very anxious. Whoosh, whoosh. The 6 paths of the sword god's speed had reached the maximum. He was so fast that the naked eye could not see him. In an instant, the entire peacock territory was filled with the 6 paths of the sword god's sword radiance. The sword radiance slashed through Kong Xian's body one after another. However, he could not hit any of them. It was as if they were all illusions. He could not touch them at all. He could not touch them? How could he fight? Your cultivation is not even as high as mine. You want to fight me in my divine path domain? What a joke. Kong Xian sneered. While sneering, Kong Xian's body shrunk and turned into one. Obviously, he was not interested in bullying the 6 paths of the sword god. Divine path domain? There must be a flaw. There must be. The 6 paths of the sword god slashed again with a ferocious expression. One of them tore through the void and was about to cut down Kong Xian in an instant. Flaw. There is nothing in this world that is flawless. However, the divine path domain is not something you can touch. You are just Rokudo Shinkuin's golden god body and a clone. You want to know my flaw? I can only tell you that in my domain I am God. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. He ignored the sword slash and his body swayed. Whoosh. It was as if he had traversed through space and time. He appeared in front of the 6 paths of the sword god in an instant. The 6 paths of the sword god's expression changed drastically and he quickly pulled back his sword. However, it was too late. Kong Xian placed his hand on the 6 paths of the sword god's chest. Suddenly, a colorful light appeared from his palm. The 6-colored divine light rushed towards the 6 paths of the sword god's chest. No. The 6 paths of the sword god screamed in despair. Boom. The 6 paths of the sword god's body was swept by the 6-colored divine light and exploded. Although the 6 paths of the sword god was no longer controlling the sacred sword, it still slashed towards Kong Xian. Whoosh. It passed through his body and strangely did not touch Kong Xian at all. It was as if Kong Xian was standing in another space and time. The sacred sword was thrown away. The 6 paths of the sword god widened his eyes and looked at the unharmed Kong Xian and his remaining head in disbelief. His eyes were filled with despair. Divine Tao? Lifespan divine literature spirit, so the divine Tao was actually so powerful? Most of the monster deities in the world have taken the wrong path. No wonder the human race was so weak in the ancient era. There were very few humans who could cultivate the 7th soul. However, almost all of the monster deities could cultivate the 7th soul. Divine Tao? Divine Tao is the greatest power. Kong Xian said in surprise. Boom. With one palm, Kong Xian crushed the 6 paths of the sword god's head. Speaking of the 6 paths of the sword god's sacred sword, Kang Xian's eyes changed. The powerful 6 paths of the sword god was defeated by him so easily? The divine path, so the inheritance of the ancient times, is so powerful. Kang Xian's face was filled with excitement and joy. With a twist of his body, Kang Xian kept the peacock domain and looked at the black fog in the distance. Unborn man, let me help you. Kang Xian's body flashed and appeared in the black fog. In the black fog, the unborn man was fighting with Chun Xinshu. During the battle, they heard the sound of the outside world. Both of them looked up at the same time and saw Kang Xian in the air holding the 6 paths of the sword god's sacred sword. What? Impossible, you killed the 6 paths of the sword god? Chun Xinshu exclaimed. Even the unborn man was shocked. Buzz buzz buzz. Chun Xinshu tore at the void and a huge crack appeared in the void. Wanna run? Stop right there. The unborn man reached out his hand. Rip. Just by tearing off Chun Xinshu's clothes, Chun Xinshu had already escaped. Boom. As Chun Xinshu escaped, the black fog disappeared and the unborn man was exposed. Chun Xinshu escaped? Kang Xian said coldly. The unborn man looked at Kang Xian in surprise. You killed the 6 paths of the sword god? Yes, what should we do now? Should we find his majesty first or chase after Chun Xinshu? Kang Xian frowned. Chun Xinshu is too slippery. He must have escaped. We can't catch him. The unborn man shook his head. Then let's go to the center of the corpse pit. Kang Xian said solemnly. Okay. The unborn man nodded. The two stepped forward and rushed towards the center of the corpse pit. Chapter 950. Corpse Grave Realm. Gu Hai wielded the life-punishing saber, killing countless resentful spirits along the way. There were many resentful spirits, 1 million of them. They could even revive. However, before Gu Hai they were destroyed as soon as they were killed. Boom. With one saber strike, 10,000 ghosts were destroyed. Gu Hai led Bodhisattva Lien Sheng towards the dry lamp Buddha, sweeping through everything before him. Although there were many resentful spirits, they were much weaker than the Bird King resentful spirits and the Blood Shaman resentful spirits. These resentful spirits were not a match for Gu Hai at all. However, these resentful spirits did not have any consciousness. They did not fear Gu Hai's saber at all, charging at Gu Hai one after another. Kill, kill, kill. By the time Gu Hai's group arrived near the dry lamp Buddha, Gu Hai killed all 1 million resentful spirits. Master's clone? How can that be? Master's flesh has never been damaged in his entire life. No, there was one time. There was one time when he bled to save first senior brother. Could it be Jianghu? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed. The two of you, are you still going to insist? The peak master already knows everything about you. You can't run, the dry lamp Buddha said as he looked at the two. Gu Hai stared at the dry lamp Buddha, feeling a sense of danger. Let's go around and head for the central corpse pit immediately, Gu Hai said to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. However, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, there's no time. Gu Hai said, feeling confused. The sinful hell domain, the ultimate world of the past. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng exclaimed in shock. The dry lamp Buddha held his palms together as he sat on a blazing sun. The surrounding space suddenly turned dark. Suddenly millions of crying ghosts appeared everywhere, all of them suffering great torment. Some had their heads cut off, some had their tongues pulled out, and some were thrown into a frying pan. It was an incredibly miserable scene, one tragedy after another. A horrifying atmosphere surged into the two's hearts. This horrifying atmosphere seemed to affect the two's minds, making them recall the mistakes they had made in the past. He magnified the impact of the wrong thing on his heart, continuously magnifying it. This made the two of them feel a great sense of guilt. Mess with my temperament? It's still lacking. Gu Hai's expression sank. As he spoke, he slashed his saber at withered lamp Buddha. Boom. A ferocious saber aura slashed at withered lamp Buddha's body. When it slashed, it strangely passed through his body as if it did not touch him at all. What? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Ancient Emperor, this is a domain, a God Dao domain, a world of the past. Here he is a god. This is one of the strongest profundities of the 3 generations of Buddha in Nalanda Temple. No one can touch him. Withered lamp Buddha said anxiously. Can't touch it? Gu Hai's face darkened. If they couldn't even touch each other, how could they continue fighting? However, Gu Hai did not give up. Gu Hai had many tricks up his sleeves, and not all of them would fail to touch withered lamp Buddha. Gu Hai reached out and pulled out his life slayer saber, intending to test withered lamp Buddha again. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in front of Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng had opened a void exit. Ancient Emperor, I used my entire life's past intent to open this exit. You go first. Leave this to me. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said solemnly. Leave it to you? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Time is of the essence. Earlier, Master said that the corpse bug sky demon already discovered our tracks. What if it went to deal with Guhan earlier? We cannot remain here for long. We need to find Guhan immediately. We cannot waste any time here. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said anxiously. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he nodded. Gu Hai did not fear dealing with Withered Lamp Buddha. However, it would be bad if something happened to Guhan. In that case, let's go together. Gu Hai nodded. No, I used my own past intent to open this exit. I can only open it because I merged my body with this domain. I cannot leave. Quickly leave. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng shook his head. Gu Hai's face sank. If I leave, you will be in danger. How about we end this quickly? After I kill Withered Lamp Buddha's clone, we will leave together. No. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng immediately shouted. Gu Hai said seriously. Ancient Emperor, you go first. Actually, I have some selfish motives. Although he is Master's clone, he has Master's memories. I have some things that I need to verify with Master. Don't worry about me. Quickly find Guhan. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng requested. Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Finally, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. With one step, Gu Hai stepped into that exit. Bus. The entrance instantly vanished. Lien Sheng, you have cultivated your past intent pretty well. Withered Lamp Buddha said coldly. As Withered Lamp Buddha spoke coldly, a vast black energy surged towards Bodhisattva Lien Sheng and drowned him. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's shout came from the vast black energy. Master, the Hell of Sin domain is a technique that you use to reflect your true heart. Every evil spirit and yin energy inside is a sin that you committed in the past. This disciple was fortunate enough to enter Master's domain in the past. At that time, the domain was bright without any yin energy. Why are there so many evil spirits and yin energy now? Master, how many evil deeds has this clone of yours committed? How many people has it helped the corpse bug sky demon kill? The black energy surged, drowning Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Withered Lamp Buddha pressed his palms together, his gaze cold. Since you know that I am a clone, you should also understand that I only listen to the Peak Master's orders. No, Master, you said before that all lives are equal and all lives are miserable. We Buddhist cultivators live only to save all lives, to resolve the sins of the world. Have you forgotten? This disciple's dharmic name is Lien Sheng. My compassion for all lives comes from Master. Master, have you forgotten your true heart? Don't you want your Buddhist Tao anymore? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's sorrowful cry came from the black energy. Withered Lamp Buddha trembled slightly, showing a conflicted expression. You said before that your greatest demonic obstacle is First Senior Brother. You want to use your entire life to guide First Senior Brother to do good. If one life is not enough, then 10 lives. Have you forgotten? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said anxiously in the black energy. Gautama? Withered Lamp Buddha's figure trembled slightly. Gu Hai exited the Hell of Sin domain. The moment he did, he returned to the corpse grave realm. Everyone in the surroundings was gone. Gu Hai frowned slightly, his heart heavy. Then he walked towards the center of the corpse pit. The center of the corpse pit was not far away. Gu Hai moved at his fastest speed. Along the way, the number of resentful spirits increased. All the resentful spirits charged at Gu Hai. However, wherever Gu Hai's life-killing saber passed, all the resentful spirits turned to dust. Rumble. Everywhere Xiaoqin passed, rumbling rang out. A large number of resentful spirits were forcefully killed. The curse-seeking sphere guided Xiaoqin closer. Along the way, Gu Hai's luck was pretty good. He did not run into any strong resentful spirits like the Bird King's resentful spirit or the Blood Shaman's resentful spirit. The strongest resentful spirit he ran into along the way was just the 6th layer Heavenly Palace's rat resentful spirit. When Xiaoqin arrived near the corpse pit, the surroundings were filled with resentful spirits. There were many, boundless and endless. At one glance, there were millions, tens of millions, or even billions of resentful spirits. At this point, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. He no longer massacred the resentful spirits. Instead, he moved quickly. Before some of the resentful spirits could react, he passed by them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a series of shuttling sounds, Gu Hai already arrived at the center of the corpse pit. Billions of resentful spirits surrounded the circular pit that looked like a super canyon. Countless resentful spirits roared as they looked at the figure in the center. Guhai suddenly showed joy on his face. At this moment Xiaoqin saw two chains on Guhan's back, one golden and one black. One end held Guhan's shoulder blade while the other end extended into the void and disappeared, as though it led to another space and time. Guhan sat cross-legged in the void, his body giving off a bright golden light. Om Mani Padme Hum. Xiaoqin chanted the six-syllable mantra in the void. The resentful spirits that approached clutched their heads in extreme pain as though they were being burned and purified by this mantra. There were even two resentful spirits that had been completely purified. They knelt behind Guhan with their palms pressed together, chanting along with him. Guhai shouted. This caused Guhan's figure in the distance to tremble. He stopped chanting and looked at Guhai. Roar. The instant Guhan stopped chanting, the golden light around him receded. Then, countless resentful spirits suddenly charged at Guhan. Immediately, surging resentful energy rushed at Guhan. You are seeking death. Guhai glared. Rumble. Xiaoqin drew the life-punishing saber, and billions of saber chi immediately killed all the approaching resentful spirits. Father? Guhan exclaimed in shock, slightly stunned. Roar. Countless resentful spirits continued to charge forward. Guhai immediately shielded Guhan by his side, continuously killing the resentful spirits. However, there seemed to be no end to the vengeful spirits here. There were even billions of vengeful spirits rushing out from the huge crater below. Guhai's face sank as he tried to bring Guhan away. Father, I cannot leave. I'm already locked in this void. Guhan said bitterly. Don't worry. Your father is here today to save you. I will definitely bring you away. Guhai said seriously. At the same time he did his best to kill the surrounding resentful spirits. Guhan felt slightly moved. Father, this child heard about your deeds at Nalanda Temple. Actually, this corpse grave realm is different from the outside world. It is a small world that the previous heaven set up. The six paths immortal did not take away the laws of this world. Guhai felt stunned. As Xiaoqin chopped down the resentful spirits, he raised his hand and drew a line in the void. Buzz. Guhai pulled up what seemed like a purple energy thread in the void. There really isn't. There go Dao laws here? Guhai immediately showed joy on his face. Zither Dao laws. Aside from the already dead old man Guanxi, no one in the world was a match for Xiaoqin. As long as there were Zither Dao laws, Xiaoqin could use them. Guhai did not even need to use the heavenly ghost stone. He moved his hand in the void. Rumble. Countless energy threads immediately appeared in the void. Then a surging fog encased Guhai and Guhan. The Go Dao ritual array activated in the fog. A huge ritual array immediately enveloped the surroundings. Countless resentful spirits charged in and lost their bearings. The scene before Guhai and Guhan instantly turned quiet. Go Dao laws? Father's Go Dao is indeed unparalleled in the world. Guhan praised. Our father finally found you. Let me see the chains on your body. Father will bring you away. Guhai immediately said. However, Guhan shook his head. Father, this child does not want to leave yet. Oh. Guhai felt slightly stunned. Jianghu placed me here to use countless resentful spirits to stir up the demonic nature of the past in my heart. However, under the influence of my previous life's master, the withered lamp Buddha, my demonic nature has already been eliminated. No, it has already been suppressed. Jianghu wants to stir up my demonic nature again. However, the resentful spirits here are the best place for me to temper my heart. I want to use this to purify all the resentful spirits and accumulate great beneficence to wash away my past sins, Guhan said solemnly. Past sins? Father does not understand. Guhai said with a frown. Father, you know about my previous life, right? Guhan smiled. In your previous life, you were the Spirit Mountain Holy Land's good Rulai. Jianghu was the Spirit Mountain Holy Land's evil Rulai. The two of you were originally one. Guhai said with a frown. Yes, in fact, when I was one with Jianghu there was another name. Father, have you heard of it? Solemnly Guhan said. Tathagata Heavenly Demon? Guhai's expression suddenly changed. Guhai had heard of this name in the past, but he only thought that it meant good as Tathagata, evil as Heavenly Demon. However, now that Guhan asked, Guhai suddenly thought of a shocking possibility. Yes, this child used to be the Spirit Mountain Peak Master of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Later, I was sent by the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon to Nalanda Temple to become Withered Lamp Buddha's disciple. I wanted to inherit this ancient temple and open up the heavenly demon Holy Land's territory in the world of the living. Unfortunately, Withered Lamp Buddha discovered my purpose and did not let my plan succeed. After that, I established the Spirit Mountain sect, which later became the Spirit Mountain Holy Land. Tathagata Heavenly Demon? Corpse Bug Heavenly Demon? You are the Tathagata Heavenly Demon? In that case, the Spirit Mountain Holy Land is actually just a branch of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land? Gu Hai said in shock. Yes, this child was the Spirit Mountain Peak Master of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land in my previous life. The Tathagata Heavenly Demon. He created a monstrous sin. In this life, this child wants to resolve this sin. Gu Han nodded. Heavenly Demon Holy Land? Gu Hai's face sank. This was the most terrifying foundation. One main peak had 12 subpeaks. The Tathagata Heavenly Demon was only the peak master of one of the subpeaks. Didn't that mean that there were 11 Tathagata Heavenly Demons of the same level? Then wouldn't the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon of the main peak be even stronger? Chapter 951. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land. In my previous life, I was sent to Nalanda Temple and used my demon body to cultivate Buddhism. It was only then that I gradually understood the difference between Buddhism and demons. One thought could be Buddha and the other could be demon. Now that I think about it, it was truly laughable. I thought that I was a Buddha, but the moment I stepped into Nalanda Temple, my master, Withered Lamp Buddha, saw through me. He spent his entire life enlightening me. It was only when he died that I was enlightened in my previous life and developed a split personality. Withered Lamp Buddha died for you? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. Master sacrificed himself to enlighten me. It was at that moment that I understood. I realized that besides fighting for power and profit, there were many other things that I needed to do. The various memories of the past were boundless sins. However, although Master sacrificed himself to enlighten me, he was still worried about me. Thus, he did not let me inherit Nalanda Temple, so I re-established the Spiritual Mountain sect. I enlightened the world, guiding people to do good and delivering all living beings from torment. Gu Han explained. Then what about the evil Rulai no Jianghu? Is he the evil part of your heart? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Speaking of which, he's just a trace of good from when I was evil. Gu Han sighed. Good. Isn't he the evil Rulai? The evil Rulai. However, Father, do you think that Jiang Rulai has done many things that harm the common people? Gu Han asked with a smile. No. Although this person is cold and ruthless and disregards life, he does not appear to be too evil on the surface. Gu Hai recalled. That's right. In my previous life, I simply revered power. If there was a disagreement, I would kill in all directions. I was vicious and vicious. In order to achieve my goal, I would do anything. That was the true evil of the heavenly devil. Back then, Jiang Rulai was a trace of my good. However, even then, my good was far from true compassion. It was equivalent to being gray. He was good compared to me back then. Later on, after Master enlightened me, I seemed to have turned from black to white. He is still gray. As such, compared to the current me, he is evil. Gu Han explained. Withered Lamp Buddha made you change so much. Gu Hai sighed. I was captured by Jiang Rulai, and he returned me the golden body of my previous life. With the golden body in my body, these resentful spirits can no longer kill me. However, there is an overwhelming resentment here. Jiang Rulai's goal is to use this resentment to awaken the vanished evil in my heart, turning me from white to black again. Gu Han explained. Why? Because when I did evil, I tolerated him. When I did good, I couldn't tolerate him. If I turned from white to black, I would be in cahoots with him. Originally, I was one with him and would only be a great help to him. However, if I did good, I would constantly think of ways to deal with him, making him feel helpless, Gu Han explained. However, you are here. What if? Gu Hai said worriedly. Father, don't worry. Father, there is no need to worry. I am one with him. He will not kill me. It is just like how even though I want to deal with him, I will not kill him. Although there are many resentful spirits here, it is also a good place that is hard to come by. If this child can purify these boundless resentful spirits, the boundless beneficence that I have accumulated will be able to wash away the sins of my previous life. With my golden body, I can return to my peak, reaching consummation of the heavenly palace, Gu Han said gravely. Heavenly palace consummation? What about Jiang Rulai? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Jiang Rulai is also at heavenly palace consummation. Father, you have to be careful of him. Gu Han said solemnly. He is indeed at heavenly palace consummation. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. It is not just him. There is actually another heavenly demon Holy Land's peak master in the Yang realm. Father, you have to be careful. Gu Han said solemnly. Oh, there is another one in the Yang realm? The Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest? Gu Hai's pupils suddenly constricted. Father knows. Gu Han asked in shock. It is just a guess and cannot be confirmed. Because of the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, the Dragon Lady Bodhisattva went to the spiritual mountain. Jianghu treated her with great respect. Back then the South Sea Dragon King made a request. Aside from Jianghu, a large number of peak experts from the spiritual mountain's Holy Land went to help. At that time, I suspected that the person in this Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest was in existence on the same level as Jianghu. Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes. That is Purple Bamboo Peak's peak master Amethyst. He entered the Yang realm later than I did in my previous life. Hence he has not grasped many factions yet. He has always been very low-key. Father, do not provoke him easily. Gu Han advised. Oh no. Gu Hai's face sank. Father, what's wrong? Gu Han asked, feeling puzzled. Shengguan Hen and Ao Shun both went to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest to save Ao Sheng. No wonder there was no news after Ao Shun left for so long. Amethyst? Gu Hai's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. At this moment he felt worried. Oh. Gu Han frowned slightly. Han, it is enough that I am certain that you are fine. Father needs to return immediately. At this moment, do you still need Father to help you with anything? Gu Hai said solemnly. This child does not need any help, but... Gu Han frowned slightly. But what? But before Father came, dozens of people came and entered the corpse pit below me. This child is somewhat worried. Gu Han said with a frown. Another group of people entered the corpse pit? They are not Jiangruli's men, nor are they the corpse bug heavenly demon's men? Gu Hai said in shock. Yes, they are very capable. They forced the 6 great resentful spirits into the center of the corpse pit. Then they all entered together. Gu Han said with a frown. 6 great resentful spirits? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. If this child remembers correctly, there are 8 great resentful spirit kings in the corpse grave realm. Each of them is the ruler of the resentful spirits. The strongest one is the Azure Dragon resentful spirit, but it was also forced into the center of the corpse pit. Aside from the 6 that were forced into the corpse pit, there are only 2 strongest resentful spirits left. One is the Bird King resentful spirit, and the other is the Blood Shaman resentful spirit. Perhaps the 2 of them did not wander around the corpse pit all year round, so they were spared. Gu Han recalled. Gu Hai had not seen the Blood Shaman resentful spirit before. However, Gu Hai had seen the Bird King resentful spirit before. Even Kong Xian was not a match for it. There were 8 rulers of such resentful spirits? 6 of them were forced into the center of the corpse pit by a group of people? Where did this group of people come from? How could they be so powerful? They originally wanted to deal with me, but a black-robed man called Mr. Wu Xing told them not to cause any trouble. That Mr. Wu Xing was very capable. With a flip of his hand, he sprinkled a sky full of stars. The stars were very powerful and immediately formed a starry sky formation, forcing the group of resentful spirit kings into the center of the corpse pit. Gu Han recalled. Mr. Wu Xing? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Oh right, there was another person called Emperor Kong? At the mention of Emperor Kong, Gu Hai's pupils shrank. I know where he came from. The Great Yellow Dynasty? I really did not expect there to be so many experts in the Great Yellow Dynasty. While Gu Hai was still in shock, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the bottom of the corpse pit. Ong! An extremely powerful dragon's roar rang out. When the dragon's roar rang out, Gu Hai felt like the entire world trembled. This was an overwhelming dragon might, the strongest dragon might Gu Hai had ever seen. In the past, the dragon might of Ao Tianhuang, Ao Sihai, Ao Shun, and Ao Sheng added together was not as loud as this dragon's roar. Azure Dragon resentful spirits? This dragon might has become stronger? Gu Han's expression changed. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the clouds in the surroundings immediately vanished. The resentful spirits enveloped by Gu Hai's Go formation immediately showed terrified expressions as they fled in all directions. Roar! Roar! Crack! Crack! Loud roars immediately came from the center of the corpse pit again. The roars soared into the sky with boundless might. Although they were weaker than the dragon might, there was a limit to how many of them there were. Buzz! Suddenly, Gu Hai saw that the entire corpse grave realm seemed to be filled with countless energy threads. These energy threads seemed to be the crux of the corpse grave realm structure. These energy threads were being guided by a bright white object below. That bright white object looked like a book, sparkling and translucent. It gave off a bright light, and Xiaoqin could vaguely make out 3 large words on the book. Heavenly Spirit Book. Heavenly Spirit Book? Guhai's eyes lit up. At this moment, the Heavenly Spirit Book landed in the center of the countless energy threads. It seemed to be controlling the corpse grave realm's laws to suppress the countless resentful spirits in the corpse grave realm. Below the corpse pit, a gigantic azure dragon was circling its body. It opened its mouth, wanting to bite the Heavenly Spirit Book. However, the Heavenly Spirit Book controlled the worldly laws of the entire corpse grave world. It naturally formed a great pressure to stop the azure dragon. What a huge azure dragon! Guhai exclaimed in shock as he goggled. That dragon might earlier came from this azure dragon, right? To think that it was 30 kilometers long. A 30-kilometer long azure dragon. Even Ao Shun, as Guhai recalled, was less than 30 kilometers long. Yet this azure dragon was 30 kilometers long? This is the ancient azure dragon, the dragon ancestor's corpse. No, the azure dragon's resentful spirit from earlier possessed its own corpse? Guhan exclaimed in shock. The dragon ancestor's corpse? Guhai looked carefully. Indeed, although that 30-kilometer-long azure dragon was alive, its eyes did not have pupils, only white. A dead dragon possessed by a resentful spirit? It was not just the azure dragon. There were 5 other huge ferocious beasts at the bottom of the corpse pit. Although the 5 ferocious beasts were not as large as the azure dragon, they were not that far off. The earlier roar came from them. The 6 ferocious beasts did not have white eyes. They were the corpses possessed by resentful spirits. A group of black-clad men stood on the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts. At this moment, this group of black-clad men drew some kind of talisman restriction on the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts. It was like they were controlling the 6 ferocious beasts. Father, it's them? Guhan exclaimed in shock. Originally, the corpse pit was pitch black. However, the Heavenly Spirit Book seemed to have been activated. It immediately gave off a bright light, illuminating the corpse pit. This group of black-clad men controlled the 6 strongest ferocious beasts for the Heavenly Spirit Book that suppressed billions of resentful spirits. One more time. Break the barrier around the Heavenly Spirit Book. A loud roar came from below the corpse pit. It's Emperor Kong's voice. That's right, it's him. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Although Guhai had seen Emperor Kong's voice before, he had a deep impression of Emperor Kong's voice. Yes, the black-clad men on the heads of the 6 ferocious beasts shouted at nearly the same time. Buzz. When the black-clad men activated the talisman, the 6 ferocious beasts immediately trembled. They showed ferocious expressions and exuded overwhelming might. Boom. Nearly at the same time, the 6 ferocious beasts soared into the sky and crashed into the Heavenly Spirit Book enveloped by the white light. Chapter 952. The 6 vengeful spirit kings found their own corpses in the corpse pit and possessed them. The vengeful spirit kings already possessed overwhelming force. When the vengeful spirit kings twisted their bodies, space trembled, much less this full-powered strike. In nearly an instant, space tore into countless pieces. The 6 ancient ferocious beasts struck the light barrier around the Heavenly Spirit Book. Gotcha. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the light barrier. It looked like the vengeful spirit kings would break through the barrier and obtain the Heavenly Spirit Book. It was at this moment that a voice rang out. Oh, 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 oh. Suddenly, loud cries came from the bottom of the corpse pit. Rumble. Countless vengeful spirits charged out of the corpse pit in an instant. There were many, incredibly many of them. The vast number made Guhan's expression change at the sight. Boom. The boundless vengeful spirits seemed like they were suddenly released after being suppressed for countless years. The vast resentment dyed the entire corpse mound realm red. There were too many, so many that Guhai felt horrified. 100 million? No, 10 billion, 100 billion, or even more. These vengeful spirits charged out with resentment. However, they avoided the 6 ancient ferocious beasts. Perhaps the 6 ancient ferocious beasts were kings, and these vengeful spirits instinctively avoided them. Guhai had his Go Dao ritual array, so he easily avoided the vengeful spirits. I understand now. I understand now. This is the reason why the Heavenly Spirit Book is here. Guhan goggled. What do you mean? Aside from the 8 vengeful spirit kings, the vengeful spirits have been killing each other since the ancient era. Some experts were able to eliminate some. However, the strange thing is that after so many years, the number of vengeful spirits has never decreased. It's like the number of vengeful spirits that was eliminated is automatically replenished. I never knew why. So it turns out that this heavenly spirit book suppressed 99% of the vengeful spirits at the bottom of the corpse pit, forming a balance. If there are fewer vengeful spirits in the outside world, it will release some. When the vengeful spirits are released, when the heavenly spirit book is released, the suppression of the billions of vengeful spirits is broken? All the vengeful spirits have come out. Gu Hai's face sank. That's right. What should we do now? The number of vengeful spirits in the corpse mound realm increased tenfold. Gu Han showed an anxious expression. Below, the group of black-robed men didn't care about this at all. Quick, one more time and we can get the heavenly spirit book. Quick, before the corpse bug heavenly demon comes, one more time. Emperor Kong roared. Yes. Roar. The 6 ferocious beasts roared under their control. With a loud rumble, it crashed into the barrier of light. Hong. A super loud sound rang out. The halo barrier suddenly exploded. At the moment of the explosion, the countless energy lines drawn by the heavenly spirit book suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Without the halo barrier, the heavenly spirit book could no longer control the world law of the corpse tomb world. Buzz. The heavenly spirit book flew out. Haha, the barrier is broken, quickly take the heavenly spirit book. Emperor Kong laughed loudly. Roar. The 6 ferocious beasts pounced towards the heavenly spirit book and were about to grab it. But at this moment, boom. A pitch-black palm suddenly appeared out of thin air. With a shocking speed, he surpassed the 6 ferocious beasts and grabbed the heavenly spirit book. What? All the black-robed men's expressions changed as they looked up. At this time, someone actually dared to snatch our things? They saw that the sky above the corpse tomb world was suddenly filled with stars. It was as though countless stars had appeared out of thin air. The stars were densely packed together and formed a huge starry sky net. No, it was a super starry sky array. As soon as the array was formed, the pitch-black palm condensed and grabbed at them. Chess array? Gu Hai. Emperor Kong suddenly exclaimed. It was indeed Gu Hai. The moment Gu Hai saw the heavenly spirit book, he did not hesitate to attack. The chess Dao of the corpse tomb world was still there. How could Gu Hai let go of such a good opportunity? With the chess Dao of the Dao of chess, Gu Hai had no restrictions. He was the master of this world. In an instant, a super chess array was formed and condensed into a pitch-black palm that rushed down and grabbed the heavenly spirit book. Great! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He had gotten it. However, this was like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. How could the group of black-robed men agree to it? Knock it away. We need to bring back the heavenly spirit book. Emperor Kong roared. Roar. The 6 ferocious beasts roared in unison. Instead of charging at the heavenly spirit book earlier, they suddenly charged at the pitch-black palm. Boom. The 3 ferocious beasts tore through space and heavily struck the black palm. The black palm trembled intensely, and the starry sky above shook as well. It seemed like the black palm would shatter Gu Hai's chess Dao array. With the chess Dao's Dao of chess around, you want to snatch something from me? Gu Hai snorted coldly. His hands suddenly rippled. The stars in the starry sky suddenly gave off a dazzling light, looking incredibly piercing. Boundless energy instantly poured into the black palm below as it smashed down. Hong! A super loud sound immediately shattered the corpse tomb world. The 6 ferocious beasts below fell into the corpse tomb world in nearly an instant. Bam! 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 After the 6 ferocious beasts fell into the corpse tomb world, the group of black-robed men screamed miserably from their heads. Arg! 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 After a series of miserable screams, the black palm clearly won. Under Gu Hai's control, the black palm flew back to Gu Hai. Then, it shrank and slowly placed the heavenly spirit book in Gu Hai's palm. Clack! Gu Hai obtained the heavenly spirit book. In the corpse tomb world below, cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs rang out. Gu Hai's chess Dao array can control the stars in the sky? No, Mr. Wu Xing, you can do it too. You can also control the power of the stars. Quickly snatch the heavenly spirit book back. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer to His Holiness. Emperor Kong called out anxiously. Cough, cough, cough. No, Nangong Shou, quickly bring us away. Bring us away immediately. Another black-robed man said as he coughed blood. Mr. Wu Xing. Emperor Kong called out reluctantly. Cut the crap. Didn't you hear about Gu Hai's chess Dao from His Holiness? There are chess Dao laws here. There are chess Dao laws here. Are you crazy? You want me to fight it out with him? We can't obtain the heavenly spirit book, but we have the resentful spirits of the 6 ferocious beasts. We even obtain their corpses. Quickly, leave immediately. Otherwise we will lose everything we have. If that happens we will not be able to answer to His Holiness. Mr. Wu Xing roared. Buzz. Not far away, a short black-robed man swiped his hand in the air. A spatial tear immediately appeared, and yang energy leaked out of the tear. Let's go. Mr. Wu Xing was the first to roar. Boom. However, Mr. Wu Xing controlled a ferocious beast and immediately charged out. Emperor Kong roared angrily. He could only control the Azure Dragon corpse to charge out. Rumble. The 6 ferocious beasts quickly entered the spatial tear and disappeared into the corpse pit. The boundless resentful spirits in the surroundings feared the 6 ferocious beasts and did not dare to follow. By the time the 6 ferocious beasts entered, it was already too late. The spatial tear had already vanished. High in the sky, Gu Hai looked at the heavenly spirit book and carefully put it away. Then he looked down at the group of people in the corpse pit. However, when Xiaoqian looked down he saw that all the people had already fled into the spatial tear. In the blink of an eye, the 6 ferocious beasts and the group of black-robed men vanished. The spatial tear instantly recovered. The black hole created by the Black Fist and the 6 ferocious beasts also recovered. Woo. Meow. Countless resentful spirits continued to rush out of the corpse pit. The world was already dyed scarlet. Overwhelming resentment covered the entire corpse grave realm. The resentful spirits surged. Even with the Go Dao formation protecting them, Gu Hai suddenly felt resentment rush into his head. This made Gu Hai feel somewhat distracted, like it was trying to affect his mental state. This resentment is already more than 10 times stronger than before, perhaps even 100 times stronger. Can you endure it? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Gu Han looked around and felt slightly stunned. Then he said bitterly, Father, this child did not expect so many resentful spirits in this corpse pit. So many died in that ancient battle. This child. If this child had used the 3 lifetime Buddhist intent back then on Spirit Mountain, I would have been able to suppress the resentment. Now, even with the golden body protecting me, this child cannot endure it. The 3 lifetime Buddhist intent? Gu Hai said with a slightly changed expression. Yes, the past intent, the present intent, and the future intent. This child only has enough present intent. As for the rest, Gu Han said worriedly. Before we came, Mo Yike looked for me and asked me to bring someone to help you. Gu Hai said with a frown. Oh. Gu Hai extended his hand and beckoned, summoning a figure from the immortal dome of ancients. It was Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai held the wisdom divine scepter. The moment he appeared, boundless resentment rushed into his head. How can this be? Qin Zibai's expression changed as he quickly drove the wisdom divine scepter. The wisdom divine scepter gave off boundless green light. Qin Zibai immediately felt much better. Qin Zibai greets your majesty. Qin Zibai said respectfully. The future Buddha? The wisdom divine scepter? Gu Han said in shock. Mo Yike is the reincarnation of the future Buddha who followed you in the past. This is his wisdom divine scepter. Before we left, Mo Yike said that he had a dream. In the dream you might need the wisdom divine scepter, so he asked me to bring Qin Zibai, Gu Hai explained. The future Buddha's reincarnation? I understand now. It turns out that Mo Yike was my martial uncle in the past. No wonder the future Buddha has been acting strangely for 800,000 years. Gu Han said with a sigh. I materialized this 800,000-year-old future Buddha using the Go Dao ritual array. You said that Mo Yike was your martial uncle? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. Back then, when this child established the spiritual mountain sect, I brought out 2 people from Nalanda Temple. One is my martial uncle, the future Buddha. He is actually the junior brother of the withered lamp Buddha. The other is the past Buddha. He is my second junior brother, Gu Han explained. Qin Zibai, who was at the side, felt slightly stunned. Then he seemed to recall something. He said respectfully, Lord Mo said that he sealed his future intent in this wisdom divine scepter. Future intent? Good. I have the future intent. I have the present intent. I just lack the past intent. If I had the intent of 3 generations of Buddha, I would be able to guard the corpse grave realm. If only Master Bodhisattva Liansheng were here. Gu Han said worriedly. Past intent? I nearly forgot. Bodhisattva Liansheng is currently dealing with the withered lamp Buddha's clone over there. Gu Hai's expression changed. Master? Gu Han exclaimed in shock. The clone of the previous life's master and the present life's master? They're all here. Chapter 953. They can? Gu Hai asked. They can. That's enough. Gu Han nodded. That's good. Gu Hai said seriously. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand and moved. The space around Gu Han trembled slightly. The chains binding Gu Han's shoulder blades behind him rattled as though they were about to come undone. Father, don't. These two chains were bound by Jianghu and the corpse bug Sky Fiend. They were worried that something would happen to me here. If we forcefully undid them, they would immediately know. Gu Han said worriedly. In that case, let's not undo them first. I'll dig up this space as well. Gu Hai said seriously. Boom. A tear immediately tore open in space. The other end of the two chains could now be moved. However, the one on Gu Han's shoulder had not been undone yet. Many thanks, Father. These chains cannot leave the corpse mound realm. Gu Han explained. We do not need to leave the corpse mound realm. They are there. I heard Bodhisattva Liansheng say something like the 3 layers of past intent. Let's go. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and pulled. Gu Han and Qin Zibai quickly flew up, carrying them to the 3 layers of past intent in the distance. Soon they arrived. Aside from the resentful spirits that just flew over, there was no one else. Gu Hai frowned slightly. It seemed like he was going to use a Godao ritual array. Father, there's no need to destroy this 3 layers of past intent. This child can distinguish between them. Gu Han said. As Gu Han spoke, his eyes suddenly turned golden. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. These are the 3 layers. However, one is already empty. As for the other, oh no, it's the corpse bug Sky Fiend. Is that Mosquito Daoran? Kong Xian? They are in danger. Gu Han's expression changed. Qin Zibai, who was at the side, felt worried. What should we do? Bodhisattva Liansheng and the Withered Lamp Buddha are fighting as well? No, Master Liansheng is in trouble. Gu Han's expression changed again. You can open the entrance? Gu Hai looked at Gu Han. Yes, Father. You go and save Mosquito Daoran and the others. I will save Master. Gu Han immediately said. But now you. Gu Hai said worriedly. Father, don't worry. I have the golden body protecting me. Nothing will happen to me. Furthermore, this is the will of the 3 lives Buddha. I will definitely be able to save Master Liansheng. Gu Han immediately said. Qin Zibai, you stay by Gu Hai's side and wait for orders. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Zibai replied. Gu Han did not object and nodded. However, he saw Gu Han clasping his hands together and chanting a Buddhist mantra. Buzz. Immediately, 2 golden symbols with the character, swastika, appeared in his palm. Bang! The swastika golden talisman slammed into the void. Suddenly, the void seemed to melt and 2 entrances appeared. One could vaguely see the other side of the entrances surging with black gas. Father, you enter the left one. This child and Qin Zibai will enter the right one. Solemnly, Gu Han said. All right. Gu Hai nodded. The 3 entered the 2 entrances at nearly the same time. Buzz. The instant they entered, the swastika golden talisman vanished, vanishing from the entrances. Mosquito Daoran obtained the Heart of Darkness and grasped the Dark Domain. Changming obtained the Blood Witch deity. Although he had not completely refined it, he grasped the basics of the Blood Sea domain. Let's leave immediately. Quick, meet up with His Majesty at the center of the corpse pit. Mosquito Daoran shouted. Whoosh. The 2 immediately shot towards the center of the corpse pit. You want to leave? No one can escape from me. The corpse bug Skyfiend's angry voice came from the horizon. The expressions of Mosquito Daoran and Changming changed. However, they saw a boundless corpse chi suddenly appear in all directions. The corpse chi surged and instantly filled the surroundings, blocking the 2's path. The 2's expressions changed as they suddenly stopped. They saw figures walking out of the black fog one after another. All of them were expressionless and looked at the 2 with gloomy faces. Mosquito Daoran's expression darkened. These are? You know them? They are the peerless experts who have entered the corpse tomb realm in recent years. Unexpectedly, they were all turned into corpse bug puppets. Be careful. Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. Roar. Roar. Corpse bugs appeared all around them. All of them looked at Mosquito Daoran and Gu Hai with ferocious expressions. These corpse bugs bared their teeth and revealed ferocious expressions. Wave after wave of powerful corpse chi assaulted the 2 people in the face. Move quickly, don't hold back. Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. Okay. Changming nodded. Dark domain. Bloodsea domain. Boom. The two of them attacked almost at the same time. In an instant, countless black flames and rolling blood mist appeared in all directions. They saw that Mosquito Daoran's figures suddenly turned into tens of thousands of figures and rushed towards the group of experts. Every Mosquito Daoran had a ferocious expression and used all their strength. On the other side, Changming did the same. He turned into hundreds of millions of bats and rushed towards the corpse bugs. Die. Mosquito Daoran roared with a ferocious expression. As soon as the dark domain was released, a great divinity was emitted. His body suddenly became illusory. The group of experts attacked at the same time, but they missed. Boom. Mosquito Daoran attacked with all his might and smashed all the experts. Changming did the same. Countless bats rushed towards the corpse bugs. The corpse bugs and bats collided. Boom. Suddenly, countless bats exploded, and the corpse bugs exploded into pieces. Just as Changming and Mosquito Daoran were feeling smug, suddenly 2 palms appeared in the corpse gas and clenched. Boom. Boom. The tens of thousands of Mosquito Daoran instantly merged into one. Moreover, the only Mosquito Daoran was choked by a right hand and could not move. On the other side, countless bats also merged into one and turned into a human. His neck was choked by a left hand and he could not move at all. What? Mosquito Daoran was shocked. He had just obtained the dark domain and thought it was strong enough. Who would have thought that it would be restrained just like that? The black flames on the surface of his body did not cause any harm to the right hand choking his neck. However, he saw a man in a black robe with golden edges slowly walking out from the corpse gas. The man was quite thin and wore a tall hat. His face was pale and there was no white in his eyes, only black pupils. He looked extremely terrifying. He looked coldly at Mosquito Daoran and Changming, who were choked by his hands. I didn't give up on these subordinates in vain. You two really came? Ah. The black-robed man sneered. Corpse bug heavenly demon? Mosquito Daoran quivered. This black-robed man was the corpse Mound Peak's peak master, the corpse bug heavenly demon. You don't want these subordinates of yours? Changming grabbed the corpse bug heavenly demon's left hand, trying to pry it away. However, the corpse bug heavenly demon held him in place, and corpse gas rushed into his body. Changming and Mosquito Daoran could not move at all. Around them, the corpse bug heavenly demon subordinates were all smashed by Mosquito Daoran. Corpse bugs slowly crawled out from the smashed corpses. Although Changming had killed a few corpse bugs earlier, there were too many of them around. At this moment, they all looked at the two together with the corpse bug heavenly demon with a ferocious expression. Subordinates? Them? Just a bunch of trash. Now without them, don't I have you? You can be my subordinates and you'll be the same. No, you'll be much stronger than them. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. You want to refine us into puppets? Mosquito Daoran's face changed drastically. Let me see, which one should I choose? The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. G. The surrounding corpse bugs jumped around as if they wanted the corpse bug heavenly demon to choose them. They would enter either Mosquito Daoran or Changming's mind and control them. The corpse bug heavenly demon looked at the countless corpse bugs, as if it was about to make a choice. Devour the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. Boom. A strong suction force rushed toward the group as if it wanted to swallow them all. G. The countless corpse bugs screeched in fear. Numerous black winds suddenly swept up a bunch of corpse bugs. The corpse bug heavenly demon snorted, and a strong corpse aura appeared around it. In an instant, the corpse aura surrounded all the corpse bugs, preventing them from being swallowed by the owner of the voice. When the black wind stopped, Kong Xian's face changed drastically. Lord Kong, save me. Mosquito Daoran screamed. He was controlled by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Once the corpse bug swallowed his brain, he would be finished. In the sky, the unborn man stood beside Kong Xian. The unborn man exclaimed, "Fortunately, Lord Kong changed his mind and stepped into the world of the living first. There are changes in this space-time." Kong Xian had planned to meet up with Gu Hai at the center of the corpse pit. However, after flying for a short while, the peacock god sensed the corpse bug heavenly demon and gave a warning. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. Therefore, he discussed with the unborn man and decided to come back and try again. Sure enough, as soon as he came back, he found that the world had changed. Mosquito Daoran and Changming were controlled by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Kong Xian tried to swallow it, but he couldn't. He immediately understood the horror of the corpse bug heavenly demon. So many corpse bugs? Activate the longevity array. The unborn man waved his hand and countless black auras appeared around them. Setting up the corpse mound longevity array in front of me? Ridiculous. The corpse bug heavenly demon snorted. G. Countless corpse bugs bared their fangs at the two. Boom. In the next moment, all the corpse bugs rushed toward the unborn man's corpse mound longevity array. In the blink of an eye, they were not far away from the two. Good timing. Peacock's domain. The peacock flung his sleeves. Boom. Billions of green lights appeared in all directions, and the peacock's domain spread out again. Boom. Just as the divine Tao domain spread out, the corpse bug heavenly demon took a step forward and was one zhang away from Kong Xian. It was so fast that Kong Xian couldn't react in time. Peacock's domain? You must have obtained the Bird King's inheritance, right? If it weren't for the Bird King's stubbornness, he would have become my puppet. You. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Divine light of 6 colors. Kong Xian's face changed. He waved his hand, and a beam of divine light of 6 colors flew toward the corpse bug heavenly demon. Whoosh! The corpse bug heavenly demon blocked Mosquito Daoran and Changming in front of it. Despicable. Kong Xian's face changed. He waved the divine light of 6 colors, and the divine light of 6 colors changed its direction. Obviously, Kong Xian didn't want to hurt Mosquito Daoran and Changming. At this critical moment between Changming and Mosquito Daoran, a gust of corpse aura suddenly spewed out. In the corpse aura, a third hand suddenly appeared and slammed into Kong Xian's neck. It looked like it was going to grab Kong Xian's neck. Chapter 954. Amidst the corpse chi, the third palm of the heavenly corpse bug demon charged towards Kong Xian's neck. As it charged forward, a large amount of corpse chi rushed towards Kong Xian's body, as if it wanted to choke Kong Xian's neck and seal his cultivation. Heavenly Palace's perfection stage was still perfection stage after all. Even without using the domain, it still had a huge advantage against those who had yet to reach perfection stage. So what if it was the peacock domain? Could the peacock domain become illusory? No, it depended on the person. Facing the heavenly corpse bug demon, there was nowhere to hide. In an instant it reached Kong Xian's neck. Break! Kong Xian's expression changed drastically, and he swung his hand. Another beam of 6-colored divine light rushed out. Boom! The 6-colored divine light collided with the third palm, and the third palm exploded. However, Kong Xian was also shocked and retreated quickly. Because in that instant Kong Xian felt a huge threat, and he could feel that the palm could restrain him. Heavenly Palace's perfection stage? Kong Xian was shocked. You are more alert than Mosquito Daoran and Changming. The heavenly corpse bug demon sneered. On the other side, thousands of corpse bugs pounced towards the unborn man. The unborn man was surrounded by rolling black fog, and he seemed to be trying his best to resist. Kong Xian was shocked by the heavenly corpse bug demon's strength, but he was not afraid. He waved his hand. Boom! In the peacock domain, the number of Kong Xian's figures increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, close to 10,000 Kong Xian's figures appeared. In the domain there are thousands of figures? Hey, you think I don't understand? Although there are thousands of figures in the domain, there is only one true body. The heavenly corpse bug demon said coldly. Then you find the only one. 10,000 Kong Xians shouted at the same time. Almost at the same time, more than 10 Kong Xians shot out 6-colored divine light, rushing towards the heavenly corpse bug demon's back. Who? The corpse worm heavenly demon was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, it had dodged a dozen beams of 6-colored light. However, there were 10,000 Kong Xians inside the corpse worm heavenly demon's body. It wasn't just a dozen beams of 6-colored light. More than 10,000 beams of 6-colored light flooded the corpse worm heavenly demon. How could the strength of Heavenly Palace's great circle be injured so easily? Holding Mosquito Daoran and Changming with both hands, the corpse bug heavenly demon was like a black ray of light, shuttling through the air at high speed. Swish, swish, swish. The corpse bug heavenly demon was able to evade the beams of 6-colored divine light. The 10,000 Kong Xian showed a trace of anxiety. As the corpse bug heavenly demon dodged, endless corpse chi emerged from its body. For a time the entire peacock domain was filled with corpse chi. It rolled in all directions. Corpse bug heavenly demon, aren't you at the peak of Heavenly Palace? Don't run if you have the ability. Kong Xian said anxiously. Then I won't run. The corpse bug heavenly demon suddenly paused. Whoosh. The corpse bug heavenly demon stopped in midair and looked at the 10,000 Kongxian with a cold smile. Won't run? Humph, then you'll die. The 10,000 Kongxian roared at the same time. Suddenly, a large number of Kongxian threw out the six-colored divine light and rushed towards the corpse bug heavenly demon. You're quite capable. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. I've just run one round and I've seen through your foundation. The corpse bug heavenly demon revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, a third hand emerged from the corpse chi where the corpse bug heavenly demon had passed through. No, it wasn't just a third hand but a total of 10,000 hands. Each of them carried a murderous intent and rushed towards the unguarded Kongxian. Boom. With a loud bang, all the six-colored divine light suddenly collapsed. The 10,000 Kongxian were choked by the 10,000 hands in the corpse chi. A strong corpse chi rushed into Kongxian's body and sealed his cultivation. What? Kongxian painfully tried to pry open the palm on his neck, but he couldn't. You can split into 10,000 bodies in the realm? If I can't find your real body, then I won't look for it. I'll take down all your clones. Let's see how you're going to escape. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Master Kong. Mosquito Daoran shouted anxiously as he was choked by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding Kongxian's avatars immediately dissipated, and the peacock domain also instantly disappeared. Only one Kongxian was left. He was choked by the corpse bug heavenly demon and was slowly brought to the front of it. You were running around on purpose just now. Cough cough. Kongxian roared with an unwilling expression. When I walked the world, you weren't even born yet. You want to deal with me with this little ability? However, this is also good. My subordinates are dead and the three of you are here. Ah. The corpse bug heavenly demon laughed. Let me go. Otherwise, His Majesty won't let you go. Changming shouted in pain. Your Majesty? That Guhai? I heard that he has just entered the heavenly palace. You still expect him to save you? What a joke. Ah. The corpse bug heavenly demon laughed proudly. As it laughed, it summoned the corpse bugs that were surrounding the unborn man. It picked 3 of them and flew over slowly. Enter their bodies and eat their brains. The corpse bug heavenly demon said confidently. Seeing that the corpse bug heavenly demon was about to reach them, the 3 of them were in despair. His Majesty will avenge me, Mosquito Daoran said in grief. Guhai? If he dares to come, I'll make him accompany you. The corpse bug heavenly demon sneered. Is that so? Suddenly an ice-cold voice sounded from the void. The corpse bug heavenly demon's face darkened as it looked up. Zhou Tianjiu. A massive energy saber instantly shot toward the corpse bug heavenly demon. This saber aura carried with it the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In the past, even the Tongtian sect leader was not a match for it. Wherever the saber passed, the void was instantly torn apart. The surrounding mountains were instantly blasted apart. The saber aura was ferocious as it instantly arrived in front of the corpse bug heavenly demon, heading straight for its face. You want to kill them too? The corpse bug heavenly demon's face darkened. Instantly, Kongxian, Mosquito Daoran, and Changming stood in front of it to block the attack. After all, that was how Kongxian had been hit earlier. However, Zhou Tianjiu did not stop. Instead, it instantly approached the corpse bug heavenly demon. Since you want them to die, let them die. The corpse bug heavenly demon said ferociously. Kongxian and the other 2 were delighted at first. Then they were horrified as Zhou Tianjiu was too powerful. It was going to kill them instantly. However, Gu Hai's control of Zhou Tianjiu had reached the minute subtlety realm. The moment the energy saber got close, it suddenly became as thin as a piece of paper. It passed through the gap between Kongxian and Mosquito Daoran and went straight for the corpse bug heavenly demon's face. It was going to split the corpse bug heavenly demon in half. Bastard. The corpse bug heavenly demon's face changed. The corpse bug heavenly demon would definitely not allow the energy saber to hit it. It did not have time to cast any techniques and could only give up on the prey in its hand. It immediately let go of the 3 of them and faced the attack with its palm. Hong. After the huge collision, a black hole was torn open. Kongxian, Mosquito Daoran, and Changming regained their freedom and were instantly sent flying. The corpse bug heavenly demon also retreated, but it was not injured. Kongxian and the other 2 were free. The moment they regained their freedom, they looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, Gu Hai was wearing a dragon robe and holding the life-killing saber. Did he just save the 3 of them and block the corpse bug heavenly demon? Zhou Tianjiu? That can't be. His Majesty did not mobilize the power of the Dahan. Without the power of the people, how could he use Zhou Tianjiu? Kong Xian was shocked. Mosquito Daoran and Chang Ming were also shocked. However, this was not the time to be shocked. They flew toward Gu Hai in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were beside Gu Hai, who was holding the life-killing saber. Over here. Suddenly, a voice came from the clouds behind Gu Hai. The three looked over and froze. There was another Gu Hai? That was not right. The one in the clouds was the real Gu Hai. The one wielding the saber to execute Zhou Tianjiu was not the real Gu Hai. He was even larger than Gu Hai. A cloud beast of the Go Dao? Mosquito Daoran said in shock, appearing stunned. His Majesty used the Go Dao ritual array to create his own cloud beast? Chang Ming said in shock. That's right. No matter who he created, he could not be as perfect as himself. His Majesty created himself 800,000 years ago, when the human soul occupied the body. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. The three immediately flew to where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai controlled his cloud beast and looked coldly at the corpse bug heavenly demon in the distance. How could the corpse bug heavenly demon not be injured after executing Zhou Tianjiu? This scene made Gu Hai's face sink. A consummation of the heavenly palace is indeed extraordinary, Gu Hai said sullenly. The Tong Tian sect master was a peak 9th layer heavenly palace expert. Even so, he was injured by Zhou Tianjiu. However, this corpse bug heavenly demon was unharmed, not injured at all. This made Gu Hai exceptionally grave. The corpse bug heavenly demon also turned grave. Go Dao laws? You can actually use the Go Dao laws so casually? The corpse bug heavenly demon narrowed its eyes. Corpse bug heavenly demon, you are bullying the weak. How despicable. Gu Hai looked coldly at the corpse bug heavenly demon in the distance. Bullying the weak? Are you saying that I bullied your subjects? So what if I bullied them? Can your Go Dao cloud beast really injure me? The corpse bug heavenly demon said coldly. After saying that, the corpse bug heavenly demon charged at Gu Hai. Whoosh. The corpse bug heavenly demon turned into a beam of light and charged over. At this moment, Gu Hai's cloud beast suddenly glared and chopped down with the life-punishing saber again. Zhou Tianjiu. Boom. The sky-ripping, earth-shattering saber strike tore through space and arrived before the corpse bug heavenly demon again. This time the corpse bug heavenly demon was prepared. Its expression turned cold as it sent a palm strike over with all its might. Destroy! The corpse bug heavenly demon roared ferociously. Hong! A loud sound rang out and a super black hole appeared. The saber tore open the corpse bug heavenly demon's clothes on its shoulder, causing blood to spill out. It seemed to be slightly injured. However, Gu Hai's cloud beast instantly exploded. The impact, which injured both sides, instantly destroyed the nearly undefeatable Gu Hai's cloud beast. This scene made the expressions of Kong Xian and the other two change dramatically. Even Gu Hai's cloud beast was not a match for it? Wasn't this corpse bug heavenly demon too horrifying? What was even more horrifying was that the corpse bug heavenly demon had chosen to injure both sides so that it could instantly reach the fore. It did not give Gu Hai's group any time to catch their breaths. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the corpse bug heavenly demon arrived before the fore. Furthermore, a large amount of corpse chi appeared in front of it. The corpse chi seemed to have thousands of hands reaching out to grab the fore. Oh no, the mosquito Daoran exclaimed. Only Gu Hai showed a cold smile. Although one of my go stones was destroyed in the go board, a go stone is still a go stone. It can never hurt the player. Chapter 955. Although you destroyed one of my go stones in the go board, a go stone is still a go stone. It will never be able to harm the player. Gu Hai extended his hand and pressed. Suddenly, a Milky Way appeared in front of him. There seemed to be a starry sky in the Milky Way. Suddenly, the Milky Way expanded infinitely. The corpse chi was very close to Gu Hai. The thousands of palms in the corpse chi looked like they were going to hit everyone. However, this Milky Way strangely expanded this space infinitely. Even if the thousands of palms were very strong, what could they do if they were far away and could not touch? The palms were very close but also very far away. The strange scene made the corpse bug heavenly demon's pupils shrink. There is an empty space in the go board. No matter what you do, you will never gain anything in the empty space of the go board. Gu Hai said indifferently. Kong Xian and the others goggled. Clearly, this sudden appearance of the Milky Way was too unexpected. Horror flashed in the eyes of the corpse bug demon. Clearly, the corpse bug demon could tell how incredible this go ritual array was. It was not just incredible. That Milky Way was like an empty space in the go board. If the corpse bug demon went in, it would not be able to come out anytime soon. Guhai, your Go Dao is indeed incredible. I have not felt this in a long time. Back when I went to the Yang realm, only Jiang Lianshan could fight me. You are the second person after Jiang Lianshan. The corpse bug demon said coldly. Jiang Lianshan fought you before? In that case you lost to Jiang Lianshan back then? Gu Hai's expression changed. That was because he was not in the corpse grave realm. Here, how could he be a match for me? Don't think that you are incredible just because you know the Go Dao. The Go Dao is not enough before me. The corpse bug demon said coldly. After saying that coldly, the corpse bug demon waved its hand. Boom. With the heavenly corpse bug demon as the center, an endless amount of corpse chi suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, covering everything in its path. As the corpse chi surged out, one corpse bug demon after another appeared in the corpse chi. Corpse worm domain. Kong Xian's expression changed. Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Divine Path Domain? Mosquito Doran's expression darkened. Rolling corpse chi instantly rushed toward the Milky Way region. The countless corpse bugs and heavenly demons did not attack. Instead they channeled more and more corpse chi. The corpse chi gradually liquefied and turned into rolling black water. It covered the sky and covered the earth, drowning everyone. The empty space on the chessboard that Gu Hai had drawn out, the area of the Milky Way, was also surging with endless corpse aura. Voila! In an instant, it flooded a large area. There was too much corpse chi as if it could drown the world. Gu Hai's expression sank, but he found it rather strenuous to manipulate the Tao of chess laws. I am at the great perfection of the heavenly palace. Under the domain of the divine path I can slowly push out the otherworldly laws. Chess laws? You can also be pushed out by my corpse bug domain. Are you finding it difficult to use your Go laws? Once all the laws are forced out, let's see how you can escape from my hands. The 10,000 corpse bug heavenly demons all said coldly. Whoosh, whoosh. The overwhelming corpse chi surged around Gu Hai. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal on Gu Hai's forehead released a light. Immediately the image of a chessboard appeared in the air. Gu Hai's group stood at the divine prime position. The surrounding empty space looked like a boundless starry sky, allowing the surging corpse chi to fill it. However, as the Go laws were pushed out, the chessboard could hold less corpse chi. Your Majesty, let's charge out. Kong Xian said anxiously. That won't do. Lord Kong, as long as we step out of His Majesty's chessboard, we will enter the corpse chi region. That will be certain death. We will be trapped. Mosquito Daoran said anxiously. Chongming also felt anxious. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the increasing corpse chi. In the past, this emperor searched everywhere for corpse chi to cultivate. Now that corpse chi has delivered itself to him, is there any reason to fear it? Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Bus. His heavenly soul immediately produced a suction force. His heavenly soul started to absorb the surging corpse chi. The corpse chi that entered the chessboard suddenly surged into Gu Hai's body. Rumble. Gu Hai's body became like a bottomless pit, absorbing the surging corpse chi. What? You can absorb corpse chi as well? The corpse bug heavenly demon's expression changed. The corpse bug heavenly demon did not dare to step into the chessboard region. It could only use corpse chi to drown Gu Hai. However, who could have expected that Gu Hai could absorb corpse chi and that this corpse chi was ineffective against him? Let's see how much you can absorb. You'll be stuffed to death. The corpse bug heavenly demon roared. Boom. Even more liquid corpse chi surged into Gu Hai's chessboard, surging towards Gu Hai like a flood. However, Gu Hai was not afraid. The surging power surged into his heavenly soul and into his heavenly eye. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth activated automatically. Gu Hai wanted to use the corpse chi to reach the 4th level of the heavenly palace. However, a strange scene happened. The corpse chi did not condense into a new corpse chi core. Instead, it surged into the previous corpse chi core. After the corpse chi core absorbed the corpse chi, it turned into a strange power and rushed into the pupil of the heavenly eye. What's going on? The great compassion poem of heaven and earth can only condense one type of chi core at each level of the heavenly palace? Gu Hai said in shock. The heavenly eye suddenly felt like it was swelling. It continued to absorb more corpse chi as if the energy inside had been accumulated to the limit. It had to be released. Otherwise, the heavenly eye would explode. No, this can't happen. Gu Hai's expression changed. Buzz. His glabella shook and the heavenly eye appeared. As soon as the heavenly eye opened, a black light spread out. The corpse chi absorbed seemed to have been modified by the heavenly eye. It changed from quantity to quality and suddenly burst out. Gu Hai suddenly opened his third eye. As soon as it appeared, a black light shot out from it. Whoosh! It rushed through the chessboard and shot toward a corpse bug heavenly demon. What kind of dharma spell is this? The corpse bug heavenly demon's hair stood on end instinctively. Boom! With a deafening sound, the entire corpse bug domain seemed to be cut in half by the black light. It was torn in half. The black light did not slow down and instantly pierced through the chest of a corpse bug heavenly demon's clone. Bang! A bowl-sized hole appeared in the chest of the corpse bug heavenly demon. The black light passed through the body and continued to tear apart the corpse bug domain. Cough, cough, cough. That's impossible. That's just a clone. The corpse bug heavenly demons cried out in horror. It would be fine even if the domain clone was destroyed. But what was going on in front of them? A bowl-sized hole appeared on the chests of each of the 10,000 corpse bug heavenly devils, not the one that Jiha was talking about. Bang! The entire corpse bug domain suddenly exploded, and the 10,000 corpse bug heavenly demons instantly merged into one. The corpse bug heavenly demon clutched the large hole in its chest and looked at Gu Hai in horror. Kong Xin, Mosquito Daoran, and Chang Ming also goggled. His Majesty's third eye? What is this? Buzz. However, they saw Gu Hai's heavenly eye shrink and disappear. Without the corpse bug domain, Gu Hai grasped the strong Godao laws again. Immediately the air moved and the chessboard quickly enlarged. Why? Why did you only injure my deity Dao clone? Why can you also injure my main body? Why? The corpse bug heavenly demon roared in shock. Unrighteous deeds bring about self-destruction. Gu Hai said coldly, not bothering to explain further. It was not that Gu Hai did not want to explain but that he could not. The black light that came out of the heavenly eye was the energy provided by the corpse bug heavenly demon. Now that the corpse bug heavenly demon was gone, he could not use it again. Suddenly, the corpse bug heavenly demon's expression changed. What is your relationship with Jiang Chen? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chen's god-destroying heavenly eye. Yes, that's Jiang Chen's god-destroying heavenly eye. Was that the god-destroying light? During the war of sorcerers and demons in ancient times, Jiang Chen used the god-destroying heavenly eye to kill many divine path cultivators. Is that your god-destroying heavenly eye? What is your relationship with Jiang Chen? The corpse bug heavenly demon's expression changed. Jiang Chen? God-destroying heavenly eye? God-destroying light? Gu Hai's face fell. Could it be that Jiang Chen also had the god-destroying heavenly eye? However, now was not the time to talk nonsense with the corpse bug heavenly demon. Gu Hai waved his hand. Boom. The Godao of chess was activated, and a huge Godao array was formed, enveloping the corpse bug heavenly demon in an instant. The bowl-sized hole could not kill the corpse bug heavenly demon. After all, Gu Hai still remembered how terrifying Rokudo Shinkuan was. Unless he was reduced to ashes. Now, Gu Hai could not kill him, and there could not be a second beam of black light from the heavenly eye. However, although Gu Hai could not kill the corpse bug heavenly demon, it did not mean that he could not deal with the corpse bug heavenly demon. After all, Gu Hai knew Godao arrays. With the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal's heavenly Go chess as the source, Gu Hai immediately arranged a 35 heavens and earths array. Boom. The void seemed to be magnified hundreds of millions of times in an instant. The corpse bug heavenly demon was instantly transported to the starry sky. It was not that easy to find a way out in such a vast space. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Fight me again if you can. The corpse bug heavenly demon's roar came from the starry sky. However, Gu Hai ignored it. The 35 Godao arrays were enough to trap the corpse bug heavenly demon. Fighting again? Once Xiaoqin became stronger, he would come and destroy the corpse bug heavenly demon. You cannot trap me. I still have a sea of corpse bugs. 1,000 corpse bugs can save me. A furious roar came from the starry sky. Gu Hai looked at the starry sky, feeling confused. Whoosh. However, he heard a loud sound in the distance. It came from the battlefield where the unborn man was. The black energy withdrew and the unborn man appeared. However, the countless corpse bugs that charged at him earlier strangely got trapped in a transparent barrier carved with 8 trigrams. Crack. The unborn man extended his hand and squeezed. The transparent barrier shrank, turning into a small sphere that contained thousands of corpse bugs. However, the unborn man captured the corpse bugs. I have already captured your corpse bug heavenly demon subordinates, the unborn man said coldly. No. Let me out. Gu Hai, you despicable person. If you are capable, fight me one-on-one. Let me out of this starry sky. Otherwise, when I come out, I will exterminate your entire sect. I will not rest until I die. The corpse bug heavenly demon roared. However, Gu Hai ignored it. It was not that easy to get out of the starry sky set up by the 35 heavens and earth's array. Furthermore, even if Gu Hai let the corpse bug heavenly demon out, would the grudge be resolved? What a joke. Chapter 956. Your Majesty, the corpse bugs earlier were somewhat problematic, so? The unborn man immediately flew over. It's fine. It is enough that you dealt with those corpse bugs. The corpse bugs are too powerful. Even the lifespan Dao cannot do anything to them, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Yes. The unborn man nodded. Your Majesty, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng disappeared as well. Should we look for Bodhisattva Lian Sheng first or go to Crown Prince Gu Han's place? Kong Xian asked with a frown. I already found Gu Han's place. He is here as well. However, he is in a different time period like the two space-time periods you were in earlier. They are here, Gu Hai said solemnly. Everyone's expression changed. Your Majesty, we came out of the netherworld earlier. When we returned, we appeared here. How about we try again? The unborn man asked. All right. Gu Hai nodded. However, the unborn man swung his hand in the air. Buzz. A tear appeared in space and a large amount of yang energy surged out. Let's go. Everyone immediately rushed out. They instantly appeared in a mountain forest. However, the surrounding forests and countless plants had all strangely withered. It was not like this earlier, Kong Xian said in shock. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He understood that Emperor Kong and the other people of the Great Yellow Dynasty probably came out with the 6 resentful Spirit King's corpses and left already. Let's go back first, Gu Hai said. Yes. The unborn man answered. Ling Su swung his hand in the air, and another entrance to the two worlds appeared. Everyone immediately stepped in. The moment they entered, they heard boundless Buddhist chanting. Many huge golden swastika symbols floated in the surroundings. Not far away, the withered lamp Buddha was inside a blazing sun. The withered lamp Buddha showed a pained expression as if he was struggling with two conflicting thoughts. Not far away, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng and Gu Han held their palms together. Golden light radiated from their bodies. It looked like countless Buddhas and Bodhisattva images stood in the surroundings, chanting scriptures and giving off Buddhist hymns. The Buddhist voice surged towards withered lamp Buddha in the center of the blazing sun. Withered lamp Buddha's head hurt even more. Ah, the Peak Lord's orders cannot be disobeyed. Kill, kill, kill. I have made a great vow to resolve the sufferings of the common people and create a world of pure bliss. I will never forget my original intentions. Withered lamp Buddha let out 2 different sounds. As they clashed, his head hurt more and more. Esteemed Master, Disciple Rulai has put down his butcher's knife and understands esteemed Master's painstaking efforts. Gu Han respectfully bowed to withered lamp Buddha. Master, Disciple Lian Sheng will definitely assist first senior brother in his previous life to rebuild Nalanda Temple. It is my duty to save the common people from suffering. I will never forget Master's words. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng also bowed respectfully. At the side, Qin Zibai sat beside Gu Han and muttered to himself. The wisdom divine scepter in his hand gave off a green light. Withered lamp Buddha screamed in pain. Boom. A small hole immediately appeared in withered lamp Buddha's forehead. Black energy spread out from the hole, and it looked like a corpse bug was writhing in pain. Crack, 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 crack. The corpse bug seemed to be suppressing withered lamp Buddha's consciousness, and withered lamp Buddha's consciousness was suppressing it as well. When Gu Hai and the others suddenly appeared, their expressions sank. The corpse bug heavenly demon is really careful. Withered lamp Buddha's clone listens to him in the first place. However, he was still worried and planted a corpse bug in withered lamp Buddha's head, Mosquito Dowrin said in shock. His wariness is not without reason. At the very least, withered lamp Buddha's will is resisting now, Gu Hai said seriously. Boom. Immediately, that withered lamp Buddha's head gave off a loud sound. A large hole immediately appeared in withered lamp Buddha's head. The corpse bug inside screamed miserably and instantly exploded into pieces. Withered lamp Buddha's body withered, and the sun around him dimmed as well. At this moment, the struggle on withered lamp Buddha's face disappeared, replaced by a benevolent expression as he looked at Gu Han and Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. Gautama, you finally put down your butcher's knife? Withered lamp Buddha asked weakly. Master, this disciple already fully understands. I will do my best to wash away the sins of my previous life in this life. Heaven left this corpse grave realm with trillions of resentful spirits. This disciple is willing to purify these trillions of resentful spirits as the first step. If the resentful spirits are not purified, I will not become a Buddha, Guhan said solemnly. Withered Lamp Buddha gently waved his hand. Whoosh! Withered Lamp Buddha immediately withdrew his 3 layers of past will. Aside from the 35 line pair world formation that Gu Hai laid, the surroundings of the corpse mound realm were dyed scarlet by the overwhelming resentment. The surging resentment spirits had multiplied by more than 100 times. They were everywhere. The more resentment spirits there were, the more miserable cries there were. Resentment and resentment mutually promoted each other, as if they were sublimating each other, increasing continuously. Resentment? What heavy resentment? Could it be that all the resentful spirits in the corpse pit were released? Given the rising resentment, it will soon shatter the corpse grave realm and harm the common people. Withered Lamp Buddha exclaimed in shock. If the resentful spirits are not purified, this disciple will not leave the corpse grave realm. Guhan said solemnly. Withered Lamp Buddha looked around and finally smiled bitterly. 3 generations of Buddhist intent? Purifying trillions of resentful spirits? The 3 of you happen to be a combination of 3 generations of Buddhas. However, there are too many resentful spirits, too many. You will not be able to handle it. This disciple will try his best. Guhan said solemnly again. Liansheng. Withered Lamp Buddha looked at Bodhisattva Liansheng. This disciple is here. Bodhisattva Liansheng said respectfully. Many thanks for your great kindness earlier. You helped me regain my lost nature, allowing me to regain my original heart. Withered Lamp Buddha said gratefully. This disciple should do what he should. Furthermore, this disciple alone would not be enough. I need first senior brother's reincarnation to help. Only then. Bodhisattva Liansheng immediately said. You already understand the meaning of the dharmic name Liansheng. I'm already very gratified. Withered Lamp Buddha pressed his palms together. Yes, Master. Bodhisattva Liansheng said respectfully. Gautama? Master's greatest hope is for you to put down the butcher's knife. This is because Master understands that you putting down the butcher's knife is more important to the common people than me cultivating Buddhism for my entire life. Right now, although I am a copy, my Buddhist heart has not changed. I am the original me. We cultivators of Buddhism cultivate the Buddhist heart. Our physical bodies are just shells, Withered Lamp Buddha said solemnly. Yes, Master. Guhan bowed respectfully. Although Guhan knew that this was just a copy, a fake Withered Lamp Buddha, he understood that the Buddhist heart was the foundation of Withered Lamp Buddha. With the Buddhist heart, one could live forever. Master is gratified that you can think of purifying these trillions of resentful spirits. Master's 3 souls are damaged and do not have much time left. At the last moment, I will help the 3 of you divide these resentful spirits and form a 13-floor eternal Buddhist pagoda. Each floor has its own space to divide the resentful spirits so that you can purify them. Withered Lamp Buddha said as he pressed his palms together. Master, you can't. Bodhisattva Liansheng's expression changed. 13-floor eternal Buddhist pagoda? That is Nalanda Temple's eternal Buddhist pagoda technique? Qin Zibai exclaimed in shock. Buzz. Then Shaoqin saw Withered Lamp Buddha chanting in the sky. The blazing sun on his body suddenly released bright light, illuminating the surroundings. The blazing sun wrapped around the severely injured Withered Lamp Buddha and slowly changed shape, turning into a golden pagoda. The moment the gigantic pagoda appeared, it reached the sky and landed on the ground. There were a total of 13 floors and each floor had 9 sides. Suddenly, all the doors of the 9-sided pagoda opened. Crick. A total of 117 doors opened, producing a strong suction force. Oh, 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 oh. The surrounding resentful spirits cried out as the pagoda's suction force sucked them in. Rumble. The surging resentful spirits were immediately sucked into the eternal Buddhist pagoda. It was like a whale sucking in water, filling the entire corpse grave realm. Master. Bodhisattva Liansheng cried out anxiously and sorrowfully. Solemnly, only Guhan suddenly bowed and said, Master turned his body into a pagoda and saved the common people. This disciple congratulates Master on achieving enlightenment. When Guhan bowed, Bodhisattva Liansheng and Qin Zibai looked at him in shock. They immediately understood what Guhan meant. Wasn't this Withered Lamp Buddha's grand wish? Now he turned his body into a pagoda and completed his grand wish. Didn't this mean that he achieved enlightenment? They should congratulate him. Congratulations, Master, on achieving enlightenment. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said respectfully. Congratulations, Withered Lamp Buddha, on achieving enlightenment. Qin Zibai said respectfully as well. The three slowly walked to the eternal Buddhist pagoda. Rumble. Resentful spirits surged over. The three slightly drove the pagoda, and the pagoda absorbed them even faster. In just one day, nearly all the resentful spirits were sucked into the eternal Buddhist pagoda. Only 1% of the resentful spirits remained outside. Creak. The pagoda's 117 doors closed at the same time. At this moment, the eternal Buddhist pagoda seemed to expand several times, filling the surroundings and forming an illusory pagoda. Woo 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 woo. Inside the pagoda, countless resentful spirits wailed. The boundless resentment in the world surged over, crashing into the pagoda. The pagoda shook as if on the verge of shattering. Oh no! The resentment in this world is too great. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said anxiously. There are too many resentful spirits, and the eternal Buddha pagoda can't hold them all. The resentful spirits inside are controlling the overflowing resentment outside, wanting to destroy the eternal Buddha pagoda. What should we do? Qin Zibai said anxiously. Resentment? There is too much resentment. Perhaps Master's efforts will go to waste. Gu Han also revealed an anxious expression. Are you worried about the resentment in this world? Gu Hai asked. Yes. The resentment comes from all the resentful spirits in the pagoda and is connected to them. Although the pagoda imprisons the resentful spirits, there is too much resentment outside, continuously attacking the pagoda. The pagoda might. Gu Han said worriedly. What if there is no more resentment? Gu Hai asked. Ah. Gu Han said, feeling confused. Kong Xian Mosquito Daoren, protect this emperor. Gu Hai said. Yes, the two answered. However, when they saw Gu Hai sitting down cross-legged, they immediately drove their heavenly soul and executed the great compassion poem to absorb the resentment. Rumble. The boundless resentment that dyed the corpse mound realm red seemed to abandon all resentful spirits and gathered around Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body was like a black hole, crazily sucking in this overwhelming resentment. Xiao Qin swallowed up the resentful spirits even faster than the eternal Buddhist pagoda earlier. Gu Hai quickly absorbed the surging resentment. At the same time, it surged into the heavenly eye of his heavenly soul, forming a new chi core, the resentment pill. Chapter 957. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoren stood guard. Gu Hai sat down cross-legged and circulated the great compassion poem. Immediately, his entire body became like a black hole, crazily swallowing the surging resentment. That horrifying speed made the eyelids of Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoren twitch. The heavenly palace cultivates energy. However, isn't the speed at which His Majesty swallows energy a little too exaggerated? Kong Xian said in shock. It's not just exaggerated. This is resentment. There are many types of energy. Most of them choose to cultivate energy that is compatible with one's body or a mild energy. This resentment is exceptionally ferocious and messes with one's mind. Ordinary people would not dare to touch it. Mosquito Daoren said in shock as well. Despite the shock, the two guarded Gu Hai diligently. Even Gu Han and Chang Ming did not allow them to get close. Rumble. The eternal Buddha pagoda at the side shook and gradually stabilized. Even the roaring of the countless resentment spirits inside could not shake the eternal Buddha pagoda after losing the support of the external resentment. Absorb. 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 In just 2 hours, boom. Gu Hai's body immediately roared, and a shock wave spread out from Gu Hai's body. After the witchcraft chi pill and the corpse chi pill, the third scarlet resentment pill formed in the heavenly eye. Heavenly Palace's fourth layer. The 3 chi pills revolved around the heavenly eye, giving off strands of strange energy. However, there was still a boundless amount of resentment outside. Xiao Qin had just absorbed 1/3 of the chi pills. Would he waste all that resentment? Gu Hai tried again, hoping to form the 4th chi pill. After all, others could form the same chi pill. After trying again and again, Gu Hai gave up. Like the corpse chi earlier, he could not form the 4th chi pill. He could only form 1 resentment pill. Can I only stop here? This won't do. Gu Hai was unwilling to give up. Xiao Qin continued absorbing. Rumble. Sure enough, the rolling resentment was absorbed like the previous corpse chi, but it didn't condense into a resentment pill. Instead, it caused the heavenly eye to swell, as if a force was gathering, wanting to shoot out the same kind of divine light as before. Previously, the corpse chi's divine light was so powerful that it tore apart the corpse bug heavenly demon's domain. Now it was the same for the resentment chi. His heavenly eye swelled, but Gu Hai was still trying to find the maximum tolerance. Breathe, breathe, breathe. 2/3 of the resentment in the outside world was still surging toward Gu Hai. The eternal Buddha pagoda had completely stabilized and was no longer affected by resentment. Gu Han, who was at the side, was shocked. He put his palms together. When he saw how powerful his father was, joy flashed in his eyes. 2 hours. 4 hours. Finally, the last strand of resentment was completely absorbed by Gu Hai. Buzz. Gu Hai's body trembled. His heavenly eye couldn't take it anymore. The divine light didn't appear. Instead, it strangely condensed into a scarlet, thread-like divine light that surrounded the resentment pill. Gu Hai had a feeling that the divine light had been refined and could be stored in the resentment pill, ready to be released at any time. As long as he wanted to, he could shoot it out with his heavenly eye. Shoot it out now? No, how powerful was this divine light? Previously, he broke the corpse bug heavenly demon's domain and even shot a bowl-sized hole in its chest. How could he waste it? The corpse bug heavenly demon said that this is called the god-killing light? Gu Hai thought. A god-killing light stuck to the resentment pill. It looked ordinary, but only Gu Hai knew how powerful this god-killing light was. Just as Gu Hai was feeling happy, suddenly, all the hair on Gu Hai's body stood on end. A great threat of death enveloped him. Oh no! Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively waved his hand. Endless Tao of chess laws were immediately activated by Gu Hai. In an instant, countless galaxies appeared around Gu Hai. Boom! It was as if the starry sky had exploded. The void expanded countless times. Corpse bug domain no. The corpse bug heavenly demon's desperate voice suddenly came from the void. Rumble. Rolling corpse chi instantly drowned Gu Hai and the others. At the same time, the corpse bug heavenly demon that came to sneak an attack was thrown far away by the array formation. The overwhelming liquid corpse chi instantly drowned the surroundings. Retrieve. Gu Hai stared. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth was activated again. The rolling corpse chi was absorbed by his heavenly eye again. That was close. Kong Xian and the others' expressions changed. Gu Hai suddenly got up and stepped into the sky, heading toward the corpse bug heavenly demon in the distance. As the rolling corpse chi approached Gu Hai, he absorbed it all in the blink of an eye. That corpse bug heavenly demon felt extremely depressed. Just a little more, and I could have destroyed Gu Hai. How did you find the exit of the array formation? Gu Hai asked with a sullen expression. Initially, he thought that he trapped the corpse bug heavenly demon in the void. However, the corpse bug heavenly demon found its way back in the blink of an eye. How could Gu Hai not worry? Humph? Gu Hai, do you know that you are making an enemy of my heavenly demon Holy Land? The corpse bug heavenly demon did not answer. Gu Hai looked coldly at the corpse bug heavenly demon. After thinking for a while, his expression changed slightly. I understand. Resentment energy. You found it by following the direction of the resentment energy. Humph. The corpse bug heavenly demon snorted coldly. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. However, he understood that this was just a coincidence. Didn't you say that I would not give you a chance? Now I will give you a chance. Don't you have the corpse bug domain? I will not use the heavenly eye to fight with you. How about it? Gu Hai said coldly. That's what you said. Ah. You are seeking death. The corpse bug heavenly demon laughed loudly. Boom. Immediately, surging liquid corpse chi surged towards Gu Hai from all directions. However, Gu Hai pushed the great compassion poem of the world to its limits, allowing the corpse chi to enter his body. Rumble. Immediately, the surging corpse chi was absorbed. The corpse bug heavenly demon immediately charged at Gu Hai. However, within the Go Dao ritual array, Gu Hai's figure flickered. The corpse bug heavenly demon could not touch him at all. I don't believe that my corpse bug domain cannot compare to your Go Dao ritual array. The corpse bug heavenly demon said with a ferocious expression. More corpse chi surged towards Gu Hai. However, all of this was like a huge tonic. The corpse bug heavenly demon turned into thousands of incarnations and continuously chased after Gu Hai. However, it could not even touch the corner of Gu Hai's clothes. This made the corpse bug heavenly demon increasingly anxious. Chase. After chasing for 2 hours, the corpse bug heavenly demon paled somewhat. When it turned its head, its expression changed. My domain? You are snatching the corpse chi in my domain? The corpse bug heavenly demon exclaimed in horror. However, in the 2 hours earlier, the corpse chi in the corpse bug domain had already decreased by more than half. The corpse bug heavenly demon immediately withdrew its corpse bug domain and panted heavily. Clearly, the corpse chi that Gu Hai snatched earlier drained the corpse bug heavenly demon significantly. Buzz. Gu Hai's figure trembled. In that instant earlier, after absorbing the boundless corpse chi, he had condensed a god-vanquishing light formed by the corpse chi in his corpse chi core. A second god-vanquishing light? Good. Gu Hai immediately laughed loudly. Gu Hai, you lied to me and stole my corpse chi? The corpse bug heavenly demon glared at him in shock and anger. Gu Hai looked at the corpse bug heavenly demon and was in a good mood. With a second god-vanquishing light, Gu Hai could fight against the corpse bug heavenly demon. As long as he used it well, he could deal a fatal blow to the corpse bug heavenly demon. However, Gu Hai did not do so. These two god-vanquishing lights were his greatest reliance. How could he waste them? Many thanks to the corpse bug heavenly demon for fulfilling my wish. Now you can return to the array. Gu Hai flung his sleeve. Boom. The Go Dao array immediately swept the corpse bug heavenly demon into the starry sky and disappeared in an instant. No, Gu Hai, you liar, you liar. The corpse bug heavenly demon's angry roar came from the depths of the starry sky. However, would Gu Hai care about him? He turned his head and looked around. The corpse grave realm is still not safe enough. Since that is the case, I'll lay a super ritual array for Han. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved. Gu Hai immediately moved the Go Dao laws in the void. Strands of purple energy interweaved in the void. Suddenly, countless changes appeared in the stars in the sky. Gu Hai arranged the stars and laid a super ritual array. Gu Hai continuously improved and strengthened the 35-line pair world ritual array. After 6 hours, Gu Hai stopped. Buzz. The surrounding void turned chaotic and hazy. No one could tell east from west. Only then did Gu Hai arrive at Gu Han's place. Your Majesty, was that the corpse bug heavenly demon earlier? The mosquito Daoran asked worriedly. There's no need to worry. We have already trapped him in the 35-line pair world ritual array. He can't come out anymore. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone felt shocked. That was a consummation heavenly palace expert. However, he could not resist the Go Dao ritual array at all. Han, are you sure you want to purify these trillions of resentful spirits? Gu Hai looked at Gu Han. Yes, father. This child has already made a great wish. Solemnly, Gu Han said. Ancient Emperor, I will stay behind to accompany Gu Han. Many thanks for this trip. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng bowed respectfully. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng is too polite. You helped me by helping Gu Han. I should be the one thanking you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, this subject will also stay behind to accompany Crown Prince Gu Han. Qin Zibai said respectfully. Good. Even if you did not say that, we would have let you stay behind. We will tell Mo Yike that your Qin clan does not need to worry. We will ensure their safety. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Qin Zibai nodded. Also, do not leave the 300 zhang radius of this eternal Buddha pagoda. I laid a ritual array beyond this 300 zhang radius, which is filled with boundless danger. Once you enter, it will be difficult to get out. These are 3 exit talismans. I have already infused some Go Dao laws into them. Crush 1 talisman and you can bring 1 person out. However, you can only leave and not enter. Gu Hai handed over 3 jade talismans. Yes. The 3 answered. Furthermore, the Go Dao ritual array completely covers the corpse grave realm. No one can enter. Even Master Shou would get lost if he did not immediately leave after entering. Just rest assured and stay here. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Yes. Han, our father will not stay any longer. I still have matters to attend to in the Yang realm. Take care of yourself. If there is anything, use the exit talisman to leave the corpse grave realm. Then use this Guqin figurine to contact us. Chang Ming will inform me immediately. Gu Hai took out a Guqin figurine and handed it to Gu Han. Father, rest assured. This child is fine. Gu Han nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Then he led Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Chang Ming, and the unborn man into the ritual array. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dusky corpse grave realm. Father, take care. Solemnly, Gu Han bowed in the direction that Gu Hai left in. After bowing, Gu Han slowly led Bodhisattva Lian Sheng and Qin Zibai into the eternal Buddha pagoda. The 2 of you, we will start from the first floor of the pagoda. Then we will go up floor by floor, solemnly Gu Han said. Yes, the 2 answered. Creak. The doors closed and the two started to purify the resentful spirits. Ritual arrays covered the entire corpse grave realm. Others would definitely get lost in there, but not Gu Hai. Gu Hai quickly led the group out of the corpse grave realm. Chapter 958. Yang World, Spiritual Mountain Holy Land. Chun Shinsho's clothes were somewhat tattered as he rushed to the Mahavira Hall in a fluster. Inside the Mahavira Hall, Jiang Rulai and the past Buddha frowned as they looked at Chun Shinsho. Kong Xian. Kong Xian killed the sword god 6 paths. It's true. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. The past Buddha frowned slightly. Are you talking about the sword god 6 paths clone that we gave to the corpse bug sky demon? How can that be? How can Kong Xian be a match for the sword god 6 paths? What's the point of lying to you about this? Kong Xian really did kill the sword god 6 paths. If not for me running fast enough, I would not have been able to return. Chun Shinsho said with lingering fear. Disbelief flashed in the past Buddha's eyes as he looked at Jiang Rulai. After a moment of silence, Jiang Rulai said, Are you saying that Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, the unborn man, that Chang Ming and Bodhisattva Lianxing went to the corpse grave realm together? Yes. The Peak Master sent me, Taoist Fly, the Sword God 6 paths, and the Withered Lamp Buddha to deal with them. However, while I was dealing with the unborn man, Kong Xian actually killed the Sword God 6 paths. If not for me running fast enough. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. How did you manage to escape? In that case, why did you not go to the corpse bug sky demon but come to me instead? Suspicion flashed in Jiang Rulai's eyes. The corpse bug sky demon is too headstrong. He can't even be bothered with managing luck in the corpse grave realm. Furthermore, the group of resentful spirit kings at the center of the corpse grave realm is extremely strong. Even the corpse bug sky demon does not dare to barge in. I was worried that something might happen, so I came to ask for your help. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Jiang Rulai and the past Buddha stared at Chun Shinsho, seeming to doubt him. What are you all looking at me for? Although I'm not from the heavenly demon holy land, we can be considered to be allies. How could I lie to you about this? Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Jiang Rulai was silent for a moment before his eyes narrowed. What you said makes sense. But, Buddha, how can Gu Hai and the others go there? Could it be? Not good. For Guhan? How is that possible? How does Gu Hai know about Guhan's whereabouts? The past Buddha's eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Rulai's face darkened slightly. Jiang Rulai, you should go and take a look. Gu Hai's group is really fierce, especially that Kong Xian. The 6 paths of Sword God. Even the 6 paths of Sword God died at his hands. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. The corpse mound world has the corpse bug heavenly demon in charge. He is at the great perfection of heavenly palace. Who is his opponent? Moreover, he doesn't like others meddling in his affairs. Jiang Rulai said with a frown. But what if? Chun Shinsho said worriedly. Jiang Rulai suddenly looked at Chun Shinsho. Why are you looking at me? Chun Shinsho suddenly shouted. Chun Shinsho, Gu Hai's location is extremely secretive. Logically speaking, no one should know about his whereabouts. How did Gu Hai find him? Secondly, if I remember correctly, you once lied to us about the situation and asked us to help you. This is even stranger. The corpse mound world is in trouble, but you didn't report to the corpse bug heavenly demon first. Instead, you came to complain to me first? Jiang Rulai still looked at Chun Shinsho with suspicion. You still doubt me? Didn't I ask you to help me get a longevity pearl last time? Is there a need to take it to heart? Didn't the vast freedom heavenly demon say that this matter is over? Chun Shinsho immediately shouted gloomily. Correction, you didn't ask us for help. You lied to us to go to that place. We were deceived. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. All right, this time it's true. What's there to doubt? You'll know once you go. Moreover, that Gu Hai isn't in the limitless celestial capital now. Why don't you send someone to the limitless celestial capital and destroy his limitless celestial capital? I knew I wasn't lying to you. Chun Shinsho said gloomily. Jiang Rulai and the past Buddha looked at each other. All right. If what Chun Shinsho said is true, even if the limitless celestial capital has experts, it's limited. The past Buddha nodded. Let the 6 paths of Sword God go. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. 6 paths of Sword God? Didn't you give him to the corpse bug heavenly demon? Moreover, he was killed by Kong Xian just now. Chun Shinsho said in surprise. Who said I only replicated the 6 paths of Sword God? Jiang Rulai said indifferently. Chun Shinsho said in surprise. The past Buddha walked to the back of the hall. Soon, the past Buddha entered the hall with a man in a golden robe. It's really the same. Another 6 paths of sword god? Divine blood replication, what a powerful divine blood replication. Doesn't that mean you can have as many as you want? Jianghu, how many replicas of the 6 paths of sword god do you have? Chun Shinsho said in surprise. Jianghu ignored Chun Shinsho and looked at the 6 paths of sword god who followed the past Buddha into the hall. Buddha. The 6 paths of sword god said respectfully. Head to the limitless celestial capital immediately and check if Gu Hai is in the limitless celestial capital. If he isn't, destroy the limitless celestial capital immediately and scatter the fate of the Dahan. Jianghu said solemnly. Yes. The 6 paths of sword god replied. Whoosh. The 6 paths of sword god rushed out of the hall and turned into a ray of light that shot toward the limitless celestial capital in the distance. Jianghu was also quite curious. He slowly walked out of the hall of great strength and looked toward the limitless celestial capital following the 6 paths of sword god's flight speed. Ching. The 6 paths of sword god flew past like a divine sword piercing through the clouds and mist, tearing apart the void. In just half an hour he arrived outside the limitless celestial capital. Boom. He suddenly arrived outside the limitless celestial capital. Billions of sword chi instantly appeared around him and rushed in all directions. Not good, there's an enemy attack. Above the limitless celestial capital, there was a sudden cry of alarm. The life entrapment blade wasn't taken away by Gu Hai. Mo Yike slightly activated it and instantly formed a defensive formation that blocked the billions of sword chi. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Sima Changkong, and Montez all walked to the soaring sky hall plaza with worried expressions. His Majesty wasn't here. Who is this expert? Where's Gu Hai? The golden-robed figure stopped in the air and shouted. Boom. The sound shook the 9 heavens. The sword chi even tore apart the clouds for thousands of miles. The expressions of the people of the limitless celestial capital changed drastically. This is Rokudo Shinkuin's golden god body clone? Mo Yike's pupils suddenly shrank. After all, 800,000 years ago, Mo Yike had seen Rokudo Shinkuin's appearance with his own eyes. In front of him it was exactly the same. Moreover, the sharp aura was exactly the same. Mo Yike already knew of the 6 paths of sword god's existence when he fought against Ho. Who would have thought that the 6 paths of sword god would come again? His Majesty wasn't here. Dragon god Ing, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Shanghai Hen, and Ao Shun weren't here. What should they do? There were also spies from all over the world in the limitless celestial capital. At this moment, their eyelids twitched when they saw the 6 paths of sword god. They quickly used the Guqin figurines to spread the news. Not long ago, the leaders of the 6 factions who had sent their sons as hostages were shocked when they heard the news. Without hesitation, they flew toward the limitless celestial capital. 3 great emperors and 3 sect leaders. At this moment, the 6 of them had mixed feelings. Someone was causing havoc in the limitless celestial capital again? The limitless celestial capital was in troubled times. They hoped that someone would destroy the limitless celestial capital, but they were also worried that their sons would be injured. The 6 of them hurried over. In addition to the 6 of them, the great Yin celestial dynasty's war god Ho Xingtian also received the news. Is this true? Xingtian looked at a subordinate in front of him. Yes. If the news is correct, it should be the sword god sent by Jianghu. The subordinate said respectfully. Oh, interesting. I'll go take a look. Xingtian laughed. Boom. Xingtian rushed out of the main hall. Xingtian's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th tier of Heavenly Palace. His cultivation was higher than the 6 paths of sword god, so naturally he was faster. Not long after. Outside the limitless celestial capital, many experts had gathered. The leaders of the 6 factions landed on a mountain peak, looking anxious. What a powerful aura. Why is this sword Dao aura so strong? Similar to the Tongtian sect master in the past? An emperor's face darkened. Similar to the Tongtian sect master? I know. This is the sword god sent by the spiritual mountain Holy Land. In the previous battle he destroyed countless stars. Another sect leader's eyes lit up. This sword Dao aura is so terrifying. No one in the world can compare. The 6 of us together may not be his match. Another emperor said with an ugly expression. Can Gu Hai block it? My son is still in the limitless celestial capital. A sect leader said with an ugly expression. Yes, he definitely can. Didn't he block it last time? The 6 of them looked on worriedly. Whoosh. Xingtian also arrived nearby and landed on a mountain peak. Sword Dao? It is indeed more powerful than the Tongtian sect masters. Xingtian said in surprise. In the sky, the sword god Samsara did not attack immediately. The Buddha had ordered them to test whether Guhai was there. They could only attack when he was not. Where is Guhai? Come out. The sword god Samsara glared and shouted again. His voice seemed to carry a strong sword will. In an instant, it was as if 10,000 swords were galloping and colliding with the boundary of the limitless celestial capital. However, Guhai did not appear at the entrance of the soaring palace. However, from not far away from the soaring palace hall, a large monk slowly walked out. It was a large monk that no one recognized. Guhai is not here? He is not in the limitless celestial capital? Then what should we do? An emperor said anxiously. The expressions of the leaders of the 6 factions changed drastically. At this moment, the 6 of them were ready to attack. As long as the limitless celestial capital was in danger, they would immediately save their son. Guhai left the limitless celestial capital again? Xingtian was puzzled. Far away, at the entrance of the great Buddha's hall in the spirited mountain Holy Land, Jianghu narrowed his eyes. As expected, Guhai is not in the limitless celestial capital. Furthermore, Dragon God Ing, Shengguanhen, Kongxian, and Mosquito Daoren are all not here. The limitless celestial capital is now an empty shell. Buddha, the limitless celestial capital is an empty shell? Doesn't that mean? The Buddha of the past's eyes lit up. Jianghu nodded. That's right. The sword god Samsara can attack now. As he spoke, Jianghu put his palms together and a voice was transmitted to the ears of the sword god Samsara in the distance. You can attack now. Destroy the limitless celestial capital and destroy its fate. Jianghu's voice was transmitted. The sword god Samsara's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said respectfully, yes. Whoosh. The sword god Samsara drew his sacred sword. Chapter 959. Upon receiving Jianghu's order, the dominator of the 6 paths' eyes shone with murderous intent. Xing. He instantly drew his sacred sword. As soon as the sacred sword was drawn, the threat of death spread in all directions. The surging murderous intent made everyone tremble. The storm of sword auras suddenly increased tenfold. Rumble. The swords crashed into the limitless celestial capital's defensive formation. The formation trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Guhai isn't here? Since Guhai isn't in the limitless celestial capital, there's no point in keeping it. The dominator of the 6 paths waved his hands slightly. The billions of sword auras that were dancing in all directions suddenly turned and pointed at the limitless celestial capital. The aura of the billions of sword auras instantly made countless people feel a sense of fear and suffocation. My lord, what should we do now? My lord, when will His Majesty return? Where's Lord Kongxian? A group of nervous officials asked anxiously. What's the point of all this noise? The limitless celestial capital hasn't reached its end yet. Qin Tianshan shouted. Ah yes. All the officials quietened down. Mo Yike looked at the monk who just walked out. It was Mahavairakana, who had been reading scriptures recently. Master, the enemy might be. Mo Yike looked at Mahavairakana. Although Mo Yike didn't know Mahavairakana's identity, Guhai once said that if a powerful enemy came, he could ask Mahavairakana for help. Mahavairakana smiled and said, Don't worry. Mahavairakana's smile made Mo Yike understand instantly. He was no longer worried. Montez, Gao Xianji, Sima Changkong, and Qin Tianshan saw Mo Yike's expression and understood. Mahavairakana took a step forward. In the distance, the leaders of the 6 forces were terrified. My son is inside. He's not from the Dahan imperial dynasty. He's innocent. The 6 of them rushed out wanting to stop him. Scram. Sword God 6 paths coldly shouted. A wave of aura was emitted from his body. Boom. The 6 of them were immediately sent flying by the shockwave. What? The 6 of them cried out in shock. In front of the sword god he was actually no match for his aura? My son, run. The 6 of them pounced toward the infinite celestial capital at almost the same time. They wanted to save their sons in this moment of crisis. At this moment, most people felt that the limitless heaven was finished, including Jianghu in the holy land of spiritual mountain. Jianghu revealed a cold smile as he watched the 6 paths of the sword god unleash his ultimate sword strike. Only Xing Tian narrowed his eyes at this moment and looked at the big monk in the square of the soaring sky hall. It should be known that not long ago, he had suffered a loss at the hands of this monk in the Battle of Wills. After returning, Xing Tian kept looking for information about this monk. However, no matter what kind of intelligence department he was in, he could not find anything. They did not even have a portrait of this monk. This made Xing Tian very angry. Now Mahavarakana took a step forward and Xing Tian carefully looked at him. Sacred Sword, World Annihilation. Sword God Six Paths glared and slashed down with his sacred sword. The billions of sword chis in the surroundings seemed to have received an order and crashed toward the infinite celestial capital along with the sacred sword. The six paths of the sword god could destroy all techniques with one strike. Moreover, the power of this world annihilation was the six paths of the sword god's ultimate move. Hong. The defensive barrier of the infinite celestial capital instantly exploded. No. Countless people were terrified. No, my son, run. The leaders of the six major forces were also in despair. This strike would not only destroy the infinite celestial capital, but it would also turn the entire infinite celestial capital into dust. Apart from a few experts who would survive, almost all the ordinary people would be killed. Some of the experts who came from all directions could not bear to watch. The ministers of the Dahan were also horrified. Only Mo Yike and the others were calm and fearless. However, Mahavarakana suddenly extended his right palm. He did not face the sky head-on. Instead, he extended his right palm and turned it slightly so that his palm was facing up. Buddhist nation in a palm. Mahavarakana said calmly. His voice was not loud, but it spread in all directions in an instant. Buddhist nation in a palm? What's that? Xing Tian said in surprise from afar. In this moment of surprise, he saw that a giant hand seemed to have appeared in the void above. When the giant hand appeared, it blocked the entire infinite celestial capital with its palm. All the sword chis and sword auras rushed into the illusory giant hand almost instantly. Buzz. The moment the vast and imposing sword chi entered his palm, it suddenly disappeared. It was like a stone thrown into water, disappearing just like that. No, if a stone was thrown into water, there would still be waves. However, there was no wave at all. It was suddenly extinguished. This was the world annihilation sword. That world-destroying blow had suddenly disappeared just like that? Who is he? At the entrance of the spiritual mountain, Jianghu's face darkened. What? The leaders of the six forces were also stunned. This giant hand was so strange. Where were the billions of sword chis? My sword of annihilation. The six-path sword god said in shock. While the six-path sword god was still in shock, he saw the giant hand turn over. Whoosh. In an instant, the six-path sword god was turned over into the palm. It was as if there was a small world in the palm that enveloped the six-path sword god. The giant hand shrunk instantly and disappeared into Mahavarakana's palm. The black mass of sword chi disappeared, and the terrifying sword god also disappeared. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. This was too unreal. Where did he go? Where was the powerful sword god? Almost instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on Mahavarakana. Mahavarakana's expression was still indifferent. He extended his right hand, which seemed to emit waves of Buddhist light. In the Buddhist light, one could vaguely see a shrunken version of the six-path sword god flying desperately in the palm. However, no matter how hard he flew, he could not fly out of Mahavarakana's palm. Behind Mahavarakana, many Dahan officials sucked in a cold breath. Since when did our Dahan imperial dynasty have such an expert? In the distance, the leaders of the six major powers, who were flying towards the limitless celestial capital, slowly landed on the plaza of the soaring sky hall. Father. The six hostages rushed over. However, the leaders of the six major powers did not care about their sons. Instead, they stared in shock at Mahavarakana and the six-path sword god in his palm. Even the terrifying six paths of the sword god couldn't escape from his grasp. Every now and then, a powerful expert would appear in the Han royal dynasty. Every now and then, a strange one would appear. Previously, they had wanted to besiege the limitless celestial capital. Wasn't that courting death? Cold sweat broke out on the backs of the six people. Luckily, the ancient emperor had not pursued the matter. If he had, how could they have escaped? How could he have just sent a hostage and let it go? Buddhist kingdom in a palm? Master, you are mighty. One of the emperors bowed respectfully. The other five also bowed respectfully. Mahavarakana nodded. On the other side, Xing Tian narrowed his eyes. Buddhist arts? What a powerful Buddhist art. In the distance, at the Ling Mountain sacred ground, at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall, Jianghu narrowed his eyes, his expression ugly. Buddhist kingdom in a palm? I've thought about this before, but it was just a prototype. Who is he? How could he have cultivated it? I've never seen this Buddha before. Who is he? Jiang Rulai said in surprise. At this moment, Mahavairakana seemed to sense something. His gaze suddenly turned towards the Ling Mountain's sacred ground. Jiang Rulai and Mahavairakana suddenly exchanged glances. Grand completion of the heavenly palace? Jiang Rulai said in surprise. Mahavairakana smiled slightly and even nodded in acknowledgement. Then he ignored them. However, this indifference made Jiang Rulai's eyelids twitch wildly. Someone investigate this monk for me. Start from ancient records. Report to me immediately if he appears. Jiang Rulai quickly formed Mahavairakana's Dharma form. Yes. Immediately, a group of bodhisattvas gathered around and said respectfully. At the entrance of the limitless celestial capital. The 6 paths of the sword god in Mahavairakana's palm was still running away, but he couldn't escape. Mahavairakana looked at his palm. You can't escape from my Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Just wait patiently. Mahavairakana clenched his right hand, and the 6 paths of the sword god was already hidden in his palm. In the square, the ministers were both excited and shocked. This monk was so powerful. Thank you, master. Mo Yike and the others bowed solemnly to Mahavairakana. No worries. I promised Mr. Good. Of course, I won't let him destroy the limitless celestial capital. Mahavairakana said with a smile. Nodding, Mahavairakana ignored the other people's compliments and slowly left the square of the soaring palace hall, returning to his own courtyard. Until Mahavairakana disappeared, many of the ministers were still in a daze. Mo Yike and Qin Tianshan exchanged glances. Then they both smiled. All right, inform all the patrols in the city to check for casualties. Immediately calm the people and repair the buildings destroyed by the attack. Qin Tianshan ordered. Yes, the ministers answered. At this moment, many of the ministers were sweating. They had really embarrassed themselves just now. Even if His Majesty was away, he would have arranged everything. What was there to worry about? The ministers went to work. Mo Yike also looked at the leaders of the 6 forces. 6 of you, His Majesty is away for a few days. It's rare for all of you to come. You can interact with your eldest sons for a few days. Mo Yike said with a smile. The 6 of them looked at each other. At this moment, there was no longer any resentment of using their sons as hostages. Instead, they said politely, Thank you, Lord Mo. Mo Yike nodded and ignored the 6 of them. The eldest sons of the 6 came forward one after another. Father, it was so scary just now. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here anymore. Let me go back. A son of a sect leader shouted. Slap. The sound of a slap was heard. Father, why did you hit me? If you dare to bring it back again, I'll break your legs. Who came up with that stupid escape plan last time? Fortunately, you didn't run away. Otherwise, my sect would be in trouble because of you. The sect leader scolded. The hostages were speechless. Am I not their biological son? The commotion in the limitless celestial capital slowly calmed down. Outside the city, Xingtian frowned deeply. The Han Imperial Dynasty? I really underestimated them. I must report to His Holiness immediately. Chapter 960. Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground. Jiang Rulai put his palms together and looked at the Vairocana of the infinite celestial capital as he slowly walked back to a side courtyard. Jiang Rulai was very curious about the Vairocana. He looked at the side courtyard and saw a large hall in it. Mahavira Hall? Jiang Rulai stared. Buddha, what's wrong? The Buddha of the past asked. Jiang Rulai looked at the hall behind him. The name of the hall was also Mahavira Hall. That monk? Mahavira Hall? He wants to replace me? Jiang Rulai's face was cold. Investigate this monk thoroughly. Where did he come from? Don't let go of any scriptures. Even if it's the ancient Buddha, investigate thoroughly. Jiang Rulai looked at the bodhisattvas in front of him. Yes. The bodhisattvas answered. Jiang Rulai, do you believe me now? Chun Shinsho sneered. Gu Hai isn't in the infinite celestial capital, but he might not be in the corpse tomb world. Let's go to the netherworld and take a look. Jiang Rulai said. Okay. Chun Shinsho waved his hand and a crack appeared in the void. A gust of yin qi rushed out from the inside. Jiang Rulai stepped in. The Buddha of the past and some bodhisattvas and Buddhas followed Jiang Rulai. The group entered the netherworld and headed straight for the corpse tomb world. Outside the corpse tomb world, Gu Hai and the rest had just stepped out and were about to leave. Wait. Gu Hai frowned slightly. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Mosquito Daoran asked. Although we set up a formation, we can't just leave like that. Kong Xian just said that he ran away from a Chunshinshu? Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. Yes, he should have escaped to the netherworld. Kong Xian said. Running away from Chunshinshu is troublesome. Mosquito Daoran, does the corpse bug heavenly demon have a special way of delivering orders to the 800 cities in the outside world? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran. The corpse worm heavenly demon doesn't care about the 800 cities in the outside world. Every 10 years, the 800 cities only need to pay a tax of spiritual stones. Usually there is no fixed way to send an order. It's very random. You can send a person, go by yourself, or send a message. It's not fixed. That's good. Wait a moment. Gu Hai slowly returned to the corpse mound world. Bus. Vaguely, a giant phantom of a corpse bug appeared outside the corpse mound world. Your Majesty, are you using the Go Dao array formation to condense the corpse bug Skyfian's cloud beasts? The unborn man asked in puzzlement. However, the figure suddenly said, Everyone listen up. Boom. Amplified by the array formation, the corpse bug heavenly demon's voice instantly spread to the surrounding cities. All the citizens immediately looked in the direction of the corpse mound world. This peak master is going to enter closed-door cultivation. During this time, each city will send an army to guard the corpse mound world. Kill anyone who dares to approach. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to enter the corpse mound world. Otherwise die. Boom. The voice was loud. It instantly spread to the 800 cities. Yes. All the city lords shouted in response. Although the corpse bug heavenly demon did not care about these cities, the city lords of these cities understood that they belonged to the corpse mound world. Because of this, the other factions did not dare to target these 800 cities. Naturally, no one dared to disobey the peak master's orders. The various cities quickly sent people to guard the corpse mound world. Gu Hai slowly stepped out from inside. Alright, we can go now. Gu Hai said. That's it? The unborn man asked somewhat worriedly. No need to be so deliberate. It's time to go. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Everyone responded. Chang Ming, you are in charge of the matters in the underworld. Continue to stay in the underworld. If there is anything, the unborn man gave you the longevity talisman. Contact him immediately. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Chang Ming responded. The three of you follow me to the southern sea purple bamboo forest and bring back Shangguan Hen and the others. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man, Kong Xian, and Mosquito Daoran. Yes. Everyone nodded. The unborn man stretched out his hand and drew a line in the void. Buzz. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. Your Majesty, take care. Chang Ming said respectfully. With that, Chang Ming stepped forward and shot toward the north of the underworld. Gu Hai took the three of them and stepped into the underworld. The crack in the void suddenly disappeared. Gu Hai and the others split up and left. 2 hours later. Whoosh. It was Jianghu who arrived outside the corpse tomb world with a large number of disciples of Soul Mountain. At this moment, outside the corpse tomb world, a group of soldiers came quickly. Stop, who are you? Suddenly, a group of soldiers shouted. Something must have happened. Let's go in immediately. Chun Shinsho said in a deep voice. Stop, the peak master has ordered that no one is allowed to enter the corpse tomb world. Those who violate the order will die. A man who looked like a general shouted and stopped the crowd. The corpse bug heavenly demon gave the order? Jianghu was puzzled. At this time, a large number of soldiers had already arrived and surrounded the group of people who wanted to enter the corpse tomb world. Suddenly, a man seemed to know Jianghu. Presumptuous, what are you doing? Why are you stopping the Buddha? Go away, go away. The man immediately ran forward. City master. The soldiers said respectfully. Okay, you can go back. I will stay here. The city master said. Yes. The soldiers retreated slightly cautiously. Jianghu looked at the city master. Although he didn't know the city master, it was good that he knew him. What's going on? Why are there so many soldiers here? Jianghu was puzzled. Buddha, the peak master, ordered 4 hours ago that no one is allowed to enter the corpse tomb world. He wants to cultivate in seclusion. No one is allowed. The city master said respectfully. Jianghu's expression changed slightly. How can the peak master cultivate in seclusion? Something must have happened inside. Jianghu, it must be Gu Hai and the others. You know that Gu Hai and the others are not in the limitless celestial capital. They must be inside. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. The past Buddha said, Buddha, Chun Shinsho's words may not be completely believed. You passed Buddha, you still don't believe me? Chun Shinsho shouted gloomily. Jiang Rulai's eyes suddenly gave off strands of golden light. It seemed like he could see through the black fog into the corpse tomb world. However, after seeing just a little, he frowned. It's chaotic inside. I can't see clearly? Jiang Rulai, even you can't see clearly. Something must have happened inside. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. The peak master is in seclusion. He must be on guard. Who are you? Why do you keep asking the Gautama Buddha to barge into the corpse tomb world? The city master asked with a glare. Jiang Rulai. Chun Shinsho looked at Jiang Rulai. Jiang Rulai frowned slightly and took out 2 jade talismans with a flip of his hand. One was golden and one was black. The jade talismans were crystal clear. At this moment they flashed with golden and black light. Buddha? Is it? The past Buddha looked at Jiang Rulai in confusion. This golden jade talisman connects to the chains on Guhan's body. The chains are fine. When the jade talisman gets close it will flash. Jiang Rulai said indifferently. Guhan is in there. The past Buddha sighed. That's right. Furthermore, this means that the chains are not broken. Secondly, the corpse bug heavenly demon gave me this black jade talisman. He told me not to disturb him if he could not meet me. This jade talisman is flashing. This means that he is nearby. Furthermore, he is fine. Jiang Rulai said. The corpse bug heavenly demon is in closed-door cultivation inside? The past Buddha said with a frown. Should be. Jiang Rulai nodded. The past Buddha suddenly looked coldly at Chun Shinsho. What's wrong? Are you suspecting me? Chun Shinsho glared. We are not suspecting you. However, we still do not know how Guhai found this place. Your past actions make it hard for us to trust you completely. To my spiritual mountain, Guhan is enough. Furthermore, there is the corpse bug heavenly demon. He is a consummation heavenly palace. What is there to worry about? The past Buddha said sullenly. Since you're already here, why not go in and take a look? It's just one step away. Just one step. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. No, I don't want to disturb the corpse bug heavenly demon. Jiang Rulai said indifferently. What? Just one step. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Jiang Rulai ignored him. Instead, he handed the 2 jade pendants to a bodhisattva. Guard the nearby city and keep an eye on these 2 jade pendants at all times. If there are any strange movements from the jade pendants, report immediately. Jiang Rulai instructed. Yes, Buddha. That bodhisattva said respectfully. Let's go back then. Jiang Rulai said indifferently. Don't. Jiang Rulai, can't you just take one step in? Chun Shinsho urged anxiously. The peak master ordered that no one is allowed to enter while he is in closed-door cultivation. The city lord at the side called out. You. Chun Shinsho was about to go crazy. Jiang Rulai ignored Chun Shinsho. Then he led the past Buddha and the others into the distance. Buddha, why did this Chun Shinsho lie to us again? The past Buddha asked with an unsightly expression. Not necessarily. Perhaps what he said is true. Jiang Rulai said after some thought. Is what he said true? Guhai went in? However, why did Buddha? The past Buddha said in shock. Did Guhai's group come? If they did not, naturally there is no need for us to enter. They did come. I don't want to enter either, Jiang Rulai said seriously. We just need Guhai to be fine inside. If Guhai really went in, he would only become an enemy of the corpse bug heavenly demon. If he could not defeat the corpse bug heavenly demon and got killed, that would be best. However, if he could use the Godao laws to trap the corpse bug heavenly demon, of course the chances of that happening are very small. However, even so what? What loss is there to us? That will only make the corpse bug heavenly demon hate Guhai. Do you think that Guhai can kill the corpse bug heavenly demon? Jiang Rulai said with a smile. That's impossible. The corpse bug heavenly demon is a consummation heavenly palace expert. Isn't that enough? If the corpse bug heavenly demon suffers a loss, the greater the loss, the deeper its hatred for Guhai will become. Perhaps, we won't even have to do anything in the future. The corpse bug heavenly demon will fight to the death with the Dahan dynasty. Jiang Rulai said seriously. The Buddha is far-sighted. The past Buddha's eyes lit up. If we go in, we will only shift the corpse bug heavenly demon's hatred for Guhai to us. After all, we used Guhai to provoke Guhai. Hence I won't go in. It doesn't matter if Guhai is in there or not. The corpse bug heavenly demon will deal with him. Jiang Rulai said seriously. Yes, the Buddha is right. As long as the corpse bug heavenly demon is not dead and Guhan is still in there, what is there to worry about? The past Buddha said with a smile. Chapter 961. Gu Hai and his group stepped into the world of the living and appeared in a city controlled by the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Unlimited wealth management, your life choice. Buy my Bodhi wealth management, free alchemy cauldron. Buy my golden mountain wealth management, free physical examination. If you don't manage your wealth today, I'll ignore you tomorrow. The city was filled with the clamor of wealth management products. This was the third month of the luck destruction plan. Wealth management shops had been set up in the 2,000 cities of the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. The monthly profit was 5 points. It was almost as if the god of fortune was giving them money. In the first month, some people were indifferent. In the second month, a large number of people joined. In the third month, it was a hot seller in the city. It was as if you were outdated if you didn't buy a wealth management product. Many empty shell wealth management shops were tied to a large number of so-called properties, making them look shiny. They even tied up the temples of the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, almost secretly tying up the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Gu Hai took a look and saw a very excited burly man walking over with an alchemy cauldron after buying a wealth management product. Warrior, aren't you afraid that they will run away with the money if you buy a wealth management product? Gu Hai looked at the burly man and asked. Run away. They can run away, but can they run away from the temple? Golden Mountain Wealth Management bought the mining rights of the Golden Mountain Temple's Spirit Stone mine. If they leave, won't the mine be there? Besides, look over there, the shopkeeper of the Golden Mountain Wealth Management shop is the nephew of the Golden Mountain Temple's abbot. Even if we can't get the money, can't we ask for it from the Golden Mountain Temple? If we can't get it, can't we ask for it from the sacred ground of Mount Numinous? You don't know, right? The Golden Mountain Temple was appointed by the Buddha back then. The burly man laughed. A middle-aged woman beside him laughed and said, Young man, you must have just arrived. Golden Mountain Wealth Management is rich and imposing. Why would they care about our small amount of money? Besides, with the Golden Mountain Temple's protection, what are we worried about? If they really run away with the money, we can still go to the Buddha to reason. We are the Buddha's subjects, how can he not care about us? Yeah, don't worry. Just buy it. If you're a day late, you'll lose a day's worth of money. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go back and talk to my stubborn relatives. Haha, not only can they make money with me, but I can also get a commission for introducing customers. Another thin man laughed. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and the unborn man were confused. Guqin has done a good job. It's deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Moreover, they are gradually withdrawing our people and are starting to fill up the important positions with people related to the Holy Land of Mount Sol. Gu Hai nodded secretly. Your Majesty, do we need to inquire about anything else? The unborn man asked. No need, let's head to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest immediately. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. Everyone answered. Boom. In an instant, the four of them rushed out of the city at an extremely fast speed and shot towards the south. Changming flew towards the north and soon arrived at a valley. There were many vampires here. This was the blood-robed guards' first stop in the underworld. However, when they got closer, they discovered that the countless buildings in the valley had been completely destroyed. A large number of vampires' corpses were strewn all over the place. What? Changming's expression changed. Immediately, a large number of vampires flew over. Lord Commander. The blood-robed guard said anxiously. What's going on? What happened? Changming asked with wide eyes. It's the Myriad Bone Mountain. I don't know what those skeletons are up to, but they're searching everywhere. We've been searched 3 times and then they went to the nearby cities and ghost sect to search. Everywhere is a mess. At first, some of our blood-robed guards resisted, but... The blood-robed guards looked at the corpses on the ground with ugly expressions. Collect their corpses. Double the compensation. Changming said in a deep voice. Yes. Lord Commander, should we report this to His Majesty? Changming was silent for a moment. His Majesty has an important matter to attend to, so there's no need to disturb him. First, find out what's going on with these skeletons. Yes. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and the unborn man were all powerful experts. They flew very quickly and Kong Xian even carried them along the way. In just one day they arrived at the Southern Sea. The group flew over the vast sea. There were countless islands in the sea. Some sects and cultivators could be seen on the islands. There were also countless sea beasts swimming at the bottom of the sea. Buzz. The group slowly landed on a mountain peak on one of the islands. Your Majesty, that is Purple Bamboo Island. I have never been there before, but Crown Prince Guhan said that it was amethyst, so we have to be careful, Mosquito Dowrin said with a grave expression. However, the group saw an island shrouded in purple mist in the distance. They could not see anything unusual about it. The surrounding 8,000 islands all listened to Purple Bamboo Island, and the Southern Sea Dragon Palace is not far away. The South Sea Dragon King also seems to listen to Purple Bamboo Island. Mosquito Dowrin explained. It was not easy for an inconspicuous island to control the entire Southern Sea. Guhai took out 2 Guqin figurines. Ao Shun, Shangguanhen reply. Guhai said in a deep voice. However, the 2 Guqin figurines remained silent. Your Majesty, Shangguanhen and Ao Shun have not replied since yesterday. Could it be? Kong Xian said worriedly. That's what I'm worried about. They should have been captured. Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Captured. The three's expressions changed. Although Shangguanhen did not have a divine Dao domain, he was a 9th-tier heavenly palace expert. Moreover, he cultivated the art of 8 and 9 mysteries, the invincible Vajra body, and the 72 transformations. How could he be captured without a sound? It should be the Violet Jade heavenly demon. Otherwise, no one in the Southern Sea could capture Shangguanhen so easily. Shangguanhen could not even use the Guqin figurines to call for help in time. Mosquito Dowrin said with a frown. Amethyst? Mosquito Dowrin, you have some understanding of the heavenly demon holy ground. How strong is this amethyst? How is she compared to Jianghu and the corpse bug heavenly demon? Guhai asked with a frown. Amethyst, Purple Jade Peak's peak master, is the weakest of the 13 peaks of the heavenly demon holy ground. However, she is still a consummate heavenly palace expert. Your Majesty must be careful. Mosquito Dowrin said with a frown. You're saying that amethyst is weaker than Jianghu and the corpse bug heavenly demon? Guhai looked at Mosquito Dowrin. Yes, because the heavenly demon holy ground has a ranking system. Even the vast freedom heavenly demon once said that he can give up the main peak to whoever can defeat him. This amethyst is ranked last among the 13 peaks, so she should be the weakest. Of course, I don't know the details, it's just hearsay. Mosquito Dowrin explained. What a great heavenly demon holy ground, worthy of being a holy ground that inherited the legacy of the ancient war of the witches and demons. With a peak master at the consummate heavenly palace, my young world's forces can't compare. Kong Xian said with a frown. No, Lord Kong Xian, you're wrong. The unborn man shook his head. If the heavenly demon holy ground could really suppress the forces of the young world, they would have expanded to the young world long ago. Why would they be so sneaky? Jianghu wants to enter the Nalanda temple, and this amethyst should have entered the young world 1,000 years ago. But why doesn't she dare to enter the divine continent and can only hide in the South Sea? The unborn man said in a low voice. Is there another explanation? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Yes, she's hiding in the South Sea. It's not that she doesn't want to enter the divine continent. To be more precise, it's because of a divine continent ban that forbids her from entering the divine continent for 3,000 years. She can only hide in the South Sea. The unborn man explained. Divine continent ban? Who imposed it? Guhai asked doubtfully. It was Daiqianxing of the past, Long Zhanghua, the unborn man explained. Long Zhanghua? Guhai asked doubtfully. Yes, Long Zhanghua should also be at the Great Circle of Heavenly Palace. Amethyst should also be at the Great Circle of Heavenly Palace. Logically speaking, the two of them should be about the same strength. When Amethyst first entered the young world, she was incomparably arrogant. She challenged experts everywhere and directly went to De Qian's heavenly courts. The unborn man recalled. Heavenly courts? She wanted to challenge Long Zhanghua and use Long Zhanghua as a stepping stone to rise to fame. Then she could recruit disciples and establish a huge sect or holy ground in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, she was too naive. Long Zhanghua's strength is not something she can compare to, the unborn man said with a frown. How strong is Long Zhanghua? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. How should I put it? Let's compare Jiang Lianshan and Long Zhanghua. Jiang Lianshan may have countless schemes and controlled forces throughout the young world, such as Jiang Rulai by Matriarch Ji Qiyu and so on, but Jiang Lianshan's individual strength should not be comparable to Long Zhanghua's. Long Zhanghua rose too quickly. Although his son's education was not as good as Jiang Lianshan's in the De Qian Celestial Empire, it was enough to have Long Zhanghua. He alone could take on the entire world. With such a strong opponent, Amethyst charged into the heavenly courts without knowing anything. The result is obvious. The unborn man said solemnly. Amethyst lost? Mosquito Dowrin asked doubtfully. That's right. That battle was very secretive. Not many people know about it, but I happened to see it. At that time, I had just started cultivating my longevity, and Wanqing's mother and I were looking at each other. At that time, we went to Long Zhangguo's place to ask Long Zhangguo for help. At that time, Amethyst came. The unborn man recalled. Wanqing's mother, Long Xiaoye? Guhai asked doubtfully. Yes. At that time, Amethyst boasted shamelessly and said to Long Zhangguo that he wanted to borrow Long Zhangguo's dragon throne. At that time, His Majesty could imagine the situation. All the civil and military officials glared at him and rebuked him. The unborn man recalled. Did Long Zhangguo make a move? Guhai asked. No, Long Zhangguo did not make a move. He only reached out to touch Long Xiaoye's head and transferred a surge of energy to Long Xiaoye. Long Xiaoye made a move and defeated Amethyst in a short while. The unborn man recalled. That's impossible. He only transferred a surge of energy to Long Xiaoye and defeated Amethyst? This Amethyst is not that strong? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Heavenly Palace Peak. No matter how weak he is, he can't be weaker than you and me, right? I can only say that Long Zhangguo was too strong. The unborn man exclaimed. Why did Long Zhangguo ask Long Xiaoye to make a move? Guhai asked doubtfully. No one noticed except for Long Zhangguo. Besides Amethyst, the master of the heavenly demon Holy Land, the vast freedom heavenly demon, was secretly watching. Although Amethyst did not know, he was still a subordinate sent by the vast freedom heavenly demon. No matter how good Long Zhangguo was, how could he personally fight the other party's subordinate? So he let Long Xiaoye make a move. The unborn man explained. Why didn't Long Zhangguo kill Amethyst? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Long Zhangguo and the vast freedom heavenly demon looked at each other. In that look, the two of them seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Long Zhangguo issued the Divine Continent Blackout Order, which was passed to the other two heavenly dynasties and 3 holy lands. The leaders of the 5 major powers all agreed and signed the Blackout Order. Amethyst did not dare to take a single step into the Divine Continent. He was not allowed to enter the Divine Continent for 3,000 years. Chapter 962. Divine Continent Banning Order? Yes. After signing the Divine Continent Banning Order, the 3 holy lands and the 3 great celestial dynasties must abide by this order. Even if one sect or country is destroyed, the other sects and countries must abide by this order. This is using the reputation of the country and sect. All the countries and sects abide by this order. Therefore, even though Amethyst is strong, he has never set foot on the Divine Continent. The unborn man explained. I heard Venerable Lunyan mention that although Long Xiaoye made that person in the purple bamboo forest suffer a great loss back then, in order to give birth to Wanqing and Wanyu, she knelt for a long time in the purple bamboo forest. She should have knelt for Amethyst. She knelt for her for a long time in order to obtain the pregnancy-protecting water and was ridiculed. Guhai recalled. Crack. The unborn man suddenly clenched his fists in his sleeves. I know. That water originally belonged to a sect in the Divine Continent. That sect is somewhat related to Xiaoye. However, the purple jade heavenly demon destroyed that sect in the past and snatched the water. That was why Xiaoye had no choice but to suffer such humiliation. The unborn man said with a somewhat trembling voice. Do you hate Amethyst? Guhai looked at the unborn man. I don't know. Logically speaking, after Xiaoye suffered such a great humiliation, I would want nothing more than to kill her. However, Xiaoye was the one who chose this path. She would rather be humiliated so that she could obtain that water and give birth to my 2 daughters. Or rather, without her, Wanqing and Wanyu would no longer be here. The unborn man said with a trembling voice. You have anger in your heart, but you can't release it fully? The mosquito Dowrin looked at the unborn man, sigh. The unborn man sighed softly. Unborn man, you don't have to be so conflicted. Since the pregnancy-protecting water originally belonged to Long Xiaoye's friend, would it be difficult for Long Xiaoye to obtain the pregnancy-protecting water without Amethyst? No, perhaps she didn't even need to ask and someone else would have delivered it to Long Xiaoye. Therefore, because of the appearance of Amethyst, Long Xiaoye had to suffer such humiliation and kneel in the purple bamboo forest for a long time before she obtained what should have been hers. Guhai said in a low voice. The unborn man trembled. Perhaps he cared too much about his 2 daughters. Because of his 2 daughters, the unborn man had to suppress the anger in his heart. At this moment, after being reminded by Gu Hai, he suddenly saw the light. Yes. Without Amethyst, Wan Yu and Wan Qing would still be born. With her, Amethyst, Xiaoya suffered such humiliation and had to kneel in front of her for such a long time. The unborn man suddenly said in a cold tone. While his tone was cold, his body suddenly emitted a strange murderous aura. This murderous aura made Kong Xian and the mosquito Daoran tremble and reveal a surprised expression. Then the two looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai gently shook his head and told the two not to pursue the matter. Was the unborn man hiding something? Gu Hai already knew. Last time in the corpse mound world, Kong Xian, the mosquito Daoran, and Chang Ming were restrained by the corpse bug demon. Gu Hai appeared and defeated the corpse bug demon. The unborn man dealt with a group of corpse bugs at the side. What a coincidence. The moment Gu Hai dealt with the corpse bug demon, he just happened to deal with all the corpse bugs? After dealing with the corpse bugs, the unborn man went up to Gu Hai and apologized. Although it was just a small detail, Gu Hai already understood that the unborn man actually had the ability to deal with the corpse bugs earlier, but he did not. In other words, in the Dehan Imperial Dynasty, the only person the unborn man cared about was Gu Hai, this nominal son-in-law. Although the unborn man was polite on the surface, he did not care about the others. Your Majesty, this subject has a longevity array. It can cut Purple Bamboo Island. The unborn man said in a low voice. Cut Purple Bamboo Island? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes. The special characteristic of this kind of lifespan formation is that it divides Purple Bamboo Island into 64 regions. These regions do not interfere with each other. No matter what changes there are, the other regions will not know. Although they are very close to each other, what they see and hear is the scene from one day ago, the unborn man explained. Cutting Purple Bamboo Island to make it easier for us to find Shangguan Hen? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes, the 64 hexagrams longevity array. Logically speaking, I am not allowed to use it yet. However, for Xiaoya's humiliation, I am willing to see Amethyst suffer. For Xiaoya, the unborn man said in a trembling voice. All right, then I will have to trouble you to set up the array later. Gu Hai said solemnly. The unborn man nodded. Of course, no one from the outside is allowed to enter. This is to prevent them from interfering with the longevity array. The unborn man said. Gu Hai nodded. Mosquito Daoran, you are in charge of guarding the outside world. Do not let anyone near. At the same time, the Southern Sea Dragon Palace is next to you. Your black mosquito body double is not afraid of water. Go and find them carefully in case they are imprisoned in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Do not miss any place. Yes. Mosquito Daoran replied. Kong Xian, follow me into Purple Bamboo Island. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Kong Xian replied. Then wait for a moment. I will start setting up the array. It will take about 2 hours. The unborn man explained. All right. Everyone nodded. The unborn man started to surround Purple Bamboo Island and set up the array. At the same time, on Purple Bamboo Island. Whoosh! A figure rushed up to the sky. It was a tall and sturdy man. His body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of wind. This is the Fengbua of the Great Yellow Dynasty? Kong Xian said in shock. Fengbua? Empress Ji's trusted aide? Why is he on Purple Bamboo Island? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gu Hai had seen his portrait before, so he could recognize him at a glance. Empress Ji's trusted aide. How is the Great Yellow Dynasty related to Purple Bamboo Forest? In the distance, Fengbua flew to the sky and turned his head to look at Purple Bamboo Island. He revealed a cold smile. Turning around, he instantly transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the horizon. One day ago, Fengbua came to Purple Bamboo Island. Not only did Fengbua come, but there was also another person. It was the Tongtian sect master of the Wansho Taoism. Fengbua, Empress Ji didn't lie to me, right? The Tongtian sect master looked coldly at Fengbua. Tongtian sect master, don't worry. His Holiness wouldn't lie to you. Moreover, didn't he bring the Divine Path Sorcerer's book with him? Fengbua said with a smile. Divine Path Sorcerer's book? He's so kind as to give it to me? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. It's not a gift, it's a sharing. The opening of the Divine Path Sorcerer's book is extremely complicated. The slightest mistake will destroy the information inside. Only the yin and yang energy of the Tai Chi diagram is the most balanced and convenient to open the Divine Path Sorcerer's book. However, as you can see, the words inside are a special sorcerer language used by the ancient sorcerer race to prevent the contents of the sorcerer's book from being leaked. Otherwise, Jiang Lianshan would have cultivated it long ago. Isn't that right? Fengbue said with a smile. The Tong Tian sect master harumphed coldly. This amethyst, you have records of the Wansho Taoism as well, right? The heavenly demon Holy Land rose after the war of the sorcerer and demon. This amethyst is also very knowledgeable about the sorcerer language. You can ask her to translate it. After the translation is done, the three of us will share the Divine Path Sorcerer's book. Fengbue said solemnly. The Tong Tian sect master frowned and nodded in the end. You better not lie to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily. Sect master, don't worry, Fengbue said with a smile. Fengbue and the Tong Tian sect master flew towards the purple bamboo island, towards the purple bamboo forest in the center. In the purple bamboo forest there was a group of palaces. The largest one had the words Purple Bamboo Palace written on it. There was already a group of people waiting in the square of the Purple Bamboo Palace. This group of people were all women. They were dressed in white and looked very elegant. Some of them were holding prayer beads while others were holding long swords. It was as if they all cultivated differently. The leader was a woman in a black brocade robe. She was extremely beautiful, and her every frown and smile carried a trace of seductive charm. Just by standing there, she could arouse a trace of lust in any ordinary man. Welcome Fengbue, welcome Tong Tian sect master. The woman in the black brocade robe said with a smile. The Tong Tian sect master, who was flying in the air, narrowed his eyes. What a powerful seductive technique. The Tong Tian sect master's mind was as firm as a rock. However, the moment he saw this woman, he couldn't help but feel a trace of lust. He immediately understood that this woman's seductive technique was powerful. He instantly extinguished the trace of lust in his heart. Amethyst, greetings? Fengbue said with a smile. Pa. The Tong Tian sect master and Fengbue landed in the square of the Purple Bamboo Palace. The square was rather large. However, there was a line of large words on a large rock in the square. The words where Long Xiaoya kowtows were written on it. The Tong Tian sect master also glanced at the large rock. Ha, Amethyst, you really can't forget. Back then you forced Long Xiaoya to kneel on this rock. You even sent someone to carve it so that you can admire it from time to time? The Tong Tian sect master said with narrowed eyes. This woman's heart for holding on to grudges was really strong. I didn't ask someone to carve it. I asked Long Xiaoya to carve it herself. Her handwriting was pretty good, so I kept it. Tong Tian sect master, please excuse me. Amethyst said with a smile. Excuse me? And not at all. I can only say that you are too smart. After the battle at the Lingxiao King Palace that day, you found out that Long Xiaoya had a favor to ask of the embryonic moon sect. You actually acted first and destroyed the embryonic moon sect to steal the spring water. You even deliberately faked it to make it look like you destroyed the sect before the battle with Long Xiaoya. What a scheme. The Tong Tian sect master exclaimed. Tong Tian sect master, you know about this too? Amethyst frowned slightly. That day there was a disciple of Wansho Taoism outside the embryonic moon sect. However, it doesn't matter now. The Deqian Celestial Empire has already been destroyed. So what if I know? The Tong Tian sect master said calmly. Long Xiaoya humiliated me outside the Lingxiao King Palace and trapped me in the Southern Sea for 1,000 years, no, 3,000 years. So what if I let her kneel for a while? It's good enough that I didn't kill her. Amethyst sneered. Kill her? Ha, you could only let her kneel for a while. If you had gone overboard, Long Jianghu would have made his move. The Tong Tian sect master sneered. Fengbue immediately tried to smooth things over. Tong Tian sect master, Amethyst, what does that Long Xiaoya have to do with us? Let's start translating the Divine Path Shaman Codex first, shall we? The Tong Tian sect master and Amethyst nodded solemnly. Please come in. The Violet Jade Heavenly Demon invited. Fengbue and the Tong Tian sect master immediately followed Amethyst into the Purple Bamboo Hall. In the Purple Bamboo Hall, there was a woman in white standing there. She was the White Emperor. Tong Tian sect master Fengbue. Long time no see. White Emperor said with a smile. The Tong Tian sect master and Fengbue's faces darkened. Chapter 963. In the Purple Bamboo Palace. The faces of the Tong Tian sect master and Fengbue darkened. The Tong Tian sect master in particular looked coldly at Amethyst. The White Emperor has joined the spiritual mountain. Why did you bring her here? Are you trying to bring Jianghu here? Why are you worried about her? The White Emperor is just here to give me something. And this is all because of you. Otherwise I wouldn't have gone to Jianghu. Amethyst was confused. Me. The Tongtian sect master said solemnly. That's right. That she is a disciple of your Wansho Taoism, right? Amethyst said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Let's go. I'll take you there. Amethyst waved his hand in the air. There seemed to be a crack in the void in the palace. On the other side of the crack there seemed to be a mini-world. White Emperor, wait outside. Amethyst instructed. The White Emperor nodded. Amethyst, Fengbua and the Tongtian sect master stepped inside. Is that a mini-world you created? The Tongtian sect master asked solemnly. It's a replica created by the vast freedom heavenly demon based on the lesser divine dome. It's called the Mystic Dome. I was lucky enough to get one, but it has a mini-world inside. I don't have the ability to create one. Amethyst smiled. The Immortal Dome Mystic Realm? Fengbo pondered. The three of them stepped inside. The Celestial Dome Mystic Realm was indeed like a small world. However, it was smaller than Guhai's ancient Dome Mystic Realm. Furthermore, it was filled with a deathly aura. At this moment, there seemed to be a huge battle going on in the Celestial Dome Mystic Realm. In the distance, Qing held a bronze longsword in his hand. As he stepped forward, countless green sword lotuses revolved around him. Sword energy shot out in all directions as he fought against the 10 Sword Dao experts in the outside world. What are those? The 6 Dao of Sword God? Tongtian's pupils shrank. Evidently, the Tongtian sect master had experienced the battle 800,000 years ago, and that appearance had left a deep impression on him. That's right. These are 10 replicas of Rokudo Shinkuan. Jianghu used a secret technique of the sorcerer tribe to replicate them. They're only at the 8th level of the Heavenly Palace, but they're not much weaker. These are the 10 sword gods that I asked the White Emperor to send me. Amethyst said in a low voice. Why did you send them here? The Tongtian sect master frowned. Isn't it because of your Wansho Taoism? How dare you act so presumptuously in my purple bamboo forest? He's a disciple of your Wansho Taoism. I gave you face and didn't kill him. Instead, I asked the 6 paths of the sword god to trap him. Who would have thought that this Cheng, who was originally only able to deal with 1/6 paths of the sword god, would become stronger as the battle dragged on. He's actually able to fight against 10 of them without being at a disadvantage. He's one of your people. What do you say? Amethyst said calmly. Looking at Cheng in the distance, the Tongtian sect master's face darkened. Although he was a disciple of his sect, the Tongtian sect master was extremely jealous of him. That was because that day Cheng's sword Dao had surpassed his own. The Tongtian sect master looked into the distance. After a while he became more and more annoyed. Cheng's cultivation was not as good as his, but his sword Dao was indeed comparable to his own. In fact, it had even surpassed his own. However, as he looked, the Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. The sword Dao is? What's wrong? Amethyst was puzzled. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes and looked at Cheng. He saw his own shadow in Cheng. No, he saw the shadow of the Tongtian of the Jie sect. Looking at this shadow, the Tongtian sect master's eyelids twitched. So it's you. Who are you? Fengbo was puzzled. Could it be that Ho had another identity? Don't worry about it. This is Wansho Taoism's own business. The Tongtian sect master immediately said in a deep voice. Fengbua and Amethyst were slightly puzzled. Cheng, stop! The Tongtian sect master shouted. Boom. The sound of swords clashing could be heard in the distance. Cheng was instantly separated from the 10 sword gods. He turned his head and looked over. When he saw the Tongtian sect master, his expression changed. Stop! The violet jade heavenly demon commanded. Yes, the group of sword gods answered. In the distance, Cheng and the 10 sword gods separated and flew closer. Cheng flew to the front of the Tongtian sect master. He was also very confused as to why Amethyst and the Tongtian sect master were familiar with each other. However, what was more serious was his attitude towards the Tongtian sect master. The sect leader of Tongtian hated him so much that his teeth itched. After all, how could a proud person like him tolerate someone else's sword Dao being stronger than his? Especially when the person was a disciple of his sect. Greetings, sect master. Cheng said with a worried expression. The Tongtian sect master recognized that Cheng was the reincarnation of the Tongtian of the Jie sect. At this moment he couldn't bear any resentment. After all, the Tongtian of the Jie sect had sacrificed his life to save him. He had even given his 4 immortal swords to him and merged them into his sword. Since his sword Dao was stronger, so be it. Why are you here? The Tong Tian sect master asked. The Tong Tian sect master's attitude stunned Cheng. However, he still said respectfully, I accepted Gu Hai's invitation to battle the sixth Dao of Sword God in the boundless celestial capital. I realized that he looked almost identical to Rokudo Shinkuin, so I started to investigate and came to the southern sea purple bamboo forest. However, I was tricked by Amethyst and was trapped here. I continued to fight the sixth Dao of Sword God until today. You sneaked into my territory and now you're blaming me for trapping you? Amethyst sneered. Cheng looked coldly at Amethyst. He turned to the Tong Tian sect master and said, Sect master, Amethyst trapped me for a while but didn't kill me. I think she has other plans. Be careful of her. Tong Tian sect master, look at this. I gave you face and didn't kill him, but he tried to sow discord between us? So this is your Wansho Taoism disciple? Amethyst said coldly. Alright Ching, don't talk too much, the Tong Tian sect master said in a low voice. Yes. Ching stood respectfully at the side. Alright, that's all in the past. Let's start now. Fengbo said. Do you want to send this outsider out of my immortal dome arcane realm first? Amethyst looked at Ching calmly. There's no need. He's my disciple. He'll be fine as long as he stays by my side. The Tong Tian sect master shook his head. Cheng looked at the Tong Tian sect master in shock, then stood at the side gratefully. Since the Tong Tian sect master has said so, then so be it. As for the 10-6 Dao swordsmen, they're already under my command. Fengbo, where's your item? Amethyst asked in a low voice. Fengbo reached out and took out a book that was emitting a black aura. Divine Path Witch Codex? The Tong Tian sect master's eyes lit up. Tong Tian sect master, Amethyst, remember this. This Divine Path Witch Codex is shared by our 3 sections. Anyone who goes against this will be destroyed by the heavens. Fengbo said coldly. All right. The Tong Tian sect master and Amethyst answered. The Tong Tian sect master reached out and took out the Tai Chi diagram. Wang. Slightly activating the Tai Chi diagram, Fengbo placed the Divine Path Witch Codex on it. Immediately, traces of Yin and Yang energy emerged from the Tai Chi diagram and surged into the Divine Path Witch Codex. Gradually, the Divine Path Witch Codex trembled slightly. Whoosh! Immediately, densely packed words rushed out from the Divine Path Witch Codex. They instantly filled the sky. The 3 of them quickly recorded the words. Soon, the densely packed words of the Witch Tribe were recorded. This is the first chapter of the Witch Tribe's technique. What's this? Fengbo looked at Amethyst. Sword Dao Fusion Technique? Amethyst frowned. Sword Dao Fusion Technique? The Tong Tian sect master was puzzled. Amethyst quickly translated. As he translated, the Tong Tian sect master's eyes lit up. He quickly recorded the words. This is stealing the sword will of others and fusing it into one's own sword Dao? The Witch Tribe actually came up with such a technique? Ching said in surprise. The 7th essence is the sword essence? What a powerful technique. The Tong Tian sect master narrowed his eyes. Why don't you give it a try, Tong Tian sect master? Amethyst looked at the Tong Tian sect master. Give it a try? How do I do that? The Tong Tian sect master was puzzled. These 10-6 paths of sword god have their own sword will. Moreover, they are Rokudo Shinkuin's sword Dao. Although their sword will is slightly weaker, you should be able to gain something by fusing all 10 of them, right? Amethyst said with a smile. You're willing to give these 10-6 paths of sword god to me? You should know that according to the technique, if I steal their sword will, they will be crippled. The Tong Tian sect master said in surprise. If they are crippled, so be it. Do you want to try? Amethyst asked. Of course, why wouldn't I? The Tong Tian sect master said. As he spoke, he reached out to grab one of the 6 paths of sword god. The 6 paths of sword god tried to resist. Don't resist. The 10 of you will listen to the Tong Tian sect master now. Amethyst shouted. Yes. The 6 paths of sword god's head was suddenly grabbed by the Tong Tian sect master. Tian, protect me? The Tong Tian sect master shouted. Yes. Tian replied. Wang. Then a powerful black aura emerged from the Tong Tian sect master's palm and rushed towards the 6 paths of sword god's head. Ah! The 6 paths of sword god screamed in pain. Rumble. The Tong Tian sect master's body suddenly emitted hundreds of millions of sword chi. The shadow of a purple long sword appeared behind his back. The shadow of the long sword grew larger and sharper, and the sword chi it released became stronger and stronger. Can he really steal the sword will? How is that possible? Tian exclaimed. Just like that an entire day passed. Boom. When all the sword will entered the Tong Tian sect master's body, the Tong Tian sect master's entire body was like a long sword. A powerful swordsmanship aura spread in all directions. How is it? Feng Bo asked. What a powerful technique. My swordsmanship has indeed become stronger after fusing with the new sword will. However, it's still not enough. The Tong Tian sect master was pleasantly surprised. There are still 9 of the 6 paths of Sword God. I'll give them all to you. Amethyst smiled. Thank you, Amethyst. Please forgive us for the misunderstanding earlier. The Tong Tian sect master was in a good mood. Then you can refine them first. We'll wait for you outside. After you've refined the sword we'll continue to translate the Divine Sorcerer's book. Amethyst smiled. Oh, you want to take the Divine Sorcerer's book away? The Tong Tian sect master asked coldly. The Tong Tian sect master is worried. We won't take the Divine Sorcerer's book away. Remember our previous agreement. Feng Bo smiled. I was the one who judged you with my own yardstick. The Tong Tian sect master was a little embarrassed. Feng Bo and Amethyst smiled slightly and stepped out of the Immortal Dome Mystic Realm. Inside the Immortal Dome Mystic Realm, Guardian Tian and the Tong Tian sect master were refining the sword will of the 6 paths of Sword God. They took a step forward. Amethyst and Feng Bo immediately appeared in the Purple Bamboo Palace. In the palace, the White Emperor had already left. Whoosh! He reached out and withdrew his hand. The entrance disappeared. Amethyst and Feng Bo immediately smiled coldly. Feng Bo, you're quite scheming. You created a fake Divine Sorcerer's book and tricked the Tong Tian sect master into coming here. Amethyst sneered. Violet Jade Heavenly Demon, that Sword Dao fusion technique of yours is also quite impressive. I thought that you would just casually find a cultivation technique to fool me, but you actually provided such a powerful cultivation technique? The Heavenly Demon Holy Land is also very rare, right? What do you want? Feng Bo frowned. It's not me. It's Matriarch Ji. She wants to use me to kill the Tong Tian sect master. What? Amethyst looked coldly at Feng Bo. The Tong Tian sect master has been keeping an eye on His Holiness. His Holiness also finds it troublesome, so he's giving you this chance. If you help His Holiness kill this thorn in his flesh, His Holiness will lift the Great Yellow Dynasty's divine land ban. Feng Bo said with a smile. Troublesome? If he wants me to kill him, why doesn't he do it himself? Amethyst said coldly. Are you going to do it or not? Feng Bo didn't explain. How can I not do it at this time? This Tong Tian sect master hasn't even reached the peak of the Heavenly Palace. What's so difficult about killing him? However, I don't want the Great Yellow Dynasty to go back on their word. Amethyst said coldly. Don't worry. The ones who signed the Divine Land Ban were the 3 great celestial dynasties and 3 sacred grounds. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty, the Dian Dynasty, and the Solar Divine Palace have already been destroyed. Only the Great Yellow Dynasty, the Wansho Taoism, and the Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground are left. If you kill the Tong Tian sect master, His Holiness has said that he won't interfere. If you swallow the Wansho Taoism, the Great Yellow Dynasty will lift the Divine Land Ban. Given your relationship with Jianghu, he will only support you. You don't have to wait for another 2,000 years. You can enter the Divine Continent immediately. Feng Bo said with a smile. Amethyst narrowed his eyes at Feng Bo. Alright, the Tong Tian sect master is dead for sure. I trapped Hui and borrowed the 10 paths of the Sword God from Jianghu just to let the Tong Tian sect master strip them of their sword wills. When the Tong Tian sect master strips everyone of their sword wills, his sword Dao will be the best in the world. At that time, I will turn him into a puppet and turn him into a sword in my hand. If that's the case, then the rest is up to you. Farewell. Feng Bo bowed slightly. Are you going to wait for the Tong Tian sect master to die before you leave? Amethyst said with a smile. No, if the Tong Tian dies we will know if the Wansho Taoism collapses. Farewell. Feng Bo said with a smile. After saying that, he ignored Amethyst. He rushed out of the main hall and flew into the sky in an instant. After leaving Purple Bamboo Island, Feng Bo looked coldly at Purple Bamboo Island and revealed a cold smile. Amethyst? You can test the strength of the Wansho Taoism on behalf of His Holiness. Ha. Feng Bo laughed coldly. Boom. In an instant, Feng Bo turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 964. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, and Mosquito Daoran frowned as they looked into the distance. Fengbua left with a whirlwind. Fengbua entered the island. Something big must have happened. Your Majesty? Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai shook his head gently. Don't worry about him. Save Ao Shun and Shangwan Hen first. Yes. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran answered. On the other side, the unborn man had been setting up the array around Purple Bamboo Island for 2 hours. Finally, he finished setting up the array. In the distance, he took out an 8 trigrams jade token. He extended his hand and pressed it. Boom. 64 huge water screens appeared on the surface of the sea. As soon as the water screens appeared, they emitted a dazzling golden light. Boom. The golden light rushed towards Purple Bamboo Island. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot out and seemed to have cut the island into 64 pieces. Then a huge golden smoke enveloped the entire Purple Bamboo Island. Who is it? How dare you come to Purple Bamboo Island and act presumptuously? You must be tired of living. Do you know where this is? The huge change made countless disciples on the islands roar in anger. Countless prawn soldiers and crab generals from the Southern Sea Dragon Palace rushed out. Even the dragon tribe rushed over aggressively as if they were going to protect Purple Bamboo Island that was surrounded by the longevity array. Mosquito Daoran. Go. Gu Hai said. Bus. The mosquito Taoist waved his sleeves. Suddenly, a swarm of black mosquitoes rushed out and covered the sea around the longevity array. A group of cultivators rushed over. The black mosquitoes approached in an instant. In the blink of an eye, cultivators fell into the sea one by one. Brr. What kind of monster dares to be so impudent? Quickly come into this dragon lord's stomach. I eat humans and demons. There is nothing that I won't eat. A giant red dragon roared and also wanted to charge into the black mosquito area. However, the mosquito Daoran at this moment was extremely powerful. With its divine ability and domain, it was almost invincible among those of the same level. In an instant, the red dragon was enveloped by the black lines. In the blink of an eye, all of its flesh and blood was drained, leaving behind only a piece of dragon skin. Everyone listen up. If you dare to come any closer, we'll kill without mercy. Mosquito Daoran flew into the air and shouted coldly. Brr. Roar. Kill him. Immediately, countless experts rushed toward Mosquito Daoran. Not all of the 8,000 islands in the Southern Sea had strong cultivators, but there were quite a few of them. When they saw that someone was surrounding Purple Bamboo Island, they naturally rushed over immediately. However, it also depended on who he was facing. Outside of the divine continent, the spiritual chi was thin. Other than those with innate mystiques or powerful bloodlines, how many experts could there be? Mosquito Daoran alone was enough to sweep everything away. Kong Xian, let's go. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of light and arrived at Purple Bamboo Island in an instant. Your Majesty, I have to preside over the array outside the island, so I won't be accompanying your Majesty into the island. With this jade talisman you can ignore my longevity array. The unborn man handed over 2 jade talismans. Gu Hai and Kong Xian stepped into Purple Bamboo Island one by one. The golden light divided the island into 64 regions. Gu Hai entered the first region. Once he entered, he saw that the surroundings were the same as before. He couldn't see Mosquito Daoran at all, nor could he see the huge array outside the island. This longevity array is like an illusion array. It prevents the people inside from sensing anything unusual outside? Kong Xian said with a slightly changed expression. That's right. Let's start searching. Gu Hai said with a worried expression. Yes. Kong Xian replied. While speaking, Kong Xian swung his sleeves. Peacock domain. Countless green lights soared into the sky. The first region was immediately enveloped by Kong Xian's peacock domain. It was as if 10,000 Kong Xian had appeared. Who is it? A large number of experts suddenly jumped out from this region. Boom. 10,000 Kong Xian each with a palm strike, all of them were knocked unconscious. They quickly shuttled back and forth for a moment. Your Majesty, there is no one. Kong Xian said with a complicated expression. Next region. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Kong Xian nodded. He followed Gu Hai into the second region. Once the peacock domain was activated, it immediately searched 3 feet under the ground. Those who encountered screamed were all knocked unconscious in an instant. The unborn man's longevity array was very powerful. It completely isolated sound, even the sound of the Qin figurines couldn't be heard. No. Kong Xian shouted. The third region. Gu Hai said with a trace of urgency. Yes. Outside Purple Bamboo Island. Originally, countless experts were still rushing in, but no one could get in. However, with only one mosquito Dauren, many people were hoping that he could block the black mosquitoes. Or they could enter the island when the mosquito Dauren was not paying attention. But the mosquito Dauren suddenly activated the dark domain. Boom. Rolling black gas enveloped the sea, and a scene that made the experts despair appeared. They saw that among the countless black mosquitoes, nearly 10,000 of them suddenly turned into the appearance of the mosquito Dauren. 10,000 mosquito Dauren? How could they rush in? One mosquito Dauren couldn't even deal with one, let alone 10,000? 10,000 mosquito Dauren instantly suppressed all the experts. At the same time, a portion of the mosquito Dauren doppelgangers rushed into the sea and entered the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was instantly dyed black by the dark domain. In the depths of the sea there was a huge group of palaces. It was the South Sea Dragon Palace. Your Highness, this is bad. That demon broke into the South Sea Dragon Palace. Don't kill me. The Dragon King is on Purple Bamboo Island. What should we do? Your Highness, the Dragon King is not here. What should we do? The dragons were horrified. The mosquito Dauren was everywhere. His thousands of doppelgangers entered the Dragon Palace to search. Unfortunately, there was no news of Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen's whereabouts in the Dragon Palace. The mosquito Dauren was anxious. Purple Bamboo Island, Purple Bamboo Palace. After Fengbo left, the White Emperor stepped into the palace again. Fengbo left. Oh, he still doesn't want to provoke the Wanshou Taoism. The White Emperor sneered. They borrowed my hand to kill the Tongtian sect master to test Yuanshu Qinzuan? Oh, they think I don't know. However, I don't care. With the Tongtian sect master like this, even if Yuanshu Qinzuan is strong, his strength is limited. Amethyst sneered. The Buddha also asked me to remind you to be careful of Yuanshu Qinzuan. The White Emperor said in a low voice. Be careful of Yuanshu Qinzuan? Oh, Yuanshu Qinzuan has never shown his face. I don't know what they are worried about. The former leader of the Wanshou Taoism, the Taishang sect master, is only SOSO. Let alone the second leader? Although I know that I am being used by Matriarch Ji, it doesn't matter. As long as he removes the ban on the divine continent, I will take over the Wanshou Taoism sooner or later. Amethyst said confidently. Since you have made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you. The White Emperor nodded. I even gave the Sword Dao fusion art that the vast freedom heavenly demon gave me to the Tongtian sect master. How can I turn back? Besides the Sword Dao that Matriarch Ji has yet to show, the three strongest Sword Daos in the world are the Tongtian sect master, the 6 Daos of Bai, and the 6 Daos of the Sword God. As long as they fuse their 3 Sword Daos, I will refine the Tongtian sect master into a puppet. This human-shaped puppet will be my strongest weapon. Amethyst said confidently. The Buddha sent me to deliver the 6 Daos of the Sword God. He only has one request. He wants me to witness the final form of your human-shaped weapon. The White Emperor said in a low voice. So be it. It doesn't matter. However, I am curious. Why does Jianghu suddenly think so highly of you? Even his immortal dome mystic realm is guarded by you? Amethyst asked curiously. The White Emperor smiled but didn't explain. Even if you don't say it, I can guess. Jianghu thinks so highly of you because he wants to tie you down. He wants to use you to deal with that Gu Hai? Amethyst sneered. The White Emperor's eyelids twitched. A trace of irritation flashed across his eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. I don't understand. Why does Jianghu care so much about that Gu Hai? Oh, is it after the battle at Tri-Mountain City? He sees Gu Hai as a thorn in his side. Why is Jianghu so careful of someone who has just entered Heavenly Palace? What a joke. Amethyst said with a trace of disdain. But last time, when the South Sea Dragon King invited the heroes of Spiritual Mountain, it didn't end well either. For some reason, the White Emperor suddenly defended Gu Hai. White Emperor, we are both women. Let me tell you, in front of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are a joke. Moreover, women must be independent. Amethyst said confidently. White Emperor's expression froze. How could the White Emperor not know this? But now, without Jiang Lianshan, he, the White Emperor, could no longer keep up with Gu Hai and Jianghu. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's see how many people Sword Dao the Tongtian sect master has combined. Amethyst said indifferently. As he spoke, Amethyst waved his hand. Bus. A giant transparent ball suddenly appeared in front of them, allowing them to see what was inside. Qi was protecting the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master was absorbing the 6 paths of the sword god's sword Dao one by one. With the first example from before, the Tongtian sect master's speed was much faster. In a short time, 3 of the 6 paths of the sword god had been destroyed. Amethyst narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? Something's wrong. Did the Tongtian sect master change his personality today? Amethyst was puzzled. Change his personality? Emperor Bai stared at the interior. Isn't he going to take Qi's sword Dao? White Emperor was surprised. The Tongtian sect master is extremely jealous. Qi is his disciple, and rumor has it that his sword Dao has surpassed the Tongtian sect master's. If not for his disciple, he would have killed Qi sooner. Now that the 6 paths of the sword god obey the Tongtian sect master, he could have suppressed Qi with the 6 paths of the sword god and taken Qi's sword Dao before slowly absorbing the 6 paths of the sword god. But why didn't he deal with Qi? What if Qi doesn't agree to give up his sword Dao after all the 6 paths of the sword god are destroyed? Amethyst frowned. Doesn't he want to take Qi's sword Dao? White Emperor frowned. Impossible, he will definitely take it away. TSK, they are not his relatives. Humph, the prime of Tongtian must be too headstrong. He must think that he can suppress Qi. Amethyst said coldly. Qi will become your sword later. Why are you still angry for him? White Emperor said calmly. Amethyst nodded and looked coldly at the immortal dome of the mystic realm. Chapter 965. Purple Bamboo Island. There was a deep valley to the northeast of Purple Bamboo Island. There was no vegetation around the valley, and it was scorching hot. A large number of dragon tribe guards were standing around the valley. It was not dark at the bottom of the valley. On the contrary, it was extremely bright because there was a volcano crater at the bottom. Fiery red magma was churning above the magma pool in the valley. There were 2 strange alchemy furnaces above the magma pool. They were engraved with arrays, and the words Heavenly Demon were engraved on them. The arrays seemed to have the ability to guide the magma and purify it continuously, making the flames hotter and hotter. One of the alchemy furnaces was like that. Earth fire was gushing out, and under the purification of the arrays, it even emitted black flames that burned the alchemy furnace. South Sea Dragon King, I have the invincible Vajra body. I'm invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. You can't refine me. Shengguan Hen's angry voice came from the alchemy furnace. There were 3 people on a platform at the side. Ao Shun, Ao Sheng, and the South Sea Dragon King. The Southern Sea Dragon King looked at the alchemy cauldron in the fire and revealed a cold smile. From the moment the Peak Master captured you, we could tell that your cultivation technique was indeed unique. The black tortoise's main focus is defense, and its tortoise shell is hard to break through. Now, you've even cultivated this 8 and 9 mystic arts? Even the Peak Master couldn't break your body. However, don't be so smug. Do you know what this is? This is the world incinerating earthly fire furnace that the Peak Master specially went to the netherworld to ask the vast freedom Heavenly Demon for. It can guide the essence of earthly fire and burn the heavens and earth. It's the strongest alchemy furnace in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. World incinerating earthly fire furnace? Ah, you want to burn me? Then why did you put in these herbs? Shengguan Hen roared in the furnace. It's starting to hurt, isn't it? Finally, there's something that can hurt you. Aha, herbs, what for? You are the supreme Xuanwu, you have the god of Xuanwu, and you have the indestructible Vajra body. If I were to refine you into a pill, it would definitely be a good pill, ha ha ha. The South Sea Dragon King laughed. You want to refine me into a pill? If you dare, His Majesty will not let you off. Shengguan Hen roared from within the furnace. If Gu Hai comes, I'll refine him into a pill as well. You can enjoy it, ha ha ha. Ao Sihai laughed loudly. Bastard, ah ah. Shengguan Hen's painful voice came from the furnace. Supremacy Shengguan, it was Ao Shun who harmed you. On a nearby platform, Ao Shun suddenly knelt down. Big brother, I'm the one who harmed you. Ao Sheng said painfully. At this moment, Ao Sheng's eyes had been gouged out, leaving a pair of bloody holes. His body was riddled with wounds and his veins were all severed. Blood dyed his clothes red and he looked miserable. His cultivation was sealed and he was tied up with ropes, unable to move. Ao Shun was not much better. His eyes were fine, but there were 2 bloody holes on his head, and there were 2 dragon horns beside him. They should be Ao Shun's dragon horns. Ao Shun's cultivation was also sealed, and he was chained up. Hey, you still have the time to think about Shengguan Hen at this time? The South Sea Dragon King sneered. With his eyes gouged out, Ao Sheng looked extremely horrifying. After hearing Ao Sheng's words, Ao Sheng's face turned even more ferocious. Ao Sihai, you said that you would help me regain my position as the North Sea Dragon King. You said that I would only be under you, and the South Sea Dragon Palace would listen to my orders. You said that as a descendant of the Ao clan, you would definitely support me. You lied to me, you liar. The South Sea Dragon King sneered. Lied? Ao Sheng, I can only say that you are too naive. How could you believe such words? In this world, how could there be someone who would be nice to you for no reason? Oh right, this Ao Shun might be one such person, but he is only one because he is your brother. But what about you? You always want to kill him. You call me a liar? I say that you are the stupid one, and because of your stupidity, Ao Shun will die with you. After hearing Ao Sihai's words, Ao Sheng strangely did not refute. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down from his bloody eye sockets. His body was covered in blood as if all his veins had been severed. Big brother, your younger brother is ignorant, your younger brother is useless. I have harmed you many times, but you still came to save me. Big brother, I am sorry. Ao Sheng knelt down as tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. Ao Sheng, don't give up hope. His Majesty will definitely come to save us. Ao Shun comforted. No one will come to save us, and they won't be able to. Ao Sheng cried. Alright, I don't have the time to listen to your nonsense. Ao Shun, you understand that I spared Ao Sheng's life in order to lure you over. However, you're really stupid. Did you really come to die for this idiot? The South Sea Dragon King sneered. He is my younger brother. Ao Shun said with a ferocious expression. You don't have to look at me like that. You must have felt the pain of these days of torture. I will say the same thing, force out the ancestral dragon's blood in your body, and I will give you a quick death. The South Sea Dragon King said coldly. The ancestral dragon's blood has already entered our hearts and merged with our souls, flesh, and blood. How can we force it out? If we force it out, we will become walking corpses. Ao Shun shouted. Then don't blame me. I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you are unwilling, then go into the cauldron. I will refine the ancestral dragon's blood essence. The South Sea Dragon King said coldly. Ao Sihai, I will give you my ancestral dragon's blood essence. My death is not regrettable. Let my elder brother go and I will give you mine. Ao Sheng suddenly roared in grief and indignation. Shut up. Who asked you to die? Ao Shun said anxiously. The South Sea Dragon King smiled coldly. Ao Sheng, did you think I didn't think about it? Unfortunately, it is useless. You only have half a drop in your body. I want a full drop of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. That is both of you. What? Why do you want the ancestral dragon's blood essence? Ao Shun said unwillingly. Buzz. The South Sea Dragon King flipped his hand and took out a green pearl the size of a fist. When the pearl appeared, a strong aura immediately surged in all directions. Dragon pearl? This aura is... Ao Shun said in surprise. This is the ancestral dragon's dragon pearl. It was spat out by the ancestral dragon before he died. It contains the ancestral dragon's sealed heritage. A drop of the ancestral dragon's blood essence is needed to open the sealed heritage in this dragon pearl. That idiot West Sea Dragon King. How can he not know how to use the blood essence given by the ancestral dragon? If he doesn't know how to use it, he could have given it to me. Why did he have to give it to you too, trash? As long as I force the ancestral dragon's blood essence out of your body, I can open the dragon pearl. I can then obtain the heritage and restore the glory of the ancient dragon tribe. The South Sea Dragon King said proudly. I see. South Sea Dragon King, no wonder you thought highly of me in the past. You didn't think highly of me as a person, but the blood in my body. Blood. Ao Sheng roared in pain. The South Sea Dragon King smiled coldly. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to force the ancestral dragon's blood essence out of me? Ao Sihai, I'll force it out. Let my brother go. I beg you. Ao Sheng said sorrowfully. The South Sea Dragon King ignored him. Ao Shun shook his head. Ao Sheng, never give up until the last moment. Big brother. Ao Sheng said in pain. You two useless people. What's the use of talking so much nonsense with you? If that's the case, I'll refine it myself. The South Sea Dragon King shouted coldly. Don't. The blind Ao Sheng cried out in alarm. However, it was too late. The South Sea Dragon King waved his hand, and the two of them immediately flew into the magma. Another world incinerating cauldron. The lid of the cauldron slammed shut. Earth fire rise. The South Sea Dragon King waved his hand. Boom. Rolling black earth fire surged out and instantly burned the cauldron. The cauldron became extremely hot in an instant. There was a huge space inside the cauldron. There seemed to be countless restrictions and arrays in the cauldron that drew in the earth fire from outside, purified it, and rushed into the bodies of the two of them. In an instant, Ao Shun and Ao Xing turned into their dragon forms and were instantly burned to the point where their skin and flesh were torn apart. The burning power of the fire was too strong. It was so strong that even Shangguanhen could not withstand it, let alone the two of them. "Big brother, I'm sorry," Ao Xing said sorrowfully. "Never give up until the last moment. Small victory." Ao Shun also said in pain. "Big brother, I can't take it anymore. I can feel the earth fire burning into my bones." Ao Xing said weakly. Long. Suddenly Ao Xing felt his body being wrapped up. Ao Shun suddenly used his body to protect Ao Xing. Ao Xing immediately felt much better. Ao Xing's eyes were dug out. Although he could not see Ao Shun using his body to protect him, he could still feel it. "Big brother, you covered me. What about you?" Ao Xing said weakly. I'm fine. "Wait a little longer, just a little longer," Ao Shun said through gritted teeth. Ao Xing nodded while trembling. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Ao Xing was wrapped up by Ao Shun, there was still a trace of earth fire burning in his body. He was in pain and in a daze. Outside, Shangguanhen's cauldron gradually quieted down. However, the South Sea Dragon King only stared at Ao Shun's cauldron. Gradually, a faint blood mist emerged from the small hole at the top of the cauldron. The ancestral dragon's blood essence? The South Sea Dragon King was excited. He immediately placed the ancestral dragon in the small hole at the top of the cauldron. The dragon pearl immediately released a large amount of green light. There seemed to be a heaven-shaking dragon roar coming from the dragon pearl. Good, ha, the ancestral dragon's inheritance? The South Sea Dragon King was excited and expectant. Inside the cauldron, Ao Xing was in a daze from the burning. He seemed to be on the verge of death. "Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Even if the earth fire is less, I feel that the ancestral dragon's blood essence in my body is evaporating. Big brother, I can't take it anymore," Ao Xing said in a daze. However, at this moment, Ao Xing felt a liquid seeping into his dry skin. It slowly seeped into his blood vessels and replenished the loss of blood. "What is this? Big brother, I feel better," Ao Xing said weakly. In a daze, he vaguely heard Ao Shun's voice. "Little Xing, mother left early and so did father. You are my only family in this world. Although your talent is not as good as mine, father once said that if you walk on the right path, your future achievements may not be worse than mine. Because you are more stubborn than me. Stubbornness is the essence of an expert. Because you are more persistent. Before father died, he told me to take good care of you. Big brother is useless and will not have the chance to take care of you. In the future, take good care of yourself. As long as you are alive, my North Sea Dragon Palace will not be destroyed. If possible, follow His Majesty Guhai in the future. He will help me take care of you. He will guide you to the right path. Little Xing, take care. Big brother, I'm so hot and uncomfortable. Am I going to die?" Ao Xing trembled in a daze. In a daze, besides the liquid seeping into his blood vessels, he also felt that the tendons and veins that were cut by the South Sea Dragon King were being nourished by new dragon tendons. "Big brother, why are my dragon tendons mended? Where did the dragon tendons come from?" Ao Xing asked in a daze. Then it felt like a cool breeze suddenly fell into Ao Xing's eyes. Ao Xing felt that his eyes, which had been dug out, had returned. "Eyes? Where did the eyes come from? Dragon eyes?" Ao Xing asked in a daze. Roar. There were 2 more dragon roars. Ao Xing, who was in a daze, trembled as if he felt something enter the space between his eyebrows. "Dragon God? North Sea Dragon God? West Sea Dragon God?" Ao Xing asked in a daze. Chapter 966. More and more blood mist spurted out from the cauldron. It flowed into the ancestral dragon's dragon pearl through the small hole on top of the cauldron. The ancestral dragon's dragon pearl suddenly let out a dragon roar. It was as if a small dragon was about to jump out from inside. A powerful dragon aura was suddenly released. Plop. In the outside world, the countless Dragon Clan guards suddenly dropped to their knees. Their faces were filled with shock, as if it was an instinctive act of worship. The South Sea Dragon King also fell to his knees with a thud under the might of the dragon. What a powerful dragon aura. Even I can't stand it? Ao Shun and Ao Xing should have died long ago. It's just that I haven't completely refined that drop of ancestral dragon blood essence. This won't do. If this continues, I won't be able to resist the dragon aura when I receive the ancestral dragon's inheritance. How am I going to receive the ancestral dragon's inheritance then? It might even alarm Amethyst. When that time comes, she will be the one to obtain the ancestral dragon's inheritance. The South Sea Dragon King's expression turned ugly. He struggled to resist the dragon aura and slowly stood up. He turned into a red dragon and flew toward the cauldron. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Boom. The South Sea Dragon King instantly swallowed the dragon pearl that was releasing the dragon aura. Ong. A dragon roar came from his body as if he was resisting the South Sea Dragon King. You're mine. Suppress. The South Sea Dragon King roared. Boom. A loud sound came from his body. The South Sea Dragon King seemed to have suppressed the dragon pearl. From the surface of the South Sea Dragon King's body, a monstrous aura was released. Under the powerful aura, the entire magma pool suddenly surged with huge waves. Power. It's indeed boundless power. Ah. The South Sea Dragon King laughed wildly in excitement. Sitting cross-legged, the South Sea Dragon King tried his best to refine the dragon pearl. Half a day later. The more he cultivated, the stronger the South Sea Dragon King's aura became. The South Sea Dragon King could feel his cultivation rising rapidly. My cultivation base is still some distance away from the peak of Heavenly Palace, but it's increasing really fast. If I can reach the peak of Heavenly Palace, it'll be great. Then I won't have to look at other people's faces anymore. Dragon Pearl, help me. Ah, said the South Sea Dragon King with a hint of maniacal excitement. Buzz. The dragon orb in his body emitted a burst of green light. The South Sea Dragon King's cultivation base increased for a while before suddenly stopping. What's going on? The inheritance of the Dragon Balls was suddenly broken? And it seems like something is missing. Yes, the ancestral dragon blood essence. There's still a small portion in the cauldron. I can't lack even a little bit. Forget it. Ao Shun and Ao Xing should have been completely refined. The last portion of the ancestral dragon blood essence should be in the cauldron. It should be enough after I swallow the last bit of ancestral dragon blood essence. The South Sea Dragon King walked towards the cauldron with a ferocious expression. Just as the South Sea Dragon King stepped towards the cauldron. Buzz. Countless peacock feathers suddenly appeared from all directions, instantly filling the entire area and rushing towards the magma. Your Majesty, that's the South Sea Dragon King Ao Sihai. Kong Xian exclaimed in surprise. Who goes there? Outside, the group of Dragon Tribe guards shouted. Boom. With a muffled sound, all the Dragon Tribe guards were knocked unconscious. Gu Hai and Kong Xian arrived at the magma almost instantaneously. Whoosh. In an instant, a large number of Kong Xian's clones appeared outside the magma pool. What? The South Sea Dragon King's expression changed. Where are the South Sea Dragon King, Shangguanhen and Ao Shun? Gu Hai shouted with his eyes wide open. Above the magma, there were 2 alchemy cauldrons burning with underground fire. In fact, Gu Hai had a bad feeling the moment he saw the 2 alchemy cauldrons. While questioning the South Sea Dragon King, he pounced towards the 2 alchemy cauldrons. The sudden change also caught the South Sea Dragon King off guard. Bastards, why are you here? Get lost. The South Sea Dragon King instantly exploded and transformed into a gigantic red dragon. The red dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the alchemy cauldron where Ao Shun and Ao Xing were. He wanted to swallow the cauldrons together. Stop him. Gu Hai shouted with his eyes wide open. 6-colored divine light. One of the Kong Xian's clones waved his hand. Boom. With a loud bang, the South Sea Dragon King was sent flying backward with blood all over his body. The 6-colored divine light was too powerful. Even though the South Sea Dragon King's cultivation had increased tremendously, he was still no match for it. However, his body was protected by the ancestral dragon's azure light, so he did not suffer too much damage. Bastard. The South Sea Dragon King's expression changed. Without caring about anything else, he pounced towards the alchemy cauldron again. He had to swallow the essence blood in the alchemy cauldron as soon as possible. You still want to move when I'm here? Kong Xian snorted. Boom. Thousands of Kong Xian's clones pounced on the South Sea Dragon King and grabbed his tail tightly. Even though the South Sea Dragon King's cultivation had increased tremendously, he was still no match for Kong Xian in the Peacock realm. Get lost, roar. The red dragon opened his mouth to bite Kong Xian and clawed at Kong Xian with his claws. However, this was the Peacock realm. He could not even touch Kong Xian. How could he struggle? Instantly, the South Sea Dragon King was trapped. He was just one step away. Just one step away. No, that's mine. Let me go, Ka. The South Sea Dragon King suddenly trembled as he roared. His face was filled with shock. What happened to you? Kong Xian was surprised. He saw that the South Sea Dragon King's entire body was twitching. As he twitched, a gurgling sound came from his body. Following that, the South Sea Dragon King began to visibly wither. His flesh and blood seemed to be sucked away by something. Buzz buzz buzz. The South Sea Dragon King shriveled up. Dragon Ball? No, I'm a descendant of the AO clan. Why are you sucking my flesh? I am the South Sea Dragon God. That's my dragon god. Don't take it away, don't take it away. Give me the ancestral dragon's blood essence. The withered South Sea Dragon King stared in despair. Not far away, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped the flames of the two alchemy furnaces. He moved them onto the platform and quickly opened one of the furnaces. Buzz buzz. The alchemy furnace that Ao Shun was in suddenly trembled. Vaguely, a blood mist could be seen inside it. Give me the blood, give me the blood. Quick, give it to me. The South Sea Dragon King looked at the blood mist and reached out his hand. But how could Kong Xian let him go? The Dragon Ball seemed to have turned into a demon when it couldn't get the ancestral dragon's blood essence. It frantically sucked in the South Sea Dragon King's flesh and blood, urging him to absorb the last bit of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. But no matter how much he urged, there was no effect. Buzz. The Dragon Ball seemed to have lost its patience. Suddenly, it flew out of the South Sea Dragon King's mouth and into the alchemy furnace. No, my Dragon Ball, it's mine, it's mine. The South Sea Dragon King roared in shock. Kong Xian was shocked, but he still held on tightly to the South Sea Dragon King. Whoosh! The green Dragon Ball instantly rushed into the alchemy furnace. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The alchemy furnace that Ao Shun was in exploded. Gu Hai and Kong Xian's expressions changed. They saw that after the alchemy furnace exploded, a pile of scorched things appeared in mid-air. The Dragon Clan member who had absorbed all the blood mist in the alchemy furnace suddenly knocked away the scorched things and entered what looked like the mouth of a black dragon. Roar! Suddenly, a strong dragon aura came from the inside. This is. Gu Hai's expression changed. One of Kong Xian's avatars was holding the scorched things and was also surprised. No, it can't be, we're too late? Kong Xian was shocked. They finally saw the outline of the scorched things. But when they saw the outline, Gu Hai's heart tightened and he was shocked. Ao Shun, this is Ao Shun's dragon body. His forearm was broken in the past and there are marks. This is Ao Shun? Ao Shun is dead? Kong Xian said with uncertainty. Ao Shun is dead? Gu Hai's expression suddenly became gloomy. Ka. In the scorched body, the Dragon Ball entered Ao Shun's body. Suddenly Ao Shun seemed to be awake. When he twisted his body, Ao Shun's scorched body was torn apart. What's inside? Kong Xian's expression changed. Buzz. There was also a huge creature inside. It suddenly transformed and shrunk into a human form. It was Ao Shun. Ao Shun woke up with a start. After transforming into a human form, although his body was burnt, the Dragon Ball quickly nourished his body. Moreover, his eyes that had been dug out earlier appeared again and were brighter. In fact, all the broken meridians in his body had been mended and strengthened. Even his blood had fused with Ao Shun's blood. It was as if he had been reborn. Ao Shun was stunned for a moment before he understood what was going on. Previously, Ao Shun had risked his life to protect him. He had given him the dragon tendons and dragon eyes, allowing him to dry himself. Ao Shun had even given him the rest of his blood. He was alive, waiting for the hope that Ao Shun spoke of. But Ao Shun, bro, don't die. Bro, this isn't real, bro. Ao Shun suddenly felt grief from the bottom of his heart. He hugged the pile of charred corpses and screamed in despair. In his mind, all that was left were the scenes of Ao Shun's past. Little Sheng, are you being punished by Dad to copy books again? Look, what is this? Big brother went to Heavenly Stellar City to buy some fried white-baked crisps for you. Eat it, don't let father see it. Little Sheng, you better remember this. This time I'm secretly bringing you out to play. Don't let father find out. Little Sheng, what happened to your face? Who hit you? Tell me who dared to hit my little brother Ao Shun. Before father died, he told me to take good care of you. Big brother is useless and won't have the chance to take care of you. In the future, take good care of yourself. Little Sheng, take care. Chapter 967. Ao Hai, you're courting death. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai's ferocious anger was accompanied by a chilling intent, which immediately made the skinny Ao Hai tremble. What are you doing? This is the Purple Bamboo Palace. If you dare to do anything, Amethyst will not let you off. Cough cough. The South Sea Dragon King said weakly. Cut off your arms. Gu Hai said coldly. How dare you? Peak Master, save me. The South Sea Dragon King screamed in fear. Boom. With a loud sound, Kong Xian immediately cut off the South Sea Dragon King's arms. Ah! The South Sea Dragon King screamed again. Gu Hai glared at the South Sea Dragon King hatefully. Cutting off his arms was not enough to vent his anger. However, the most important thing now was Ao Shun and Shanghai Guanhen. There was still a trace of Yin energy left in Gu Hai's body. He quickly covered his eyes with Yin energy. He wanted to find Ao Shun's 3 souls. However, he could not find Ao Shun's 3 souls at first glance. Where are the 3 souls? Where are the 3 souls of Ao Shun? Even if they are not, there should be at least a human soul. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Your Majesty, Ao Shun's 3 souls are not here. Kong Xian said with an ugly expression. Unborn man, come here. Gu Hai shouted. In the outside world, the unborn man was controlling the longevity array. When he heard Gu Hai shout, he fell silent for a moment. Then he slowly stepped into the area where Gu Hai was. When the unborn man stepped in, the entire longevity array suddenly weakened. Your Majesty? The unborn man entered and asked in confusion. You're a longevity cultivator. Find me the 3 souls of Ao Shun. You have to be quick. Gu Hai ordered. The unborn man quickly checked his surroundings and finally looked at the magma. My condolences, Your Majesty. The unborn man sighed. My condolences? Gu Hai's face darkened. The unborn man shook his head and said, This is the earthly fire. The earthly fire is the most harmful to the 3 souls. If I'm not mistaken, Ao Shun must have used some kind of sacrificial ritual of the dragon tribe to give his bloodline, talent, and even the 3 souls that were burned by the earthly fire to Ao Sheng. What? Not far away, Ao Sheng, who was hugging Ao Shun and crying, suddenly exclaimed. The power of the 3 souls was given to Ao Sheng as a supplement? Kong Xian's face changed. Senior, please save my brother. Even if I die, I don't want this power. Please save my brother. Ao Sheng knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to the unborn man. I can't do anything. Even if you die, it's useless. The unborn man shook his head. No. Ao Sheng suddenly said in despair. Ao Shun is dead? There's no turning back? Is there no way to save him? Gu Hai's face darkened. The unborn man was silent. He didn't know if he should say anything. If there's any way, just say it. Gu Hai frowned. There's probably no way. The unborn man shook his head. What do you mean by, probably? There's still something that shouldn't happen, right? Gu Hai stared at the unborn man. Ao Sheng's sorrowful voice suddenly stopped. Even the South Sea Dragon King, who had lost both of his arms and was in pain, looked at the unborn man in disbelief. This person couldn't be more dead. How could he be saved? The law of time. The unborn man said. The law of time? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. This was indeed true. If they could go back to a month ago when Ao Shun was still alive and brought him to the present, he would naturally be able to return. However, the law of time could only be used by the old man Guanxi in the past. In the present world, even the immortal of the 6 paths could not use it. Moreover, history could not be changed. Unborn man, are you joking with me? Gu Hai said coldly. The unborn man was silent for a moment. In the end, he shook his head. Old man Guanxi's law of time was bestowed by the heavens to return to 800,000 years ago. In fact, that was not the real law of time. What do you mean? Gu Hai was puzzled. I Shou Shirshir inherited the teachings of Fuxi. Your Majesty, do you know? The unborn man said solemnly. In the past, when the first Shou Shirshir was learning from Fuxi, Fuxi once mentioned that in this world, there might be someone who could master the law of time. Fuxi once saw him use it. His law of time could even change history. The unborn man recalled. Oh, oh. Everyone's expression changed. Jiangqin. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Jiangqin. Everyone's pupils shrank. According to the current situation, Ao Shun is completely dead. If possible, your majesty can ask Jiangqin if you contact him in the future. I don't know anything else. The unborn man explained. Guhai nodded. After all, Wanqing is your empress. If there is a chance to obtain Jiangqin's law of time in the future, Wanqing must save her mother. However, I still want to say it myself. Your majesty's talent is outstanding. In a short time you have achieved so much. Your majesty, if you obtain the law of time in the future, help me revive Long Xiaoya. The unborn man suddenly bowed respectfully. We will do our best. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ancient Emperor Ao Sheng is incompetent. The ancient emperor is a man of great talent and vision. Sooner or later you will come into contact with Jiangqin. I beg you, ancient emperor, you must save my big brother. Even if I die, please save my big brother. Ao Sheng suddenly knelt before Gu Hai and kowtowed repeatedly. Gu Hai looked at Ao Sheng in shock. Ao Shun had used his death to redeem his younger brother? His death had redeemed his younger brother? Looking at Ao Sheng, Gu Hai was still angry. However, no matter how angry he was, he could only respect Ao Shun's decision. Gu Hai said solemnly, if what the unborn man said is true, I will definitely save Ao Shun. Ao Shun died because of you, but he had many unfulfilled wishes. You have survived because of his life. From now on, you will fulfill all his wishes in his place. You will be the interim leader of the dragon tribe of the Dahan. Yes, thank you, ancient emperor. Ao Sheng wept sorrowfully. Collect Ao Shun's corpse. Gu Hai said sadly. Yes. Ao Sheng answered. As for whether he could save Ao Shun, Gu Hai wasn't sure. After all, was the unborn man speaking the truth? Could Jiang Chen's temporal laws really change history? Or could there be other unexpected things? Nothing was known. However, at this moment there was at least a glimmer of hope. Ao Sheng carefully collected Ao Shun's corpse, while Gu Hai walked briskly to the other cauldron. Ao Shun was in one cauldron. What about the other cauldron? Is Shangguan Hen in there? Kang Xian stared at the South Sea Dragon King. The South Sea Dragon King had lost both his arms. At this moment, his emaciated body revealed a hint of malevolence, but he didn't speak. Quang. Gu Hai opened the lid of the cauldron. Instantly, a beam of golden light shot out from within. Gu Hai looked inside and his face darkened. It wasn't Shangguan Hen in there, but a golden egg. A golden egg the size of a watermelon. The golden egg sat calmly in the cauldron. Gu Hai's face darkened. Where's Shangguan Hen? Gu Hai shouted. Ha ha ha, Shangguan Hen has finally been refined. What invulnerability. What invulnerability. He's been refined into a pill. Gu Hai, that's a pill refined by Shangguan Hen. It's an incredible divine pill. Why don't you guys try it? Ah. The South Sea Dragon King laughed loudly. This is a pill refined by Shangguan Hen? Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Still not telling the truth? Kang Xian pressed his palm against the South Sea Dragon King's body. The South Sea Dragon King shuddered. Ah! The South Sea Dragon King screamed in agony. Speak, where's Shangguan Hen? Kang Xian roared. Shangguan Hen has been refined into a pill. Gu Hai, give up. Ao Sheng, return me the South Sea Dragon God. Return me my Dragon Pearl. The Peak Master won't let any of you off. Don't even think about escaping. The South Sea Dragon King roared stubbornly. Still not speaking. Kang Xian continued to torment the South Sea Dragon King. Ancient Emperor, no, your majesty, it's true. Shangguan Hen was thrown into that cauldron to be refined. Ao Sheng said through gritted teeth. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. He reached out and took out the watermelon-sized golden egg. Shangguan Hen was really refined into a pill? Kang Xian's expression changed as well. The golden egg flew out and Gu Hai reached out to grab it. Tsk tisk. The surface of the golden egg produced a strange energy. Gu Hai suddenly felt a knife cutting through his palm. His hand trembled and the golden egg fell to the ground. Kang Xian was slightly taken aback. He did not understand why Gu Hai threw the pill that Shangguan Hen had refined onto the ground. The golden egg fell to the ground, creating a small crater. However, in the next instant it started rolling strangely. Gulyalu. When he saw that, everyone frowned, not understanding what was going on. Impossible. Why is the pill moving on its own? The South Sea Dragon King exclaimed. They saw the golden egg rolling towards the two severed arms of the South Sea Dragon King. The two severed arms had been cut off by Kong Xian, and had turned into dragon claws. At this moment, the golden egg was leaning on the dragon claws. Swoosh, swoosh. A strong suction force was generated, and it quickly devoured the two dragon claws. The golden egg did not have a mouth, but it was still devouring at an extremely fast speed. It was as if the flesh and blood would be crushed and fused into the pill as soon as it got close to the pill. In the blink of an eye, the two dragon claws were eaten by the golden egg. No, no, my dragon claws. Give me back my dragon claws. The South Sea Dragon King screamed in shock. The golden egg paused for a moment, and in the next instant, it suddenly rushed towards the South Sea Dragon King. Bam! Immediately, it stuck to the South Sea Dragon King. A strong suction force rushed towards the South Sea Dragon King's emaciated body. Let go of me, Peak Master, help, help! The South Sea Dragon King screamed in despair. The speed at which the golden egg devoured the flesh and blood was getting faster and faster. This strange scene made Kong Xian and Gu Hai's faces sink. Kong Xian immediately dodged. It was not that he could not grab the golden egg, but the problem was that the golden egg was transformed by Shangguan Hen. Would he damage it if he tried to grab it by force? Just as Kong Xian was distracted, a voice rang out. The South Sea Dragon King's roar came to an abrupt end. Crunch, crunch, crunched. The golden egg seemed to be making chewing sounds. The emaciated South Sea Dragon King had been completely devoured by the golden egg, including his skin and bones. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, and the unborn man looked at each other. After eating the South Sea Dragon King, the golden egg did not seem to have enough. It rolled slightly and suddenly moved towards Kong Xian, as if it wanted to eat Kong Xian. Your Majesty? Kong Xian's face sank. He looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Could it be that the 8-9 mystic arts mutated? Gu Hai's face sank. Chapter 968. Inside the Purple Bamboo Palace. The White Emperor and Amethyst stared at the immortal dome of the mystic realm. Qi was protecting the Tong Tian Sect Master while the Tong Tian Sect Master was frantically stripping the 6 paths of sword intent from the 10 6 paths of sword. With the continuous use of the sword Dao fusion technique, the Tong Tian Sect Master became more and more proficient in it. His stripping of the sword intent also became more and more ferocious. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. It was getting faster and faster. Before long, the Tong Tian Sect Master was about to completely cripple the 10 6 paths of sword. Behind the Tong Tian Sect Master, a purple sword gleamed soared into the sky. At this moment, the sword gleam was even sharper, as if it could cut through anything. At the same time, a strange black rune appeared between the Tong Tian Sect Master's eyebrows. It looked like a black Qi character. He's finally stripped all the sword intent. The Tong Tian Sect Master's sword Dao has at least doubled. The White Emperor narrowed his eyes as he looked inside. Yeah, there's only Qi left. As long as the Tong Tian Sect Master strips Qi of his sword intent, he'll be the strongest sword Dao in this world. A ferocious look flashed across Amethyst's eyes. Did you clip the black rune between the Tong Tian Sect Master's eyebrows into the sword Dao fusion technique? The White Emperor looked at Amethyst. I did it to prevent any accidents. That's the soul annihilation seal. Amethyst said coldly. The White Emperor nodded and didn't say anything else. Amethyst looked inside the light sphere expectantly, waiting for the Tong Tian Sect Master to make his move. Inside, Qing held his bronze sword. He seemed to have guessed something and was secretly on guard. Boom. After stripping the last 6 paths of sword intent from the Tong Tian Sect Master, a boundless purple sword aura suddenly erupted. As soon as the sword aura was released, it exploded countless mountains in all directions. The powerful sword intent made Qi's robe flutter. Sword Dao fusion technique? Ha ha ha. The Tong Tian Sect Master laughed loudly. As he laughed, he slowly turned to look at Ho. Meng shuddered and put up his guard. Tisk, why aren't you leaving? The Tong Tian Sect Master looked at Qing Feng and asked in a low voice. This disciple is a disciple of the Tong Tian branch of Wanshou Taoism. The sect leader asked this disciple to protect this disciple. How can this disciple leave? You immediately said respectfully. Aren't you afraid that I'll deprive you of your sword will as well? The Tong Tian Sect Master said coldly. Bai frowned and said respectfully, yes. The Tong Tian Sect Master was surprised. Although this disciple is afraid that the sect leader will deprive me of my sword will, you are the sect leader and I am a disciple of Wanshou Taoism. I must obey the sect leader's orders. In the past, Yuanshi Qinzuan had set a rule that unless the sect leader wants to kill this disciple must obey all of the sect leader's orders. The Tongtian sect master's face darkened. Second brother? Eldest senior brother is dead. He didn't care about Wanshou Taoism anymore. Although Qi was wary of the Tongtian sect master, he still bowed respectfully. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, I owe you my life. No matter how unscrupulous I am, Tongtian, I will never kill the person who saved my life. The Tongtian sect master said calmly. Qi was slightly stunned. What does he mean by owing me my life? Sect leader, there is a mark between your eyebrows. I wonder. Qi spoke again. The Tongtian sect master was slightly puzzled. He waved his hand and a mirror appeared in front of him. He immediately saw the black Qi symbol between his eyebrows. Perhaps it is because of the sword Dao fusion technique. I will slowly study it. The Tongtian sect master didn't think much of it. As he spoke, the Tongtian sect master ignored Qi and began to examine the Tai Chi diagram and the Divine Path Sorcerer's book. However, just as he grabbed the Divine Path Sorcerer's book, it trembled slightly. The Tongtian sect master was slightly puzzled. In the outside world, the White Emperor and Amethyst were slightly surprised. What is the Tongtian sect master doing? Why didn't he deprive Qi of his sword will? Amethyst's expression turned cold. Although he didn't hear the conversation between the Tongtian sect master and Qi clearly, the fact that the Tongtian sect master didn't kill Qi had ruined his plan. It seems that the Tongtian sect master didn't do as you planned. The White Emperor laughed coldly. The Tongtian sect master? What a good-for-nothing bastard. Amethyst said gloomily. Just as Amethyst was fuming, he glanced outside the main hall. Outside the main hall, the void trembled slightly, and a faint golden light appeared. It was the unborn man being summoned to Purple Bamboo Island by Gu Hai. There was no one in charge of the longevity array outside, so there was a slight flaw. Amethyst suddenly saw this flaw. How dare you? How dare you come to my Purple Bamboo Island and act so presumptuously? The purple jade heavenly demon's eyes suddenly turned cold. Whoosh. In an instant, Amethyst stepped out of the Purple Bamboo Palace. In the outside world there was a strange golden light flashing in the void, but overall it looked calm. What happened? The White Emperor was puzzled. Amethyst ignored him and waved his hand. A violent gale rose from the ground. The gale soared into the sky, bringing with it countless boulders and even tearing the void apart. Boom. There was a deafening sound in the void, and the sky suddenly turned turbid. Then, a large amount of black gas was squeezed into a ball by a strong force. It exploded in the sky. Who is it? Countless experts on the island suddenly shouted. With the loud sound, everything outside was exposed. Countless black mosquitoes surrounded the entire Purple Bamboo Island, buzzing everywhere. Outside the island, countless experts and members of the Sea Tribe were desperately trying to break through, and it was noisy. The array is gone. Purple Bamboo Forest Island Master. I saw the Purple Bamboo Palace Island Master. There is an attack, Island Master. We can't break through the mosquito Dowrin. Island Master found them. They are dead. There was a commotion outside the island. Amethyst's wave just now had destroyed countless black mosquitoes. All the Mosquito Doran's avatars withdrew, and suddenly, only the Mosquito Doran's original body was left standing in the sky, looking at Amethyst cautiously. Oh, there is indeed someone who does not know his place. Boom. Amethyst released a strong aura in anger, and it was so strong that it forced countless experts to retreat in fear. The seawater around the Purple Bamboo Palace was also stirred up by the aura. What a strong aura. The Mosquito Doran's expression changed drastically. The Mosquito Doran suddenly felt like he was facing the corpse worm demon, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. On the Purple Bamboo Island, Gu Hai, the unborn man, and Kong Xian were surrounding the golden egg that Shangguan Hen had been refined into. The golden egg was not satisfied after eating the South Sea Dragon King, and it even pounced on Kong Xian as if it wanted to eat Kong Xian. Your Majesty? Kong Xian's expression darkened, and he looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Could it be that the 8-9 Mysteries art has mutated? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Shio. The golden egg pounced and Kong Xian immediately dodged. has really mutated? It can't even recognize Kong Xian? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Just as everyone was frowning, the unborn man suddenly said, "Not good, the flaw of the longevity array has been discovered." Gu Hai turned his head. Out of nowhere, a huge suction force almost sucked everyone into the sky. Then, in the sky, the longevity array that the unborn man had set up completely exploded. Amethyst has discovered it. Kong Xian's expression changed. In the sky, the mosquito Daoran looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. On the side, Ao Xing was grieving as he cleaned up Ao Shun's corpse. Amethyst has discovered us. Your Majesty, let's go to the underworld first. The unborn man waved his hand and opened a passage to the underworld. Before Gu Hai could speak, Amethyst's cold laughter suddenly came from afar. "Oh, so there are still a few ants here. It's too late to escape to the underworld." Amethyst's cold voice came. Where Gu Hai was, countless purple bamboos suddenly rose from the ground. Each one was like a sharp thorn, piercing everyone into a sieve. "Peacock's domain," Kong Xian shouted. Rolling six-colored divine light enveloped everyone. Gu Hai also grabbed the golden egg that Shangguan Hen had turned into and threw it into the cauldron. Boom! Everyone immediately dodged the bamboos and flew into the sky. "Your Majesty!" Mosquito Daoran immediately approached. Everyone stopped in the air. He coldly looked at the violet jade heavenly demon, whose aura was soaring to the sky. With Gu Hai at the front, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Ao Xing all revealed ferocious expressions. The unborn man quietly retreated to the back, obviously not wanting to fight with Amethyst. In the purple bamboo palace's plaza, the White Emperor's expression changed. "Gu Hai again?" "Oh, Gu Hai." Amethyst immediately narrowed his eyes. While narrowing his eyes, Amethyst sensed something and his expression turned cold. "Gu Hai, you killed Ao Si Hai?" "What?" The expressions of some of the dragons in the distance changed drastically. "Supreme Being is dead?" Gu Hai glanced at the White Emperor and revealed a surprised expression. "Why is White Emperor here?" "The South Sea Dragon King tricked Ao Shun into killing him. He deserved to die," Gu Hai said coldly. "Tricked Ao Shun into killing him? Deserved to die? I was the one who caught Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen. Do I deserve to die too?" Amethyst said coldly. The coldness was bone-chilling. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Ao Xing immediately felt goosebumps all over their bodies. The three of them felt a strong murderous aura. The murderous aura was so strong that it even caused the surrounding temperature to drop instantly. The seawater around the purple bamboo island was instantly frozen to a distance of 10,000 miles. "Your Majesty, be careful." Kong Xian stepped forward and revealed a worried expression. How could Gu Hai not be careful when facing such a murderous aura? At this moment, he also activated his third eye and a thin slit appeared in between his eyebrows. As long as Amethyst rushed out, the third eye would open and release a ray of God-destroying light. White Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a slightly complicated expression. Suddenly he said, "Amethyst, there is a sudden change in your purple bamboo island. I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye." "White Emperor, you are leaving. Don't think that just because I captured Gu Hai? Don't you want to kill Gu Hai?" Amethyst suddenly looked at White Emperor in confusion. "No, goodbye." White Emperor shook his head with a complicated expression. As he spoke, he ignored Amethyst's urging and turned around, instantly shooting towards the horizon. White Emperor wanted to kill Gu Hai, but that was in the past. Ever since he fought with Gu Hai in Three Mountain City, for some reason, there seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept resisting his actions. Just like now, he wanted to kill Gu Hai, but that voice made him feel very sad. He could not even bear to see Gu Hai die. White Emperor knew that this was the resistance of his earth spirit. Since it was resisting, then he should leave to prevent himself from doing something that he should not do. So indecisive. No wonder you are always so weak. Amethyst sneered as he watched White Emperor leave. Then Amethyst suddenly looked at Gu Hai with a fierce expression. Chapter 969. Outside Purple Bamboo Island in the Southern Sea, Gu Hai's group looked coldly at Amethyst in the distance. At this moment, Amethyst was already staring at them. His murderous aura spread everywhere. Clearly they could not escape even if they wanted to. "Your Majesty." Kong Xian showed a trace of worry. "Don't worry. With me here, I will definitely bring you out of here safely," Gu Hai said seriously. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran nodded. Ao Sheng, who was at the side, did not believe it. There were no go laws here. How could they leave safely? That Amethyst was a consummation heavenly palace expert. Although Gu Hai was on guard, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. However, that determination made Amethyst's expression sink. Although Amethyst was arrogant at times, it did not mean that he was brainless. When he saw Gu Hai's confident expression, he showed some doubt. With this Gu Hai's cultivation without go laws, what else could he rely on? However, when he thought about how Jianghu wanted to use the White Emperor to deal with Gu Hai, Amethyst did not act rashly. Instead, he smiled coldly. Tong Tian Sect Master, look who's here. As he spoke, Amethyst waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures appeared in the air. They were the Tong Tian Sect Master and Ho. The Tong Tian Sect Master was studying the fake Divine Path Sorcerer's book when he was suddenly dragged outside. He was upset. When he looked up, he happened to see Gu Hai's group not far away. Gu Hai. The Tong Tian Sect Master's eyes widened. Tong Tian Sect Master? Oh. Gu Hai said in surprise. When the Tong Tian Sect Master saw Gu Hai, his eyes naturally turned red. The humiliation of the past was still vivid in his mind. Tong Tian Sect Master, Gu Hai is here to cause trouble. Please help me, Tong Tian Sect Master. Amethyst looked at the Tong Tian Sect Master. Of course. This Gu Hai is my enemy. The Tong Tian Sect Master said coldly. Sect Master. She suddenly called out. Oh. The Tong Tian Sect Master looked at you coldly. Sect Master, the Sovereign Sect's Master left a message in the past asking you not to deal with Gu Hai. That was the Sovereign Sect's Master's final wish. Even though Gu Hai has humiliated the Sect Master many times, he has never taken the initiative to offend the Sect Master. You and Gu Hai could be considered to have some friendship, so he immediately wanted to persuade the two of them. This is my business and it's none of your business. Stand there and don't talk. The Tong Tian Sect Master snorted coldly. Yes. Ching Ching bitterly nodded. As he spoke, the Tong Tian Sect Master stepped forward. Gu Hai's face darkened when he saw the Tong Tian Sect Master approach. Although he had fought with the Tong Tian Sect Master many times, Gu Hai had never thought of killing the Tong Tian Sect Master. The Tong Tian Sect Master had a bad temper, but he was still the third junior brother that the Taishang Sect Master doted on. Gu Hai was indebted to the Taishang Sect Master, so he didn't want to make an enemy out of the Tong Tian Sect Master. Gu Hai, aren't you able to mobilize the power of the people in the immortal dome of the ancients? Coincidentally, this Sect Master's sword Dao has improved again. Let me see the power of your immortal dome. The Tong Tian Sect Master said coldly. Xing. The Tong Tian Sect Master flung out the repaired Immortal Slaying Sword from his sleeve. The moment Immortal Slaying Sword appeared, the void was immediately dyed purple. Rolling sword chi surrounded the Tong Tian Sect Master like a storm, and the sword will rush toward Gu Hai. Amethyst stood at the side and watched coldly. On the other side, Yu was anxious, but he couldn't interfere. Your Majesty, please allow me to fight. Kong Xian shouted. Gu Hai nodded. Tong Tian Sect Master, you want to fight His Majesty? It's still too early for you. Peacock Domain. Kong Xian shouted. Boom. Suddenly, countless green lights appeared, and the phantom of the peacock god floated high up in the sky. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of peacock feathers appeared in the void, wrapping up the area where Kong Xian and Tong Tian were. Screech. Kong Xian shouted and instantly pounced toward the Tong Tian Sect Master. How dare a puny Kong Xian act so presumptuously in front of me? The Tong Tian Sect Master's eyes were cold as he slashed with the Immortal Slaying Sword. The sword was huge and like a hot knife through butter, it cut through the void and slashed toward Kong Xian. Wong. But in an instant, the sword strangely passed through Kong Xian's body. What? The Tong Tian Sect Master's face darkened. Kong Xian's palm landed on the Tong Tian Sect Master's body. Boom. The Tong Tian Sect Master's figure suddenly retreated. In the first round, Kong Xian actually gained the upper hand? This was impossible. Kong Xian's figure flashed and suddenly, there were tens of thousands of Kong Xian's body. Each one of them stood in the void as if they were real. When they saw the Tong Tian Sect Master, their expression changed. Divine Dao Domain? The Tong Tian Sect Master's expression changed. That's right, Tong Tian Sect Master. My cultivation is not as good as yours, but this is the Divine Dao Domain. In the Divine Dao Domain, you are not my opponent. Kong Xian said coldly. Not your opponent? Ha ha, do you really think that my Wansho Taoism doesn't know about ancient divine cultivation? Do you think I don't have a domain? Immortal Slaying Sword Formation Domain. The Tong Tian Sect Master shouted. Boom. With a wave of his sleeve, the 4 immortal slaying swords instantly pierced into the void. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords emerged from the sword formation. They were not sword chi but real immortal slaying swords. Countless immortal slaying swords flew quickly and rushed toward the group of Kong Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The immortal slaying swords shuttled through the tens of thousands of Kong Xian. Kong Xian was unharmed, but these swords entangled Kong Xian, causing Kong Xian to frown. 6-colored divine light. A shadow of Kong Xian waved the 6-colored divine light. Swoosh. The 6-colored divine light rushed over. Rumble. Suddenly, a large number of immortal slaying swords crashed over. Although countless immortal slaying swords were destroyed, the 6-colored divine light was also shattered. Divine Path Domain? In the records of Wansho Taoism, my sword soul has yet to be formed, so I can't completely cultivate the sword domain. However, the immortal slaying sword formation was created to prevent the Divine Path Domain. Divine Path Domain: when you step into the illusory land of the domain, only you can attack others but others can't touch you? Aha, do you really think there are no flaws? Indeed, I can't touch you now, but as long as you attack, you must enter reality from the illusory land. As long as you attack, I can touch you. My thousands of immortal slaying swords are staring at you. Come on. The Tong Tian Sect Master said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian all around attacked at the same time. The swords entangled Kong Xian but they could not touch him. However, just as Kong Xian's palm was about to hit the Tong Tian Sect Master, his palm suddenly materialized, and thousands of immortal slaying swords crashed into it. Hong. With a loud sound, the thousands of Kong Xian's figures suddenly stopped. Master Kong, let me help you. Mosquito Doran's eyes turned cold, and he also rushed into the battlefield. Dark Domain. Immediately, billowing black gas filled the surroundings. Mosquito Doran also transformed into thousands of figures and rushed toward the Tong Tian Sect Master to attack. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation specialized in breaking domains, break for me. The Tong Tian Sect Master shouted. Hong. With another loud sound, countless immortal slaying swords under the control of the Tong Tian Sect Master blocked Mosquito Doran and Kong Xian. For a moment, Mosquito Doran and Kong Xian's faces turned ugly, and the Tong Tian Sect Master's face also turned gloomy. Although Kong Xian and the Mosquito Taoist were not as strong as him, they were the supreme beings of the monster race. They had deities and could control the divine Tao realm as easily as their own arms. He could only use the fairy slaying sword formation to block them. His sword soul had not fully formed yet. Once it was fully formed, he would be able to kill everyone. For a moment, the three of them were in a deadlock. Not far away, Ji was slightly worried. Amethyst narrowed his eyes. The sword soul is not formed, so it's not enough. Tong Tian Sect Master? Haven't you always been selfish? Ji, if you take his sword you can form your sword soul. Why don't you do it? Amethyst glanced at Ji. Ji seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at Amethyst warily. In the sky, Gu Hai's face darkened. Deadlock? It won't do them any good. Gu Hai reached out and took out the life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai is going to make a move? But so what if he does? The immortal slaying sword formation is much more powerful than before. Amethyst sneered. However, Gu Hai's pupils contracted, then opened. His left eye emitted a white light, and his right eye emitted a black light. Life and Death Eye activate. Buzz. A heavenly aura suddenly pressed down. The expressions of the people below changed. This Gu Hai is really strange. Amethyst's face darkened. With the Life and Death Eye activated, he could see through all the flaws. Zhoutian 8. Boom. The saber slashed toward the immortal slaying sword formation. Zhoutian 8? Not Zhoutian 9? It's not enough to break my immortal slaying sword formation. The Tong Tian Sect Master sneered. However, he saw Gu Hai's saber aura slash onto the immortal trapping sword's blade. The Tong Tian Sect Master's expression changed. Hong. As the saber slashed down, the immortal slaying sword formation mysteriously exploded. The 4 immortal slaying swords were no longer in formation. They exploded and scattered in all directions. All of the immortal slaying swords disappeared. Only one sword was left and it flew away. The immortal slaying sword formation is broken? In the distance, Amethyst's expression darkened. The Tong Tian Sect Master's expression changed. How is this possible? Kong Xian and Mosquito Doran were overjoyed. Suddenly, thousands of shadows appeared in front of the Tongtian sect master. With one palm strike, the Tongtian sect master would be severely injured. Bastard. The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. He waved his sleeves and tried to defend himself. However, Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran had too many clones. He could only defend one area, but the other areas would be damaged. Moreover, the 4 directions were sealed. It was too late for him to dodge. Mosquito Daoran, Kong Xian, stop. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Buzz. The thousands of palms stopped near the Tongtian sect master and stirred up a gust of wind. They did not strike. Come back. Gu Hai shouted again. Yes. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran immediately retracted their territories and returned to where Gu Hai was. The thousands of shadows disappeared in an instant. In the distance, Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. The Tongtian sect master, on the other hand, stared at Gu Hai with fear lingering in his heart. What are you doing? Tongtian sect master, we have no grudge against each other. Why should we be enemies? I am indebted to the Taishang sect master. Why don't we stop now? Gu Hai said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes and his expression turned ugly. He had suffered losses at the hands of Gu Hai again and again. However, Gu Hai did not kill him. This made the Tongtian sect master feel very uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he had been defeated so many times that the Tongtian sect master did not feel too angry. He could only sigh slightly. This sigh was filled with helplessness and bitterness. After sighing, the Tongtian sect master was about to speak. However, at this moment, a slender hand suddenly appeared behind the Tongtian sect master's head. Sect master, be careful. Cheng's expression changed. He pulled out his long sword and slashed. However, the hand was too fast. It suddenly grabbed the Tongtian sect master's head. Around the hand, rolling black gas instantly wrapped around the Tongtian sect master's head and pulled. Boom. In an instant, the Tongtian sect master was pulled toward Purple Bamboo Island like an object. He could not resist at all. Cheng's sword soared into the sky. However, it was too late. In that instant, Amethyst reached out with a ferocious expression and grabbed the Tongtian sect master and pulled him to Purple Bamboo Palace. Tongtian sect master, you are really useless. You can't even deal with these few things? How can you form a sword without condensing your sword essence? If you can't bear to, then let me help you. Amethyst's expression was cold as he pulled the Tongtian sect master in front of him. The black gas instantly sealed the Tongtian sect master's head. The Tongtian sect master struggled, but he could not break free from Amethyst's monstrous strength. Chapter 970. Tongtian sect master, you're really useless. You can't even handle these things. How can you form a sword without condensing your sword essence? Since you can't bear to do so, let me help you. Amethyst pulled the Tongtian sect master in front of him with a cold expression. The great perfection of Heavenly Palace and the 9th tier of Heavenly Palace were only one step away, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Even though the Violet Jade Heavenly Demon had launched a sneak attack on him, it had the ability to seal all of his cultivation in an instant, making him unable to struggle at all. Gu Hai and the others were also shocked. They did not expect the two to suddenly turn against each other. Let go of the sect master. Bai's expression changed. He immediately swung his long sword, and billions of sword auras appeared in the void. Grabbing the sect leader of Tongtian with one hand, the Purple Jade Heavenly Demon sneered. Sword Dao is indeed powerful, but do you know what it means to complete the Heavenly Palace? Moreover, I have the Purple Bamboo territory. Rise. Amethyst waved his other hand, and billions of purple bamboos appeared in the void. As soon as the purple bamboos appeared, they collided with the sword auras around Bai like sharp swords. Hong! With a loud bang, all of Bai's sword auras exploded. There were so many purple bamboos that they filled up the entire void. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Ao Sheng acted almost at the same time, protecting Gu Hai. On the other side, Bai was also attacked by countless purple bamboos. His sword auras were shattered, and he could only use his bronze longsword to block them again and again. However, Bai's cultivation was still much weaker. He was only at Heavenly Palace level 5. Even though his sword principle was powerful, it was not enough. Ah! Bai suddenly screamed. In an instant, countless purple bamboos pierced through his body. In the blink of an eye, other than his head, his entire body was pierced into a sieve. Bai! Gu Hai's face darkened. In a flash, Amethyst appeared in front of Zhua. Tongtian Sect Master, I'll have to help you if you don't condense your sword soul. Amethyst said with a sinister smile. Amethyst, you lied to me. You lied to me. You will die a horrible death. The Tongtian Sect Master cried out in grief. You're still boasting when you're at death's door. You're the one who will die a horrible death. Don't worry, I'll refine you into a puppet later. Amethyst sneered. At the same time, Amethyst's figure flashed. Boom. Immediately, 10,000 amethyst figures appeared in the purple bamboo domain, most of them pouncing towards Guhai. I'm already impatient. Although Jianghu is afraid of you, I'm not afraid of you. That pair of eyes just now? Come again, you're courting death. One of Amethyst's doppelgangers suddenly grabbed at Guhai. Kill? Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Ao Xing shouted at the same time and attacked. Those below the peak of Heavenly Palace are ants. You three little things, die. Amethyst's doppelganger waved his right hand. Boom. The three of them were instantly blasted away. At this moment, Guhai opened his heavenly eye. Boom. As soon as his heavenly eye opened, a beam of God-slaying light condensed from corpse chi shot out from Guhai's heavenly eye and went straight for Amethyst. Boom. The black light wreaked havoc. Wherever it went, all the purple bamboo exploded. Amethyst's doppelganger did not take it seriously at first, but when it got closer, he suddenly felt the horror of the black light. God-slaying light? The violet jade heavenly demon suddenly roared. In a hurry, he struck with his palm. Bam. In an instant, Amethyst's right hand, right arm, and chest were all pierced through. The God-slaying light was unstoppable. It instantly pierced through Amethyst's doppelganger and tore through the void. The entire purple bamboo territory was torn apart. The expressions of nearly 10,000 Amethyst's doppelganger changed. This was because the God-slaying light had a special characteristic. Even if one doppelganger was pierced through, all of them would be affected. At this moment, all of Amethyst's doppelganger had their palms, arms, and chests pierced through by the God-slaying light. Boom. The entire purple bamboo territory suddenly exploded. All of Amethyst's doppelganger also suddenly converged and turned back into his final form. The void created by the explosion shook, and huge waves rolled up in all directions. Because of the wounds on his arms and chest, Amethyst immediately let go of the Tongtian Sect Master. The Tongtian Sect Master was saved in the blink of an eye. How can you have the God-slaying heavenly eye? What's your relationship with Jiangqin? Amethyst roared in shock. At this moment, Amethyst finally understood why Jianghu was so afraid of Guhai. Just the God-slaying eye alone was enough to make Amethyst stunned. The God-slaying heavenly eye. During the ancient war of the witches and demons, Jiang Chen had killed countless experts, and even his divine path territory was useless against it. But Guhai could use it too? Amethyst deeply regretted his rashness just now. Guhai. He should have sent someone to test his limits. He should not have attacked rashly. On the other side, the Tongtian Sect Master was freed and immediately grabbed the immortal exterminating sword. Amethyst, you want to kill me? You want to kill me? Immortal exterminating sword, slash. The Tongtian Sect Master glared and instantly slashed with his sword with monstrous fury. The sword slashed out, carrying the Tongtian Sect Master's boundless fear and all his strength. The void was instantly torn apart. This was perhaps the most powerful sword slash ever made by the Tongtian Sect Master. Even the great perfection of the Heavenly Palace would have to avoid it. What a powerful slash. Can it seriously injure Amethyst? Kong Xian was pleasantly surprised. But at this moment, Amethyst was covering his wound with a ferocious expression. God-slaying seal open. A loud roar. The immortal exterminating sword that the Tongtian Sect Master had slashed out suddenly exploded. In an instant, it vanished into thin air. What? The expressions of Kong Xian and the others in the distance changed. Why did the sword suddenly disappear? Ah! The Tongtian Sect Master suddenly clutched his head and screamed in pain. Then they saw a black swastika symbol spinning slowly between the Tongtian Sect Master's eyebrows. As it spun, it seemed like billions of black smoke demons were emitted and rushed into the Tongtian Sect Master's mind. What are you doing? My three souls, it hurts. The Tongtian Sect Master clutched his head in pain, as if he could not control his body at all. God-slaying seal? This is a demonic technique used by the demon clan to refine puppets in ancient times. Only the four divine beasts know this. Isn't it lost? Kong Xian's expression changed. She's going to refine the Tongtian sect master into a puppet? Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. Soul annihilation seal. Kill 3 souls and refine 3 souls. Once the soul is refined, even if the person is dead, they will be nothing more than a walking corpse, a puppet. It's like a corpse worm entering the brain. The violet jade heavenly devil was an ancient demon king? Kong Xian's expression changed. He saw that the sect leader of Tongtian, who was not far away, was completely controlled by the violet jade heavenly demon. Smack. With a palm, the Tongtian sect master grabbed the space between Zhao's eyebrows. At this moment, Zhao was covered in wounds and could not resist at all. Sword Dao fusion technique. The Tongtian sect master said with difficulty. No, sect master, don't. Zhao cried out in pain. Buzz. A black gas rushed into Zhao's eyebrows. The Tongtian sect master's eyes were dull, as if he was going to deprive Zhao of his sword will. Amethyst let go of Zhao. Gu Hai immediately rushed toward Amethyst. Seeing Gu Hai rushing toward him, Amethyst did not dare to underestimate him. After all, his wounds were still vivid in his mind. Grabbing the 2 of them, the violet jade heavenly demon instantly moved quickly. Gu Hai rushed forward with the life-extinguishing saber, but could not keep up with Amethyst's speed. Gu Hai was anxious. There was also the god-killing light. Gu Hai did not dare to casually release it. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the moment when the heavenly demon and the purple jade heavenly demon clashed. However, the purple jade heavenly demon was extremely cunning and did not fall for it. When the Tongtian sect master completely deprives Zhao of his sword will, I will slowly fight with you. Gu Hai, you hurt me so badly. Today none of you will leave. Amethyst said with a ferocious expression as he dodged. Amethyst could also see that Gu Hai could not do anything to him. For the time being, he just had to avoid his god-slaying heavenly eyes. Through the soul-slaying seal, he could control the Tongtian sect master and deprive him of Zhao's sword will. The Tongtian sect master was already in a daze. His body was no longer under his control. At this moment he was grabbing Zhao's head and constantly extracting Zhao's sword will. As he extracted, the Tongtian sect master's remaining consciousness was still resisting. Soul-slaying seal? Ha ha ha, who would have thought that I, Tongtian, would finally die under this soul-slaying seal and become a puppet, a sword in someone else's hand. Ha ha ha. Tongtian sect's consciousness said with a hint of sadness. Sect master. Zhao shouted as he trembled. At this moment, the Tongtian sect master had already lost control of his body. Only his last trace of consciousness was left. Zhao, I'm sorry. This sect master has always been jealous of you, but it's so laughable. I'm going to die and I can't live anymore. You are the reincarnation of the Tongtian from the Jie sect. You should be another me from the immortal firmament. You are me but you are not me. 800,000 years ago, I owed you a life. Today I will return you a life in my sword Dao. The Tongtian sect master transmitted his thoughts to Zhao in sorrow. Sect master, what are you doing? No, don't. Zhao was horrified. Buzz. Suddenly, the sword will that had been stripped from Zhao's glabella was reversed. Even the Tongtian sect master's own sword will turned into a purple river and surged towards Zhao's glabella. Rumble. The rolling sword will rushed towards Zhao's glabella and helped Zhao condense his sword soul. What? Tongtian, your will actually dare to resist? Amethyst suddenly roared. Boom. Suddenly, another wave of devil chi surged into the Tongtian sect master's body. The symbol of Zhao was like a soldering iron that was branded into the depths of the Tongtian sect master's mind. However, the sword will could no longer be reversed. It all surged into Zhao's glabella. The Tongtian sect master's eyes suddenly became hollow, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the haze he seemed to see a figure. When he saw that figure, the Tongtian sect master weakly said one last time. It's not that I don't like you, it's just that you're too cold like an iceberg. Eldest senior brother said that if you continue like this, you'll become heartless sooner or later. He asked me to help you communicate with more people. I'm useless, so I can only keep provoking you, competing with you and snatching from you. Second senior brother, I'm going to find eldest senior brother. I won't compete with you anymore, I won't compete with you anymore. Take care second senior brother. Take care second senior brother. Take care second senior brother. Boom. There was a loud sound as if a hole had pierced through his entire head. A black symbol of soul annihilation rushed out from behind the Tongtian sect master's head. The Tongtian sect master's entire body drooped. His soul was completely annihilated. South of the divine continent, Wanshou Taoism. Countless disciples shuttled through Wanshou Taoism. When the Tongtian sect master was defeated in the north, the hearts of countless Wanshou Taoism disciples were heavy. Some disciples looked at a mountain peak not far away. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge hall made of white jade and there was a plaque on it. If only the second sect master came out. I heard that the second sect master has been in seclusion for 800,000 years. I wonder what his cultivation level is now. A group of disciples looked expectantly at the primeval hall. However, they had been waiting for 800,000 years. Yuanshi Qinzuan had only come out once when the Taishang sect master had fallen. After that, he had not come out. In the primeval hall. At this moment, an extremely handsome middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in a white robe. He was the second sect master of Wanshou Taoism, Yuanshi Qinzuan. Yuanshi Qinzuan had been sitting there for 800,000 years. He had never cared about the outside world and no one knew how high his cultivation level was. At this moment, Yuanshi Qinzuan was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a figure seemed to step into the hall. Yuanshi Qinzuan opened his eyes and looked at the figure in front of him with a solemn expression. Tongtan, what are you doing here? Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. At this moment, Yuanshi Qinzuan's tone was cold, as if there was no trace of emotion. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Tongtian's figure said with a trace of reluctance. Goodbye. Yuanshi Qinzuan stood up and looked at Tongtian's figure with a frown. Second brother, I've always been against you. It's not that I don't like you. It's just that you're too cold like an iceberg. Eldest senior brother said that sooner or later, you'll become heartless. He asked me to help you communicate with more people. I'm useless, so I can only provoke you, compete with you and compete with you. Tongtian's figure said sadly. Hearing Tongtian's words, Yuanshi Qinzuan was slightly moved. It was as if his heart, which had been cold for 800,000 years, had melted a little. I don't blame you. I know I don't blame you. The three of us are brothers after all. No matter how ruthless I am, it's only to others, to outsiders. You and eldest senior brother are my brothers after all. Third brother, I'm very happy that you can do this. The more ruthless I become, the more capable I am to protect you. No, eldest senior brother is dead, and you're the only one left. With me, the longevity Taoism will be immortal. Even the immortal of the six paths will not dare to humiliate you. Heavenly Lord of the Origin clenched his fists slightly. Second brother, I'm going to find eldest senior brother. I won't compete with you anymore. I won't compete with you anymore. Take care, second brother. Take care, second senior brother. Take care of yourself, my second brother. Tong Tian said with a trace of sadness and reluctance. Second brother? Second senior brother? Second brother? Yuanshi Qinzuan felt his heart tremble when he called him second brother. Second brother? Yes, this is my younger brother. In the past, the three of us relied on each other. Now that eldest brother is gone, isn't this my younger brother? But what did he mean when he said that he was going to find eldest senior brother? Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at Tong Tian sect master. He saw that Tong Tian sect master's body was becoming more and more illusory. Gradually, only the echo of his last sentence was left. Take care. My second brother. This voice contained endless reluctance and sorrow. It made the heavenly lord of primordial beginning suddenly feel like he was about to lose something. His entire heart felt empty. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Where are you going, third brother? Yuanshi Qinzuan rushed toward Tongtian's illusory figure. However, Tongtian's illusory figure gradually disappeared completely. Yuanshi grabbed nothing. Third brother? Yuanshi Qinzuan shouted in shock. Phew. Yuanshi Qinzuan suddenly woke up. It turned out that he had just had a dream. However, the dream just now was too real. It was so real that even with Yuanshi Qinzuan's cultivation, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What happened? Third brother. Yuanshi Qinzuan's expression changed. Hong. There was a sudden loud noise in the outside world. It was the Tong Tian sect master's death. The Sea of Fortune sensed it and suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. Large amounts of fortune were rapidly flowing away. In the Yun dynasty, when the emperor died, the Sea of Fortune would collapse. It was similar in the sect. Although the death of the sect leader would not cause all of the Sea of Fortune to collapse, half of it would collapse and disappear. The collapse of fortune meant that the sect leader had died. Countless disciples of Wanshou Taoism suddenly fell to their knees. The sect leader has died? No. Quang. The door of Yuanshi Palace opened with a bang. Chapter 971. Wansho Taoism's Sea of Providence suddenly collapsed. Countless Wansho Taoism disciples immediately revealed looks of despair. Their sect leader had fallen. Countless disciples instantly knelt down. Our sect leader has fallen? No. Quan. The door of the primeval hall suddenly opened. All the disciples who were kneeling down in grief suddenly raised their heads and looked at the door of the primeval hall. Almost all of them had never seen the door open in their entire lives, but at this moment, the door opened. Boom. Rolling dark clouds appeared out of nowhere and instantly covered the entire Wansho Taoism. The whole world suddenly turned pitch black. Dark clouds? All of the disciples shivered as they sensed a destructive aura coming from the black clouds. It was as if a monstrous fury had caused the black clouds to form. Under the pressure of the dark clouds, everyone suddenly trembled and revealed a look of horror. This was the aura of destruction. It was as if the owner of this anger could destroy them with a thought. Everyone revealed a look of horror in their grief. Where did the dark clouds come from? The whole world turned dark. Kaboom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning exploded in the dark clouds. The lightning pierced the world. Under the illumination of the lightning, everyone suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly appear at the entrance of the primeval hall. Second sect leader? The eyes of the disciples who had seen Yuan Shi Qianzuan's portrait lit up. Second sect leader has come out of seclusion? Second sect leader has finally come out. Some people were excited while others were shocked. In the sky, thunder continued to rumble. Thousands of lightning dragons gathered in the dark clouds and seemed to fall at any time to destroy everything. Under the lightning, Yuan Shi Qianzuan's face flashed with a cold aura, and there was a monstrous light of destruction in his eyes. Who dares to touch my third brother? Who dares? Yuan Shi Qianzuan raised his head and looked at the thousands of lightning bolts in the dark clouds. When Yuan Shi Qianzuan looked at the dark clouds, the rolling lightning bolts all gathered toward the center of the clouds as if they were under Yuan Shi Qianzuan's command. Boom! All of the bolts of lightning collided with one another, and a deafening boom reverberated throughout the entire southern region. In an instant, countless sects and lords of dynasties in the southern part of the divine continent shuddered. Ong! 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 Countless golden dragons of the Luck dynasty screamed in horror. The various great emperors' expressions changed. They all stopped the court meeting and checked the outside world. In the sky above the primeval palace, the countless bolts of lightning in the dark clouds collided and suddenly turned into a purple eye. It was a gigantic purple eye that was 100,000 miles long. As soon as the purple eyes appeared, all the disciples of Wansho Taoism fell to the ground. Their hearts seemed to have been squeezed and a great sense of horror filled their bodies. Heaven's eye? That's the aura. This. A disciple exclaimed. The purple eye floated above the sea of dark clouds. Suddenly the purple light spread out and scanned the entire divine continent. His gaze swept across the world from Wansho Taoism. Some of the ordinary cultivators could not feel it, but some of the peerless experts were alerted and stopped what they were doing. Great Yan Heavenly Dynasty Prehistoric City, Flame God Hall. Bai was presiding over the court meeting, and Xing Tian was reporting something. Bai's eyes widened. He stepped down from the dragon throne and slowly walked out of Flame God Hall. Xing Tian and the other officials were slightly surprised, but they still followed Bai out of the hall. After walking out of the hall, Bai suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked toward the south where Wansho Taoism was. Obviously, Yuan Shi Qianzuan had caused a huge commotion when he looked for the Tongtian sect master. That purple eye had alerted Bai. Bai narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Yuan Shi Qianzuan? He finally came out of seclusion? A solemn look flashed across Bai's eyes. However, the purple light only scanned the great Yan Heavenly Dynasty for a short while before it scanned the north again. Soon, it scanned the infinite celestial capital. Mahavairakana, who was reading scriptures, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Slowly, Mahavairakana stepped out of his small courtyard and stood in the square of the soaring sky palace, looking into the distance. Yuan Shi Qianzuan is so much more powerful than the one on our side? Mahavairakana said in surprise. In the distance, the purple eye did not look much. Instead, it quickly looked toward the west. At the entrance of the great Buddha's hall of the spiritual mountain, Jianghu had been staring in the direction of the South Sea. He had not sensed that Yuan Shi Qianzuan had come out and had been looking at the South Sea. The Buddha of the past was standing beside him. Amethyst did not listen to my advice and reached an agreement with Matriarch Ji to kill the Tongtian sect master. Sigh. Jiang Rulai said with a frown. Buddha, what is there to worry about? The Taishang sect master is only SOSO. Yuanshi Qinzuan and the Tongtian sect master were both taught by the Taishang sect master. Even if Yuanshi is powerful, his power is limited. The Buddha of the past said with a smile. I hope so. Jiang Rulai looked into the distance. Guhai. He actually appeared at the purple bamboo island? He confronted Amethyst? Jiang Rulai said in surprise. Guhai went to the purple bamboo island? Buddha, this is a heaven-sent opportunity to kill him. The Buddha of the past's eyes lit up. Let's wait for a while more. Amethyst will fight with him. Let's see what else Guhai is hiding. The Tongtian sect master's immortal slaying sword formation specializes in dealing with divine Dao domains? Guhai's eyes, one is black and one is white. I seem to remember that Rokudo Shinkoan also had it. It's called the life and death eye? This Guhai is indeed hiding a lot. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. Oh? Then Guhai defeated the Tongtian sect master again? The Buddha of the past said in surprise. The Tongtian sect master is going to die. That's right. It's useless to rely on his past achievements to obtain the protection of the heavens. What? God-destroying heavenly eyes? God-destroying light? Good job, Guhai. He hit it so well. How did he know Jiang Chen's cultivation method? Jiang Rulai's expression changed. God-destroying light? The Buddha of the past said in shock. How did Guhai know the God-destroying light? Was it real? Could it be that Guhai had been hiding it all along? If Guhai had used the God-destroying light against him, he would have been dead long ago. The Buddha of the past shuddered. You took a good look. Humph. Jiang Rulai snorted. Buddha, what should we do about the God-destroying heavenly eyes? That's fine. Guhai's God-destroying heavenly eyes is different from Jiang Chen's. Judging from the pause, it can't be used casually. As long as we find a gap, Guhai will be dead for sure. Moreover, this Guhai's growth is too terrifying. We have to kill him now. Jiang Rulai's expression turned cold. Buddha, should we go now? Yes, I'm worried that Amethyst will be deceived by Guhai. Humph, if I go, Guhai will be dead for sure. Jiang Rulai glared. Jiang Rulai was about to step forward. Boom. Suddenly he heard a loud noise coming from the south. Just as Jiang Rulai was puzzled. Buzz. A purple light rushed over and arrived in front of him in an instant. Jiang Rulai stopped in his tracks and revealed a look of surprise. Looking in the direction of the purple light, it was the Wansho Taoism. Yuanshi Qinzuan was standing at the entrance of the premier palace. Above his head, a giant purple eye was looking at him with monstrous hatred. Seeing this giant purple eye, Jiang Rulai's expression changed. This is. The purple light flashed and went to another place. Jiang Rulai sucked in a breath of cold air. Yuanshi Qinzuan, you've come out of seclusion? What powerful strength. Amethyst, you seem to have made a mistake. Jiang Rulai's expression changed. Buddha, what did you say? The Buddha of the past was surprised. Inform the vast freedom heavenly demon that Amethyst is in danger. I'm rooted in the world of the living and it's not convenient for me to make a move now. Jiang Rulai immediately said. Ah. The Buddha of the past was slightly stunned. Great Yellow Dynasty, Imperial Concubine Ji was also paying attention to the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest and the Wansho Taoism. The instant the Tongtian sect master died, Imperial Concubine Ji looked at the Wansho Taoism. Yuanshi Qinzuan appeared almost instantly. Above his head, the purple eye in the dark clouds swept across the world with monstrous fury. In an instant, the purple eye looked at Imperial Concubine Ji. Imperial Concubine Ji narrowed her eyes. What a powerful Yuanshi Qinzuan! Imperial Concubine Ji exclaimed. Fortunately, Amethyst was the one who was probing. As expected, an expert that surprised Imperial Concubine Ji appeared. The purple eye glanced at the Great Yellow Dynasty and quickly swept its gaze across the Southern Sea. In just a short while, the purple eye saw the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. In that place, the Tongtian sect master's eyes were completely empty. He was flying in the air without a trace of life. Third brother? Yuanshi Qinzuan suddenly trembled in fear. Bang! With just a loud bang, the primeval Lord of Heaven at the entrance of the primeval hall suddenly disappeared into thin air. Boom! In the sky, the huge purple eye suddenly exploded. The rolling dark clouds that had gathered due to anger were also rapidly dispersing. Rumble! The rolling dark clouds completely dispersed. At this moment, the countless disciples of the 10,000 longevity Taoist sect were trembling as they slowly sat up. The terror of the aura just now still remained in the depths of their memory. For a long time, the disciples of the Wansho Taoism did not dare to breathe. That's Yuanshi Tianzuan? Second sect master is so powerful, so terrifying. I feel like the might of the heavens. So terrifying. Second sect master went to take revenge after the sect master died? After a short while of exclamations, everyone immediately quietened down. The Wansho Taoism once again fell into a deathly silence. Southern Sea. Outside the purple bamboo island. Before the Tongtian sect master died, he struggled with his last bit of will. He reversed the fusion of the sword Dao and sent all of his sword intent to Qi. Taking away someone's sword intent and giving it away yourself were two different concepts. One was the struggle of the other, while the other was generously giving it away. The difference in the speed of the transmission of sword intent was too great. Almost instantly, before the purple jade heavenly demon could react to what was going on, boom! There was a loud noise. Qi and the Tongtian sect master separated. All of the Tongtian sect master's sword intent poured into Qi's glabella. Qi's glabella suddenly emitted countless sword auras. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Qi exclaimed. Whoosh! Gu Hai immediately rushed forward. He caught the flying bird with one hand. Sect master, you don't need it, Qi exclaimed. On the other side, Amethyst also widened his eyes. Tongtian sect master? You're courting death. How dare you give all of your boundless sword intent to Qi? Amethyst suddenly became irritable, and a murderous aura instantly filled the surroundings. But at this moment, the Tongtian sect master's pupils were already dilated. His 3 souls were destroyed and all of his consciousness was wiped out. He was completely dead. Dead. Humph, even if you're dead, that sword principle is still mine. If I can't refine you, I'll refine Qi. Amethyst shouted with a ferocious expression. Since you don't even have any sword intent left, don't blame me for not leaving you with an intact corpse. No one has ever dared to make fun of me like this. Break. Amethyst shouted angrily, and was about to reach out and slap the Tongtian sect master's corpse. But at the last moment, the void trembled strangely. Then, a suffocating pressure suddenly appeared in all directions. Under the pressure, everything suddenly quieted down, as if everything in the world was terrified of this pressure. The wind stopped and the roaring seawater calmed down. Everyone stopped in their tracks in shock. Even the purple jade heavenly demon stopped in its tracks and looked into the distance in shock. A middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly appeared next to the Tongtian sect master's corpse. He gently carried the Tongtian sect master, whose hands were hanging, pupils dilated and no longer breathing, with a sad expression on his face. Third brother, second brother is late. Chapter 972. It's not that I don't like you, it's just that you're too cold, just like an ice mountain. Eldest senior brother said that you'll become heartless sooner or later, so he asked me to help you communicate with more people. I'm useless, so I can only provoke you, compete with you and fight with you. Second senior brother, I'm going to find eldest senior brother. I won't compete with you anymore, I won't fight with you anymore. Take care, second senior brother. 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 Ha, third senior brother, I'm not only good for myself, I have to protect you and eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is gone, you're gone, you're gone. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly burst into laughter. As he laughed, a teardrop fell from his right eye. If the Tongtian sect master was still alive, he would be very surprised. His second senior brother had cultivated to be incomparably cold. He would never be sad, let alone cry. He heard from his eldest senior brother that his second senior brother had never cried since he was young. However, at this moment, a teardrop fell from Yuanshi Tianzuan's eye. That teardrop fell from his cheek and slowly fell into the sea below. The sea had already calmed down due to Yuanshi Tianzuan's aura. At this moment, a teardrop fell on the mirror-like surface of the sea. With that teardrop as the center, the rolling sea water suddenly froze. Whoosh! Almost instantly, the sea water within a radius of 8 million miles froze into ice. The void was cold. Yuanshi Tianzuan was not good at expressing his emotions, but once his emotions exploded, it was more terrifying than a volcano eruption. Sadness. Under the sadness there was a surge of anger, a surge of monstrous anger. This surge of anger spread out. With Yuanshi Tianzuan as the center, the sky within 8 million miles was filled with rolling dark clouds. The clouds grew thicker and thicker. The expressions of Gu Hai and the others sank when they saw the dark clouds that looked like heavenly might. Everywhere in the world, the eyes of Bai Virokana, Jianghu, and Matriarch Ji narrowed. He could see Yuanshi Qianzuan's monstrous anger. His anger soared to the heavens, destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. Amethyst's expression also changed. At this moment, Amethyst suddenly had a bad feeling. This Yuanshi Qianzuan was different from what he had imagined. He was not like the Tongtian sect master. No wonder Matriarch Ji wanted him to probe the Wansho Taoism. So, it was actually this Yuanshi Qianzuan? The terrifying atmosphere was so oppressive that everyone was unable to breathe. Furthermore, the killing intent emanating from Yuanshi Qianzuan had actually locked onto everyone present. As long as they made the slightest move, they would become Yuanshi Qianzuan's first target. No one moved. They watched as Yuanshi Qianzuan gently tidied up the Tongtian sect master's clothes. Then he slowly took out a coffin and placed the Tongtian sect master inside. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at the Tongtian sect master's corpse in the coffin and revealed a benevolent smile. "Third brother, you must be tired. Rest well. With me and second brother here, you should have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine." This smile was meant for a dead man, but it sent chills down the spines of the others who saw it. Yuanshi Qianzuan was Gu Hai. Gu Hai had a grudge against the Tongtian sect master. He colluded with Zhua and killed the Tongtian sect master. Amethyst immediately shouted, "Amethyst, you are shameless. You were clearly the one who killed the Tongtian sect master." Kong Xian glared at him and said angrily, "Second sect master, it was Amethyst," Zhua said weakly. "Zhua even stole the Tongtian sect master's sword intent. Look, Zhua stole all of the Tongtian sect master's sword intent." Amethyst shouted again. Yuanshi Qianzuan ignored everyone's words. Instead, he looked at the Tongtian sect master and slowly closed the coffin lid. Quang. When the coffin lid was closed, Yuanshi Qianzuan carefully put it away. At this time, Yuanshi Qianzuan slowly looked at the crowd. However, he looked at them as if he was looking at a dead person. Zhua stole the Tongtian sect master's sword intent. "You can check it," Amethyst shouted again. Yuanshi Qianzuan ignored him and slowly waved his hand. Buzz. The void suddenly trembled and slowly, images appeared one after another. The images were of the previous final battle. Like a holographic projection, everything that happened before was quickly replayed. This sudden attack caught the purple jade heavenly demon off guard. What's going on? What kind of sorcery is this? In the distance, Zhua's face darkened. Terminal lucidity? Restoring all the lost scenes of the past? In the infinite celestial capital, Mahavirakana narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Palace, great perfection? This Yuanshi Qianzuan is also a great perfection? Jianghu's face darkened. Oh no, Amethyst is in trouble. Have you notified the vast freedom heavenly demon? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Matriarch Ji stood at the entrance of the court and narrowed her eyes. This time, no one can deceive Yuanshi Qianzuan. Can his technique see the past? Violet Jade Heavenly Demon, why don't you help me test how strong this Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning is? Under Yuanshi Qianzuan's technique, everything was restored. The Tongtian sect master had indeed fought with Gu Hai, but Gu Hai had shown him mercy. When Amethyst wanted to kill the Tongtian sect master for the first time, Gu Hai even used the light of destruction to pierce through Amethyst, saving the Tongtian sect master once. Save the Tongtian sect master once? In the images, Amethyst used the soul destruction seal to kill the Tongtian sect master for the second time. Gu Hai went to save him, but he was no match for Amethyst's speed. Although he couldn't save him, he tried his best. Gu Hai instantly felt the murderous intent locked onto him. It was gone. Yuanshi Qianzuan had removed his murderous intent? He also saw the Tongtian sect master's sword will clearly. It was given to Qi by the Tongtian sect master before he died. In this way, Qi was innocent. Instantly, the murderous intent locked onto Qi Qing disappeared. Yuanshi Qianzuan didn't pursue Kong Xian and the others because of Gu Hai. Everything in this projection was clear and irrefutable. It was Amethyst who killed the Tongtian sect master again and again. Buzz. The images faded and the projection disappeared. The truth had been revealed. Murderer. Amethyst. Yuanshi Qianzuan slowly turned his head and looked at Amethyst, who was on guard. Yuanshi Qianzuan looked at Amethyst and laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, my third brother was so desperate when he died. This smile made all the hair on Amethyst's body stand on end. There was no way to deny it now. Yuanshi Qinzuan could still laugh at this time. The more he smiled, the more murderous intent he had for Qi-Cheng. Yuanshi Qinzuan, I am also at the great fulfillment of Heavenly Palace. Don't think I am afraid of you. Amethyst said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, Amethyst also released his aura. As soon as his aura surged out, the purple bamboo domain burst out. Rolling purple bamboos immediately appeared as if they were facing a great enemy. Yuanshi Qinzuan was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Amethyst and said, "My third brother. Although he often quarrels with me, he is still my third brother, my only family member. How dare you?" As he spoke, Yuanshi Qinzuan's murderous intent rushed into the purple bamboo domain. Rumble. The endless purple bamboos immediately trembled. Amethyst's expression changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of golden luck. The golden luck soared into the sky, and there seemed to be a golden dragon swimming inside. South Sea's Purple Bamboo Island, the 8,000 subsidiary islands, sea demons everywhere, listen up. I need your strength now. Quickly raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Amethyst shouted. Roar. The golden dragon of luck roared. Amethyst's voice reverberated throughout the entire South Sea. Countless people on the 8,000 islands in the South Sea were surprised. Then they raised their right hands. Island Lord, use my strength. Island Lord, I lend you my strength. Quick, raise your right hand. For a moment, countless people, sea demons, and all the dragons and monsters in the South Sea Dragon Palace raised their hands and borrowed the strength. Amethyst managed to gather so much strength from the 8,000 islands in the South Sea? This is at least equivalent to 2 Day 1 Imperial Dynasty citizens, right? At least 100 million people? So many? This amount of strength is also... Kong Xian said in surprise. Surging strength surged from the 8,000 islands into the golden dragon in the Sea of Luck. The golden dragon roared and seemed to be charging at Amethyst. However, at this moment, Yuanshi Qinzuan sneered. These are all your accomplices? Good, it's good to have accomplices. As he spoke, he saw that the dark clouds in the sky suddenly trembled. As they trembled, they suddenly converged and turned into a huge black flag. Primeval banner? The 14th of the 16 ancient treasures? Mosquito Dauren narrowed his eyes. He saw that there seemed to be billions of densely packed sword chi vibrating inside the primeval banner. Primeval banner? Amethyst's expression changed. Accomplices? Accomplices must die. Yuanshi Qinzuan's eyes turned cold. Primeval banner extended his right hand and flicked his finger. Boom. The primeval banner shook. Billions of densely packed yellow sword chi instantly rushed in all directions of the South Sea. What are you doing? Amethyst reached out his hand and raised his palm to the sky. Buzz. The boundless sword chi passed through Amethyst's palm as if it didn't touch it. Instantly, it poured over the entire South Sea like a heavy rain. Ah! Don't kill me. Help. Boom. Amidst countless screams, the golden dragon of luck that had absorbed the power of countless people instantly deflated like a balloon. All of its power disappeared in an instant. Roar. The golden dragon of luck let out a miserable cry and immediately collapsed. The surging luck also collapsed abruptly. There was a loud bang in the South Sea and everything returned to calm again. Everyone's mouths were wide open, revealing a look of horror. Even Gu Hai was a little shocked. Those were 8,000 islands and there were billions of living beings, whether on the islands or in the sea. Yuanshi Qinzuan killed all of them as soon as he attacked. Not a single one was left alive. At a glance, corpses were rolling everywhere. Everyone in the Dragon Palace was killed. Billions of living beings were killed. Chapter 973. Billions of lives were wiped out. This was equivalent to wiping out the citizens of 2 or 3 imperial dynasties in an instant. Not a single one of them was spared. Not a single one of them was spared. Not a single one of them was spared. The primeval god was heartless, treating all lives as ants. The southern sea fell into a dead silence. All the experts in the divine continent sucked in a cold breath. The primeval lord of celestial primordial killed hundreds of billions of living beings because of a disagreement? Not leaving a single one alive? What a ruthless heart, what terrifying heartlessness. Is he not afraid of being punished by the heavens for committing such a great sin? Jianghu said with an ugly expression. Mahavairakana narrowed his eyes. Emotionless, everything in the world can be killed? Once the Tongtian sect is dead, Yuanshi Qianzuan will have no more restraints. The Ho stared coldly into the distance. The Ho was also a fierce and ruthless character. He could also see the common people as ants. However, he could not kill them all just because of a disagreement. Ji Matriarch raised her eyebrows. The primeval banner? What a ruthless Yuanshi Qianzuan. If not for Amethyst blowing him out, I would not have known that Wansho Taoism was hiding such a ruthless person. Above the southern sea, Yuanshi Qianzuan killed billions of lives with a flick of his finger. Amethyst felt a chill in his heart when he saw this. It had been a long time since he felt this. He still remembered that when he was weak he was most afraid of meeting such a lunatic. He would kill his entire family just because of a disagreement. Moreover, his strength was incomparably strong. This was the scariest thing. "All right, your accomplices are all dead," Yuanshi Qianzuan said with a cold smile. Not only was it cold, even Gu Hai, Kong Xian and the others felt their pores shrink. In that calm tone, everyone could hear a monstrous killing intent. No, it was a deathly aura. It was as though he was talking to a dead person. "Yuanshi Qianzuan, the Tongtian sect master may be dead, but do you really think you can kill me?" Amethyst said as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "My third brother died so miserably. I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you experience the despair he felt before he died. Just now those accomplices are all gone. Next, what other accomplices do you have? I'll give you a chance. Go ahead and call for as many people as you can. Go ahead and scream." The primeval Lord of Heaven stared at the violet jade heavenly demon. "Humph, you want me to despair? You're too naive. You weren't even born when I was roaming the world." "Humph." Amethyst snorted coldly. With a cold shout, he reached out and waved his hand. The void suddenly trembled as a powerful suction force appeared and rushed toward Yuanshi Qianzuan. "This is the Immortal Dome?" Gu Hai exclaimed in surprise. Gu Hai couldn't be more familiar with the frequency of the tremors in the void. He knew it too. Was this the Immortal Dome? "It's Amethyst's Immortal Dome. Sect leader mentioned it before. I think the vast freedom heavenly demon imitated the Immortal Dome and called it the Mystic Realm Immortal Dome," Bai said weakly to Gu Hai. "Oh, it's really the Immortal Dome? Amethyst wants to trap Yuanshi Qianzuan in the Immortal Dome? This Immortal Dome looks even more ferocious than mine. However, it's just lifeless and not as lively as the ancient Immortal Dome." Gu Hai analyzed as he looked at the trembling void in the distance. Gu Hai's Immortal Dome had its own system. Although the laws weren't strong enough, there was a karmic cycle in the world. Everything was there. Living beings could reproduce and grow stronger inside. As for the Immortal Dome in front of them, although it was stronger than the ancient Immortal Dome, it didn't have a cycle. It was just lifeless. However, this lifeless Immortal Dome made Gu Hai feel threatened. It was like a giant beast trying to swallow him whole. Yuanshi Qianzuan was about to be swallowed up. Amethyst's eyes flashed with anticipation. Once he entered the Immortal Dome, he would have many ways to deal with Yuanshi Qianzuan. "This is your little toy? Is that all you got?" Yuanshi Qianzuan's eyes turned cold. He reached out with his right hand. 3 astral fingers formed in the void and squeezed. Bam! There was a loud sound and the void shook violently. The 3 astral fingers seemed to be squeezing a big transparent ball. The transparent ball was originally charging toward Yuanshi Qianzuan, but it suddenly stopped. It was caught by the 3 astral fingers. It couldn't move. The suction force of the Immortal Dome disappeared. What? "No, my Immortal Dome, rise." Amethyst shouted in shock and anger. "Broken toy," Yuanshi Qianzuan said with a hint of impatience. The 3 astral fingers exerted force. Kacha. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The transparent ball was suddenly crushed into 10 pieces and scattered into the void. Off. Amethyst was affected. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked shocked. The Immortal Dome of the Immortal Dome was crushed? Jianghu's pupils shrank. He was shocked. "Is there more?" Yuanshi Qianzuan stepped forward and looked at Amethyst. There was panic in Amethyst's eyes. He knew how powerful the Immortal Dome mystic realm was. If someone else used it on him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Yuanshi had crushed it with a snap of his fingers. In Yuanshi Qianzuan, Amethyst suddenly saw the shadow of Long Jianghu. That terrifying aura made him feel suffocated. Yuanshi Qianzuan, today's humiliation will be repaid in the future. Amethyst turned around and shot off into the distance. It was true that Amethyst was at the peak of the heavenly Empyrean realm, but that didn't mean that she was stupid. At this moment, it was obvious that she had fallen into Matriarch Ji's trap. After probing this Yuanshi Qinzuan, she was incomparably terrifying. How could he want to continue fighting? Turning around, Amethyst ran away. Yuanshi Qinzuan didn't chase after her. Instead, he waved his hand and grabbed the primeval banner from the sky. With a flip of his hand, he disappeared. In just a short while, Amethyst, who had fled to the horizon, suddenly returned. Moreover, he was being choked by the neck. It was another heavenly lord of primordial beginning, who returned instantly with the purple jade heavenly demon by its neck. When he arrived at the primeval lord of heaven's location, his body flickered, and the two primeval lords of heaven merged into one. Divine Dao Domain? A domain clone? Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. This method doesn't seem like a divine Dao domain. Kong Xian frowned. At this moment, countless experts in the world widened their eyes. Yuanshi Qinzuan's clone? Subduing the enemy in one move? He stopped Amethyst in an instant? Jiang Rulai's face sank. Matriarch Ji also clenched her fists. South of the divine continent? Is it really not fated with me? Great Yin Celestial Dynasty, entrance of the Flame God Palace. Qi glanced at the heavenly lord of primordial beginning before glancing at Matriarch Ji. He slowly revealed a cold smile. His Holiness, what's the good news? Xing Tian asked curiously. I'm laughing at Matriarch Ji. It wasn't easy for him to wait for the Tong Tian sect master to fall and the south of the divine continent to fall into his hands. Who would have thought that Yuanshi Qinzuan would appear and destroy his dream of the Great Yellow Dynasty? Good. Matriarch Ji, you can continue to squat in the southwest corner of the divine continent. You sneered coldly. Above the southern sea. What method are you using? Let me go. Amethyst struggled in fear. Yuanshi Qinzuan's hand was choking Amethyst's neck, preventing him from escaping. They were both at the peak of the heavenly palace? The difference in strength was so great? You actually escaped? Hey, if that's the case, you're already at the end of the road. You don't have any other backup plans? Yuanshi Qinzuan's tone was as calm as ever. However, this calm tone made Amethyst tremble. This meant that Yuanshi Qinzuan was going to kill him. Vast freedom, heavenly devil, save me. Master, save me. Save me. Save me. The purple jade heavenly devil revealed an extremely terrified expression as it struggled. Oh, you still have people asking for help? Fine, I'll give you a few more moments. Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. Even though he had given the violet jade heavenly demon time to recover, waves of white energy still flowed from his palm into the violet jade heavenly demon's body. The violet jade heavenly demon's neck slowly turned into a white jade material. From the neck to the other parts of his body, it slowly hardened. The transformation of his body made Amethyst even more terrified. Jiang Rulai, save me. Jiang Rulai, save me. Amethyst screamed. Asking for Jiang Rulai's help? Matriarch Ji Ho and Mahavarakana all turned their gazes to the spiritual mountain. Even Yuanshi Qinzuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the spiritual mountain. Jiang Rulai? Tathagata heavenly demon, right? You want to help her? Yuanshi Qinzuan asked calmly. In the spiritual mountain, Jiang Rulai put his palms together, and his expression was gloomy. However, he did not move. Amethyst was courting death by going to kill the Tong Tian sect master. Jiang Rulai did not want to get involved. Amateus Buddha, I also feel sorry for Tongtian's death. Primeval sect master, my condolences. Jiang Rulai said calmly. Jiang Rulai was not going to get involved? Jiang Rulai, you will die a horrible death. Amethyst screamed. Jiang Rulai was expressionless. He did not want to get involved. If Jiang Rulai is not going to get involved, do you have any other helpers? Yuanshi Qinzuan looked at Amethyst. My lord, save me. My lord. Half of the heavenly demon's body had turned into white jade, and there was a tearing pain at the seams. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the South Sea. Suddenly, gusts of strong wind appeared out of nowhere. The gusts of wind whistled, and many ferocious beast-like gales appeared in the sky. Master, save me. Amethyst said in surprise. Vast freedom, heavenly demon? You are only here as a wisp of divine consciousness. You are not here in person? Yuanshi Qinzuan snorted coldly. The snort was so loud that the entire South Sea shook violently. With a loud bang, all the wind-shaped ferocious beasts exploded in an instant. Whoosh! However, not far from the heavenly lord of the origin, a cloud of black fog suddenly appeared. Within the black fog, a blurry human figure seemed to appear. Wansho Taoism? Ha, I didn't expect that the Wansho Taoist, whose cultivation was not so good, would have such a character among his descendants? Yuanshu Qianzuan. Let go of Ziyu. The vague figure in the black fog said calmly. Vast freedom, heavenly demon? Everywhere in the world, the faces of the ambitious people sank. Master, master, save me. Your servant was wrong. I will never be independent again. From now on, your servant will always be by your side. I will never be unfaithful. Master, save me. The violet jade heavenly demon shouted desperately. The violet jade heavenly demon is your servant? Ha ha ha. Yuanshu Qinzuan's eyes were cold. Chapter 974. In the South Sea, a blurry figure condensed in a huge black fog. Vast freedom, heavenly demon, a strand of divine consciousness? The moment the divine consciousness appeared, waves of terrifying pressure pressed down on Yuanshu Qinzuan. Yuanshu Qinzuan merely revealed a cold smile. Buzz. A thin slit appeared between Yuanshu Qinzuan's brows. The moment the slit opened, a third eye appeared, similar to Gu Hai's heavenly eye. However, Yuanshu Qinzuan's third eye was purple in color, and there was no chi core revolving around it. God-destroying heavenly eye? The unborn man exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai's God-destroying heavenly eye already shocked the unborn man, but this Yuanshu Qinzuan also had the God-destroying heavenly eye? One had to know, in the ancient history, only Jiang Qin had such a powerful God-destroying heavenly eye. Now, how come everyone he met had the God-destroying heavenly eye? Although these God-destroying heavenly eyes were different, the unborn man still felt a great threat from them. You also have the God-destroying heavenly eye? No, it's different from Jiang Qin's. Within the black fog, the vast freedom heavenly demon exclaimed in shock. Buzz. Yuanshu Qinzuan's God-destroying heavenly eye suddenly shot out a ray of purple light, charging towards the black fog. The great freedom heavenly demon immediately raised his guard. However, the purple light passed through him and did not harm him. What are you doing? The vast freedom heavenly demon asked coldly. After the purple light passed through it, it abruptly retracted. Yuanshu Qinzuan also retracted his God-destroying heavenly eye. Ha ha ha, I was wondering where the vast freedom heavenly demon came from, so you're the one who dragged out an ignoble existence in the war of witches and demons? Yuanshu Qinzuan revealed a cold smile. Dragged out an ignoble existence? Not far away, Kong Xian's brows furrowed. The experts from all over the world were also surprised. Could the heavenly Lord Yuanshu's God-destroying heavenly eye see through people's past? Living an ignoble existence? Hey, you know who I am? The vast freedom heavenly devil sneered. One of the four great commanders of the monster race, the ancestor of the tiger race, the white tiger? Hey, in that case, your so-called heavenly devil holy land is just a gathering of monsters who have been following you in the war of shamans and demons? A bunch of cowards who don't dare to show their true faces. Yuanshu Qinzuan sneered. White tiger sovereign? The mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Kong Xian's pupils shrank as well. Impossible, my peacock god has recorded that the white tiger sovereign killed hundreds of millions of witches in the final battle, and perished together with a group of elder-level witches. The demon race of the world even held a funeral for the white tiger sovereign. Gu Hai's face also sank. No wonder the heavenly demon holy ground has such a strong foundation. The heavenly demon holy ground's 13 peaks masters are all at the perfection stage of the heavenly palace great perfection stage. So, it turns out that they are the gathering of ancient beast kings. All around the divine continent. Bai and Matriarch Ji narrowed their eyes. Clearly they did not expect the identity of the vast freedom heavenly demon. Ha 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 ha, Yuanshu Qinzuan, your ability really surprises me. I wonder how strong you are. The vast freedom heavenly demon said coldly. You're just a strand of divine will? I won't take advantage of you. I'll leave the door wide open and let you enter my body. How about that? Yuanshu Qinzuan said indifferently. Leave the door wide open and let the vast freedom heavenly demon enter his body? He's crazy, the slightest mistake and his consciousness will collapse. The unborn man said in shock. Not only the unborn man, but all the experts in the surroundings also darkened. Allowing the opponent's divine will to enter one's body was unreasonable in many people's eyes. Because this was using one's own body as the battlefield. No matter the result, one would be injured to a certain extent. Fine, you asked for it. The vast freedom heavenly demon shouted coldly. In an instant, the black fog rushed towards Yuanshu Qinzuan. As expected, Yuanshi Qianzuan did not resist. Boom. The fog enveloped the vast freedom heavenly demon's divine will and rushed into Yuanshi Qianzuan's body. Yuanshi Qianzuan stood quietly on the sea. He held tightly onto Amethyst, who was turning into jade. Rumble. 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 The primeval Lord of Heaven's body emitted a series of rumbling noises as wisps of black gas were continuously emitted. Yuanshi Qianzuan? No, impossible, you lied to me? The vast freedom heavenly demon roared furiously from within primeval Lord's body. Pust 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 pust. Like water droplets falling on burning charcoal, there was a loud sizzling sound. Finally, Yuanshi Qianzuan breathed out a wisp of black gas from his nostrils, and everything returned to normal. Ah, vast freedom heavenly demon, you should have seen my methods just now. If you want to stand up for Amethyst, then come. Even if all the 13 peaks of the heavenly demon holy grounds come, I don't care. I just want to tell you that third brother's life is more important than all the lives in this world combined. If you dare to come, I will fight to the death with your heavenly demon holy grounds. Yuanshi Qianzuan said malevolently. That voice sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Even Amethyst had a look of despair on his face at this moment. The vast freedom heavenly demon's divine will was destroyed? My lord, save me. I was wrong. I will listen to you in the future. My lord, I know you can definitely hear my voice. My lord, I beg you, please save me. The violet jade heavenly demon shouted. Yuanshi Qianzuan waited patiently. Half an incense's time passed, but the vast freedom heavenly demon did not come. It seems like the vast freedom heavenly demon has given up on you. Yuanshi Qianzuan finally looked at Amethyst. Amethyst was scared out of his wits. Guhai, Matriarch Ji by Jianghu and the others were all silent. Although the vast freedom heavenly demon and Yuanshi Qianzuan did not have much of a confrontation, in this short moment of silence, they instantly understood how strong Yuanshi Qianzuan was. The vast freedom heavenly demon commanded the heavenly demon holy grounds and more than 10 perfection heavenly palaces. Yet he was unwilling to fight to the death with Yuanshi Qianzuan, even if he had to give up on Amethyst. Don't kill me, I will listen to you in the future. Don't kill me. Amethyst screamed in fear. What's the use of listening to me? As long as third brother listens to me, that's enough. But you killed him just now. Yuanshi Qianzuan's tone finally turned cold. His tone was frosty, as if announcing that Amethyst's death was imminent. In an instant, the energy in his hand surged, and Amethyst's entire body turned into white jade. Only his head was intact, but it was also in the process of turning into jade. Once his entire body turned into jade, Amethyst would be finished. Purple bamboo domain. Amethyst screamed in fear. Wong. Suddenly, countless purple bamboos appeared in the void, as if they wanted to fight back against Yuanshi Qianzuan. However, how could Amethyst compare to Yuanshi Qianzuan's current strength? All the bamboos in the purple bamboo domain suddenly turned into jade. In just an instant, all the bamboos turned into white jade. They were astonishingly translucent, fixed in the void. The domain was completely ineffective. At this moment, Amethyst's eyes were filled with despair and regret. More than half of his head turned into white jade. His entire body was about to be drowned in white jade. This has nothing to do with me. I beg you, let me go. It was Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji wanted to kill the Tongtian sect master. I was tricked by him. Amethyst howled. Yuanshi Qianzuan's eyes turned cold. Wong. Amethyst completely turned into a white jade statue. From head to toe, his entire body turned into jade. His entire body was fixed in the void and there was no trace of life. Pa. Yuanshi Qianzuan stretched out his hand and slapped. Amethyst and the entire purple bamboo domain instantly shattered, turning into dust that scattered throughout the southern sea. He's dead. Mosquito Daoran said in shock. This was a great perfection heavenly palace cultivator. In Yuanshi Qianzuan's hands he was killed so easily? No, she still has 3 spiritual souls, the unborn man said in shock. Gu Hai immediately covered his entire body with yin qi, and he could see the spiritual souls in his eyes. It was Yuanshi Qianzuan's palm. He seemed to be holding a shrunken spiritual soul. It was Amethyst who had a look of horror on his face. How could I let you die so easily? Ha ha ha, you still have 3 spiritual souls? Don't worry, I kept your 3 spiritual souls so that I can slowly take care of you in the future. Yuanshi Qianzuan said with a cold gaze. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and kept Amethyst's spiritual soul. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Yuanshi Qianzuan's desire for revenge was too terrifying. After Yuanshi Qinzuan killed Amethyst, he suddenly turned his head and looked coldly in the direction of the divine continent. Matriarch Ji? Jianghu? Before Amethyst died he mentioned the two of you. Are the two of you also involved in my third brother's death? Yuanshi Qinzuan said coldly. Divine continent. Matriarch Ji and Jianghu's expressions changed. Yuanshi Qinzuan's desire for revenge was not just terrifying, it was perverse. Was this the rhythm of 9 exterminations? Who? Yuanshi Qinzuan's figure flashed, and he instantly rushed towards the divine continent to find the two of them to settle the score. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Hai and the rest were left standing on the surface of the South Sea. They looked at the dead silent South Sea. Your Majesty, will Yuanshi Qinzuan, Matriarch Ji and Jianghu fight? Kong Xian asked in shock. I don't know. Let's leave this place immediately. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Gu Hai waved his hand. Instantly, the fragments of the immortal dome that were crushed by Yuanshi Qinzuan were kept in the immortal dome of the ancients. Tian Ho carefully kept the immortal extermination 4 swords. Let's go. Oh. In an instant the group disappeared from the South Sea. Jianghu did not chase after Gu Hai. This was because he had encountered a bigger problem than Gu Hai. Yuanshi Qinzuan, that madman, had come looking for him. Gu Hai and the rest. An hour later. They arrived outside the Wansho Taoism. Almost half of the Wansho Taoism's fate had collapsed. Countless Wansho Taoism disciples were crying out in grief. Gu Hai, thank you for sending us off. Tian Ho said weakly. Tian Ho, are you still going to stay in the Wansho Taoism? Why don't you come to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Gu Hai persuaded. Tian Ho shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I'm still a disciple of the Wansho Taoism. The sect leader has even imparted all his sword will to me. I won't leave. But do you know why the Tongtian sect master gave you everything in the end? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Tian Ho looked deeply at Gu Hai. I know. My previous life was the Tongtian of the Jie sect. Oh, you've recovered your memory? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Not yet, but I can analyze it. Moreover, my memory of my previous life is a little loose. It seems that I'm not far from knowing the past. Tian Ho solemnly said. Your previous life. Gu Hai was about to tell him. You don't have to tell me. No matter who I was in my previous life, in this life, I'm a disciple of the Wansho Taoism. I'm Tian Ho. Tian Ho shook his head. All right, take care. Gu Hai nodded. At this moment, several disciples of the Wansho Taoism flew over. Young Master Qinglian? The disciples were surprised. Thank you. Tian Ho nodded at Gu Hai. Gu Hai and the rest handed Tian Ho over to the disciples of the Wansho Taoism and immediately headed for the infinite celestial capital. Chapter 975. Gu Hai did not care about how the grudges between Yuanshi Qinzuan, Matriarch Ji and Jianghu were resolved. The most important thing now was Shangguan Hen, who had turned into a golden egg. After 2 hours, Gu Hai and the rest arrived at the boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai asked the rest to wait outside while he went directly to the small courtyard where Mahavarakana was. Mahavarakana was also waiting for Gu Hai. Mr. Good, are you here for Yuanshi Qinzuan? I've already seen it. This Yuanshi Qinzuan is very capable. Mahavarakana praised. No, not Yuanshi Qinzuan but Shangguan Hen. Help me take a look. Gu Hai said immediately. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out the pill furnace. Clang. The pill furnace landed in the small courtyard and shook slightly. Mahavarakana immediately walked forward. This pill furnace is really strange. The runes on it seem to be specially made to deal with earth fire? Mahavarakana asked curiously. Gu Hai shook his head and said with a wry smile, if you like it, after we save Shangguan Hen, I'll give this pill furnace to you to play with. Mahavarakana's expression turned serious as he reached out and opened the lid of the pill furnace. Instantly the golden egg inside started to jump. Shangguan Hen cultivates the 8-9 mystic arts. This cultivation technique was created by the group of you together. It fuses the Buddhist, demon and shaman arts. How is Shangguan Hen now? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Mahavarakana reached out and grabbed the golden egg in his hand. The golden egg jumped as if it wanted to eat Mahavarakana's flesh. 8-9 mystic arts? How many levels has Shangguan Hen cultivated to? Mahavarakana asked with a frown. I've heard from Shangguanhen that 800,000 years ago, progenitor Xuanwu gave all of his flesh and blood to Shangguanhen to cultivate, and helped Shangguanhen reach the 70th level. Gu Hai recalled. Cultivating with flesh and blood? 70 levels? Mahavairakana narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's just that the last time I used my flesh and blood to cultivate. Back then, when I brought him to the 18 levels of hell, it was all through tempering. Gu Hai explained. Although the 8 and 9 mysteries art is the result of our collective efforts, there is no one who can truly cultivate it to perfection. This is because the further one goes, the harder it is to cultivate. Shangguanhen being able to cultivate to the 70th layer is already a miracle. Mahavairakana said sincerely. Is Shangguanhen still alive? Gu Hai asked worriedly. I'm not sure. Mahavairakana frowned. What do you mean you're not sure? Gu Hai asked solemnly. At the later stages of the 8 and 9 mysteries art, it no longer follows the rules. Instead, it has its own changes and opportunities. In other words, it has its own tribulation. If one can overcome the tribulation, one's cultivation will increase by another level. If one can't overcome the tribulation, perhaps one will remain a golden egg forever. Mahavairakana said with a frown. He's facing his tribulation now? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Mahavairakana nodded. Then how can we help him? Gu Hai asked worriedly. He needs flesh and blood now. Mahavairakana said with a frown. Flesh and blood? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes. In the past, the black tortoise progenitor provided him with flesh and blood, and also opened up a path for him to cultivate using flesh and blood. However, this path is too rugged. Now, it can't be satisfied with just 1 or 2 pieces of flesh. It needs an endless amount of flesh and blood. If you leave it alone, it will go around killing people and eating flesh. Mahavairakana frowned. Going around killing people and eating flesh? Won't he become a demon? Everyone has the right to kill him. Moreover, the more he kills, the greater the sin he commits. Gu Hai said worriedly. Yes, he needs flesh and blood. Regardless of life or death, he has become a demon. Mahavairakana said solemnly. Gu Hai's face darkened slightly. Mr. Good, deep down Shangguanhen probably doesn't want to become a demon. Since he has become like this, why don't you give it to me? I'll release him and let him reincarnate as soon as possible. Mahavairakana said with a slight sigh. There's no need. Gu Hai immediately took the golden egg and put it into the alchemy furnace. Clang. The lid of the alchemy furnace was closed. Mahavairakana, I'll give you this alchemy furnace tomorrow. Gu Hai said solemnly. You want to save him? Oh, by the way, the South Sea. Billions of lives were killed by Yuanshu Chenzuan in the South Sea, but billions of flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. You won't be able to gather all of them in one place in a short time. Moreover, those people's cultivation levels were too low when they were alive, and the quality of their flesh and blood is too low. It's better to eat the flesh of a great demon than to eat the flesh of 10,000 ordinary people. Mahavairakana said worriedly. Now I know a place. I'll take my leave for now. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mahavairakana looked at Gu Hai and finally nodded, not stopping him. Outside the small courtyard, the unborn man, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Ao Xing, Mo Yike, Qin Tianshan, and the others were waiting. Qin Tianshan, Ao Xing will replace Ao Shun's position from now on. He will be the temporary supreme of the dragon tribe of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Settle down first. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered. Ao Xing, Kong Xian, the two of you just obtained the inheritances. You definitely need to recuperate. Stay here for now and enter closed-door cultivation to break through. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, your majesty. The two answered. Mosquito Daoran, unborn man, let's make another trip to the corpse grave realm. Gu Hai said. Yes. The two answered. The unborn man waved his hand. Bus. Suddenly the netherworld passageway opened. Gu Hai, the unborn man, and Mosquito Daoran stepped in. Whoosh. The netherworld passageway suddenly vanished. The moment they entered the netherworld, they appeared near a blood-clad guard encampment. In the distance, countless bats were fighting with a group of skeletons. The blood-clad guard is fighting with the skeletons of the 10,000 Bone Mountain range? The unborn man said in shock. Countless sanguine race members were preventing the skeletons from entering the valley filled with bloody light. Get out of the way. Let us search. A skeleton general shouted. Countless skeletons rushed over from all directions. Protect the commander. The blood-clad guard immediately blocked the front. A huge battle ensued. The mosquito Doran's expression sank as he immediately stepped forward. Boom. When the mosquito Doran attacked, a large number of skeletons instantly exploded. Who are you? How dare you block my 10,000 Bone Mountain Range's way? The skeletons bellowed. Your Majesty. The blood-clad guard exclaimed in joy. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The commander is in closed-door cultivation. Perhaps the commotion caused by the bloody light attracted these skeletons. Naturally, we cannot allow these skeletons to disturb the commander's cultivation, so... A blood-clad guard said respectfully. Gu Hai glanced at the skeletons and waved his hand. Boom. The entire valley, along with Changming, was immediately sucked into Gu Hai's immortal dome of ancient. All right. Changming is with me. Find a place to settle down first. When Changming comes out of closed-door cultivation, have him meet up with you, Gu Hai instructed. Yes, the blood-clad guard immediately answered. Whoosh. The blood-clad guard immediately scattered. Halt, the skeletons roared. Boom. The mosquito Daoran waved his hand, and the skeletons were sent flying once more. Don't worry about them. Let's go. Gu Hai said. Whoosh. In an instant, Gu Hai's group vanished into the horizon. The skeletons felt depressed. Just as the skeletons were feeling depressed, Wang. Suddenly, space trembled slightly and a blue light appeared. There seemed to be a gigantic image in the blue light. Greetings, Bone Deity. The countless skeletons immediately kowtowed. This deity sensed the Bone Ancestors' remnant aura earlier. Now it's gone? What happened earlier? The Bone Deity's image asked indifferently. The skeletons exclaimed in shock. All of you return to the Bone Divine Temple and explain yourself. The Bone Deity's image ordered. Yes. The skeletons' voices trembled slightly as if they feared the Bone Divine Temple. However, they had no choice but to go. Gu Hai, the mosquito Daoran, and the unborn man flew quickly. After 4 hours, the three arrived outside the Corpse Mound realm. A large number of soldiers were already stationed outside the Corpse Grave realm. However, Gu Hai's group easily infiltrated the place. No one discovered them. The moment they entered, they saw the 35-line pair world ritual array. To Gu Hai, this was like walking on flat ground. Gu Hai's group did not go to the Eternal Buddha Pagoda to disturb Gu Han. Instead, they went directly to the center of the corpse pit. Outside the corpse pit, there were still a few resentful spirits shouting, but they couldn't hurt Gu Hai at all. Is this the place where the corpses of all the demons and witches who died in the ancient war of the witches and demons are laid out? Gu Hai asked. Yes, Your Majesty. This pit of corpses doesn't look big, but there are countless corpses inside. Perhaps the resentment is too strong so it hasn't rotted. Mosquito Daoran explained. That's good. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the pill furnace. Quang. He opened the cauldron and the golden egg jumped out. Gu Hai tossed the golden egg into the pit of corpses. Bang. The golden egg fell into the pit of corpses and immediately trembled. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A series of chewing sounds came from the bottom of the corpse pit. It was the golden egg that Shangguan Hen had transformed into. It was eating happily while rapidly devouring the flesh of countless ancient demon kings and great shamans. Brr. Screech. A few resentful spirits pounced down, but they couldn't hurt the golden egg at all. The golden light on the surface of the golden egg was like a blazing flame to the resentful spirits. The resentful spirits kept dodging in pain. Shangguan Hen is eating corpse meat? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Eat as long as Shangguan Hen can recover. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Yes. Mosquito Daoran and the unborn man didn't say anything. The bottom of the corpse pit was pitch black, but Gu Hai could still see clearly that there were indeed countless demon corpses. The golden egg had just eaten a huge cheetah demon corpse and was now devouring it non-stop. Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved about Shangguan Hen. He waved his hand. Whoosh. Suddenly, Changming appeared in front of Gu Hai. Thank you, Your Majesty, for protecting me. It was so dangerous just now. Changming immediately said respectfully. Dangerous? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, I was refining the god of blood shaman, but I didn't expect that it still had a trace of resentment and wanted to take over my consciousness. If I was disturbed, my consciousness would have been taken over. Fortunately, Your Majesty appeared. Changming said gratefully. The god of blood shaman? I remember that the god of blood shaman kept saying, I died unjustly? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, when I refined this trace of resentment, I also obtained some of his memories. He indeed died unjustly. Chang Ming smiled bitterly. Oh. He was the great elder of the blood elementalist branch of the sorcerer tribe. He fought against the demon clan and won every battle. According to his memories, the sorcerer tribe could have exterminated the demon clan and won completely. However, in the end, Jiang Chen went crazy and stopped the war. The god of blood shaman was unwilling and wanted to resist, but he was killed by Jiang Chen. He died at the hands of the sorcerer tribe's commander, Jiang Chen, so he died with grievances. Chang Ming explained. Jiang Chen killed him? What? Mosquito Daoran was surprised. Chang Ming shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Chapter 976. Corpse Mound World. At the center of the corpse pit, Chang Ming revealed a secret from the ancient times. Jiang Chen killed a shaman? Everyone turned solemn. However, it was useless to be shocked. So many years had passed since the ancient times, and the truth had long been buried. Gu Hai looked at the corpse pit, and his expression suddenly changed. Wait! Your Majesty, what's wrong? Mosquito Daoran asked in confusion. Yuanshi Qinzuan mentioned before that the vast freedom heavenly demon was one of the 4 great commanders of the ancient monster race, the White Tiger? Does that mean the White Tiger is still alive? Then, there is no resentful spirit of the White Tiger in this corpse mound world? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran was slightly taken aback and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. In the corpse mound world, there is only the resentful spirit of the Azure Dragon, which is the ancestral dragon. Didn't Your Majesty see it not long ago? That's right. The ancestral dragon's resentful spirit and corpse were taken by the Great Yellow Dynasty. Gu Hai nodded. I used to think that the White Tiger's body and soul were destroyed, so there is no resentful spirit here. Mosquito Daoran said with a frown. There is no resentful spirit of the White Tiger because the White Tiger is still alive. Ancestor Xuanwu did not die in the past, but he died at the hands of old man Guanxi 800,000 years ago. The Azure Dragon fell. What about the Vermilion Bird? Among the 6 resentful spirits obtained by the Great Yellow Dynasty, there was no Vermilion Bird? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran. Yes, there is no resentful spirit of the Vermilion Bird in the Corpse Tomb realm. In the past, the resentful spirit of the Bird Clan was the resentful spirit of the Bird King. It was passed on to Kong Xian not long ago. When Taoist explained, Your Majesty, are you saying that the Vermilion Bird is still alive? Chang Ming asked in shock. I don't know. The matters of the ancient times are still too distant, so we don't know what was hidden for the time being. The major powers of the Yang realm are already clear. Chang Ming, tell the blood-robed guards to speed up the investigation into the distribution of the major powers of the Yang realm. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Chang Ming answered. All right, let's go back. Gu Hai instructed. Gu Hai's group returned to the limitless celestial capital. After a court meeting, the officials were relieved. As long as Gu Hai was in court, there was nothing to be afraid of. After the court session, Gu Hai followed Mo Yike to a heavily guarded valley. Your Majesty, these are the storage bracelets sent back by the Crown Prince's flying ship. This subject took a look and sighed in amazement. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. At first, Mo Yike was suspicious of the items sent back by the flying ship, but he didn't bother with them and only sent people to guard them. However, one time the flying ship accidentally broke a storage bracelet while unloading the goods. The moment the storage bracelet broke, a flood of spirit stones covered the entire valley. Mo Yike was shocked. Spirit stones? How could there be so many spirit stones? If one of the storage bracelets was filled with spirit stones, then what about the others? Mo Yike immediately started to check it. After checking it, his eyes widened in shock. All of them were spirit stones? Where did the Crown Prince go? Which Imperial Dynasty's treasury did he rob? No, was it the Imperial Dynasty's treasury? But even the Imperial Dynasty's treasury didn't have such a ridiculous amount of spirit stones. Mo Yike immediately went on high alert. Not only did he cover it with a formation, but he also ordered the demon god army to guard it. He didn't dare to be careless. You've seen it? How much? Gu Hai asked. 200 billion high-grade spirit stones. Your Majesty, this was earned from the Spiritual Mountain's 2,000 cities? Mo Yike was still shocked. In the past, the #1 zither building on this street as well as the Royal Casino had already shown Mo Yike the speed at which Gu Hai made money. Compared to the current situation, the difference was like heaven and earth. In just a few short months, he had earned 200 billion high-grade spirit stones? Wouldn't those self-proclaimed great merchants be allowed to live? This is only the first batch. There will be a second and third batch from Guqin soon. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The crown prince is a god. This subject is inferior to him. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Mo Yike was very good at political planning, but in terms of earning money, he couldn't do it on such a large scale. Oh right, your majesty, other than the infinite spirit stones, the crown prince also sent a message that he needs storage bracelets with large spaces. The more the better. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. These spirit stones can be stored in my immortal dome. Gu Hai waved his hand. Walala. All the storage bracelets were activated. Countless spirit stones poured out like water from the heavenly river. The immortal dome opened and sucked in all the spirit stones. After a busy day, all the storage bracelets in the valley were emptied. Return these empty storage bracelets to Guqin. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Mo Yike replied. After giving some instructions, Gu Hai went into seclusion. In a large hall, no one was allowed to disturb him. Gu Hai took out a Guqin figurine and spoke to Guqin. Far away, in a small courtyard in Lingshan City in the west, Guqin spoke respectfully to the Guqin figurine. Father, that was only the first batch. During this period there is a result every day. The spirit stones are pouring into my shop like a flood. We can't keep up with the numbers. Guqin said in awe. Are they slowly retreating? Gu Hai asked. Yes, father. Other than some of our people who are in charge of the spirit stones, the others are slowly delegating their authority. They are basically related to the Lingshan Holy Land. Guqin said excitedly. They are back from buying spirit stones from all over the place? Gu Hai asked. Ah, father, you are a prophet. We don't spend any money on this shop. At most, we spend the money on decorations. Our interest is so high. Once the money is spent, they immediately send it back and leave it with us, ready to eat the interest. However, every time the interest comes out, they think about the interest. So, all the money is in our shop, only coming in and not out. Guqin said excitedly. These days won't last long. Prepare early. Gu Hai ordered. Yes, father. Rest assured. Our people should be able to escape unscathed. Guqin said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Right, father, there is something that I am worried about. Guqin frowned. Father, you asked me to delegate my authority to a relative related to the Lingshan Holy Land. However, one of the shopkeepers of Limitless Wealth Management is the younger brother of the abbot of Donglin Temple. He stayed in Limitless Wealth Management for a month and slowly understood the workings of Limitless Wealth Management. He actually took the initiative to resign and is preparing to open his own shop, Guqin said with a frown. Gu Hai's expression changed. Originally, all the financial management shops were monopolized by us. However, his opening of a new financial management shop might just be the beginning. He is definitely not the only smart person. Following this, there will be many financial management shops that are not under our control. This child is a little worried. Guqin said worriedly. That is a good thing. Gu Hai said with a smile. Wealth management shops are not too complicated. As long as you have the ability and background, you can open one. If they open one, their background will definitely be more powerful than our making something out of nothing. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, that is what I am worried about too. Don't worry. You said that the 2,000 cities in Lingshan are almost monopolized by us. There are chains in all 2,000 cities. In terms of credibility, the people there will definitely be more inclined to our shop. Most of the money will go into our shops. The new shops are not big and won't make much money. When they become successful, it will be time for us to retire. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Moreover, we have to thank them. Because once we leave, the pressure of the whole business will fall on them. They selflessly contributed and took over for us. How should we address them? Spendthrifts? Guqin laughed. No, they should be called takers. Gu Hai also laughed. Father is right. Takers. Guqin also laughed loudly. Through the air, they conversed with Guqin for a while. Gu Hai put away the Qin figurine. He began to cultivate in seclusion. First, it was the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai's consciousness entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Bus. In the sky above the immortal dome of the ancients, a huge eye of heaven suddenly appeared. The eye of heaven was golden and looked down on the earth at a glance. Gu Hai set up a chess array that could absorb the spiritual chi of the outside world. At this moment, The immortal dome of the ancients was also in a state of prosperity. The immortal dome of the ancients was now a world dominated by sword cultivators. Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, Shimenchueshue, and Dugu Qiubai respectively set up 4 major sword sects in the immortal dome of the ancients. The cultivation methods that Gu Hai brought back from Earth were extremely complicated. Gu Hai set up stone tablets to defend the immortal dome of the ancients. Countless living beings referred to cultivation and naturally established countless second-rate, third-rate, and fourth-rate sections. The overall strength of the ambitious and ruthless people from all sides, the strongest had reached the Yuanying state. The expeditions continued and they continued to become stronger. However, all of this was just the beginning. Gu Hai's consciousness entered the immortal dome of the ancients and opened the eye of heaven. Boom! A powerful aura immediately pressed down on the immortal dome of the ancients, causing their hearts to tremble. Whoosh! Almost all of the living beings instinctively knelt. Why am I kneeling? What's going on? Eye of heaven? Eye of heaven? Heavens? Exclamations continued. The ambitious and ruthless people instinctively knelt, unable to resist. They were extremely curious and mysterious about the unknown heavens. Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, Shimenchueshue, and Dongfang Bubi bowed respectfully in the 4 major sword sects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Cultivators like you should cultivate diligently. When you have grown enough, I promise to give you a bigger, wider, and stronger world. Gu Hai's voice instantly spread throughout the world. A bigger, wider, and stronger world? Is it the deity world? Someone asked excitedly. Dugu Qiubai, Shimenchueshue, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dongfang Bubi, the 4 of you must not be stingy. Every 10 years you must preach the Tao to the world and teach them. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The 4 sword cultivators replied. The 4 sword gods? The heavens let the 4 sword gods preach to the world? That's great. I can listen to the sword god scripture. The heavens know the 4 sword gods? No wonder the 4 sword gods are so powerful. Legend has it that the 4 sword gods came from the deity world. It's true. Chapter 977. Closing the Eye of Heaven, Gu Hai sat cross-legged on the summit of a tall mountain in the immortal dome, carefully studying the laws inside. The immortal dome had laws. However, they could not compare to the 6 paths immortal domes. The difference was too big. Since Shaoqin could control the immortal dome, he could quietly study the appearance of these laws. Gu Hai focused on studying the Go Dao's laws. In the 6 paths immortal dome's Go Dao's laws, Gu Hai could use the 35-line pair world formation. However, in the immortal dome, there was only the 33-line pair world formation at most. This was what Gu Hai found strange. Based on his comprehension of the Go Dao's laws, Gu Hai spent 2 days studying them. After 20 years in the immortal dome, he finally discovered the difference in the immortal dome's laws. If the Go Dao's laws of the 6 paths immortal dome were a tall and strong tree, then the Go Dao's laws of the immortal dome were a branch of this tree. The laws of the ancient immortal firmament were not complete laws, they were defective products of laws. They were a part of the laws. The immortal dome's laws are just a branch of the complete law tree. They cannot be called laws at most, Gu Hai said gravely. Gu Hai continued studying. There are 3,000 laws in the immortal dome? Could it be that the 6 paths immortal dome has 3,000 laws as well? 3,000 great Tao? The immortal dome only has a superficial understanding? Gu Hai analyzed. However, even if Shaoqin could distinguish these 3,000 laws, comprehending them was not something that could be done in a short time. Focusing on the Go Dao's laws, Gu Hai wanted to complete the Go Dao's laws. However, it was not that easy. He could simulate an outline in his mind, but he could not condense it. It is not easy to strengthen the immortal dome's might. Gu Hai sighed softly. Unable to find a solution, Gu Hai started studying other things. As he stretched out his hand, 10 large transparent shards flew over from the distance. These were Amethyst's immortal dome's secret realm. Yuanshi Qinzuan crushed them into pieces. Although the immortal dome did not have 3,000 laws like the immortal dome inside, it looked very similar to the immortal dome on the outside. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Buzz. The immortal dome of the ancients was slowly devouring these fragments. During the devouring process, the space around the ancient immortal dome seemed to have thickened slightly. However, the change was negligible. The 10 fragments of the immortal dome were not that easy to devour. Gu Hai had spent 10 years in the immortal dome, but he had only managed to devour 1% of the fragments. Since it's so slow, I'll just slowly devour it. Gu Hai no longer paid it any attention, allowing the immortal dome of the ancients to slowly consume the 10 fragments. Buzz. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai summoned another book that emitted white light. It was the Heavenly Spirit Book that he snatched from Emperor Kong and Mr. Wu Xing in the Corpse Grave Realm. Heavenly Spirit Book? When he first saw this name, Gu Hai didn't hesitate to make a move. Gu Hai had a personal soul thin and an earthly spirit book. Even though Gu Hai hadn't been able to find out anything after all these years, it wasn't hard to see the connection from the name. He opened his mouth and swallowed. The Heavenly Soul Book was immediately sent to the Heavenly Soul. The Heavenly Soul grabbed it. But the moment he grabbed it in his hand, buzz. The Heavenly Soul Book suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange force that rushed into the Heavenly Soul. This sudden change startled Gu Hai. Just as he was about to toss the Heavenly Spirit Book away, he suddenly stopped. Buzz. Buzz. The Earthly Spirit Book and the Personal Soul Thin emitted a dazzling white light at the same time. The same force rushed into the Earthly Soul and the Personal Soul respectively. The 3 books emitted light at the same time. Gu Hai suppressed the urge to throw the Heavenly Soul Book away. The force that rushed into the 3 souls made them feel extremely comfortable. Gu Hai had a feeling that these 3 books seemed to be able to sense each other through his 3 souls. In other words, someone had to obtain all 3 books at the same time to make them resonate through his 3 souls. Buzz. After the 3 books resonated, they slowly flew out of Gu Hai's mouth and floated in mid-air. However, Gu Hai felt that his 3 souls still had a mysterious connection with them. The 3 books trembled and moved closer to each other. Boom. When the 3 books came into contact with each other, they emitted a dazzling light that lit up the heavens and the earth. Gradually, the 3 books merged together and slowly changed shape. They turned into books again. The 3 books merged into one. A book carved from white jade emitted a 9-colored light. There were 3 big words on the cover of the book. Book of Life and Death. Gu Hai exclaimed. This was not the Book of Life and Death that Gu Hai had heard of on Earth. This was the Book of Life and Death that was read backwards. The Book of Life and Death was connected to Gu Hai's 3 souls. This allowed Gu Hai to control it with just his thoughts. On the back of the Book of Life and Death, there was a small line of words. Infinity gives birth to Tai Chi. Life comes after death. Following the heavenly records of the great Tao, erasing the Tao to refine the Sinyuan. Sinyuan controls the immortal firmament. From now on, it is divided into 3. Gu Hai read this line of words and his eyes lit up. He did not know who wrote this line of words. However, from this line of words, Gu Hai instantly understood the origin of the Book of Life and Death. Infinity was the void. Tai Chi was the heavens and earth. From nothingness to the birth of the heavens and earth. First there was death. Then there was life. This Book of Life and Death was born with the heavens and earth. It recorded the 3,000 great Taos of the heavens and earth. Someone erased the records of the 3,000 great Taos in the Book of Life and Death and refined it into Sinyuan. Whoever had Sinyuan would be able to control the heavens and earth. This Book of Life and Death did not record the 3,000 great Taos. Instead, it was divided into 3 books: the Heaven Spirit Book, the Earth Spirit Book, and the Human Spirit Book. The Book of Life and Death recorded all the laws of the 3,000 great Taos in the past. Gu Hai was shocked. He flipped it open with his thoughts. Indeed, there were 3,000 pages in the Book of Life and Death. Each page corresponded to a great Tao. However, these 3,000 pages were completely blank. Blank? Gu Hai tried to control the rules of the immortal firmament and reflected them into the Book of Life and Death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He saw strange patterns appearing on the Book of Life and Death. There was a strange pattern on each of the 3,000 pages. As long as I can control the rules, I can reflect them on the Book of Life and Death? Gu Hai's eyes lit up and his heart trembled. The 3,000 pages were not filled. Obviously, the 3,000 great Taos were not just branches. I can also control the rules of chess. Yes, the corpse tomb realm. Gu Hai suddenly felt excited. Gu Hai immediately stepped out of the immortal firmament and came out of seclusion. He found the unborn man and went to the netherworld again. Gu Hai could not wait to go to the corpse tomb realm. Unborn man, wait outside. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The unborn man waited outside, puzzled. Once inside, Gu Hai immediately took out the Book of Life and Death. Since all the records of the great Taos have been erased, I will record them again. I can't control the other rules, but I can control the rules of chess. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom. The endless rules of chess quickly poured into the Book of Life and Death. They just passed through the Book of Life and Death, but there was a page on the Book of Life and Death that slowly recorded them. It was incomparably clear. That page was densely packed with hundreds of millions of patterns. It made one feel like one's soul was sucked in with a glance. After an entire day, Gu Hai stepped out of the corpse tomb realm with satisfaction. Your Majesty, did something happen? The unborn man asked curiously. Nothing. Let's go back to the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai said impatiently. Yes, the unborn man answered. The two returned to the limitless celestial capital, and Gu Hai chose to go into seclusion again. In seclusion, Gu Hai returned to the immortal dome of the ancients and looked at the page on the Book of Life and Death that was filled with the patterns of the rules of chess. The rules of chess have been recorded. This is not something that I imagined, but a perfect record. Since it has been recorded, can I fill the immortal dome of the ancients with this complete set of rules of chess? Gu Hai's expression changed. He did as he said. He controlled the Book of Life and Death to merge with the immortal dome of the ancients. Furthermore, he merged the rules of chess on that page into the immortal dome of the ancients. Hong. There was a loud sound from the immortal dome of the ancients. Suddenly, countless densely packed, thin, transparent nets appeared. This was the form of the rules of chess. However, it was not that easy to merge them into the immortal dome of the ancients. This won't do. It has form but no bones. It is just a projection of the rules. It cannot become the real rules of the immortal dome of the ancients. Do I need energy to make the rules of chess materialize? Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. In the distance there was a sea. These were the 200 billion superior grade spirit stones that Gu Qin had earned from the holy land of Mount Numinous. The massive amount of spirit stones energy was suddenly sucked in by a suction force into the formless and boneless image of the laws of chess. The image suddenly gave off a dazzling white light that instantly illuminated the entire world. Using the energy from the spirit stones to fill up the projection of the rules of chess? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. As expected, as the spirit stones continued to be absorbed, the rules of chess within the immortal dome of the ancients rapidly increased. It was as if the branches of the rules were continuously increasing. Slowly, the tree of rules was being completed. Boom. As the rules of chess continued to be completed and solidified, the entire immortal dome of the ancients underwent drastic changes. In just 10 days, the immortal dome of the ancients had doubled in size. The immortal dome of the ancients was expanding? With a whoosh, Gu Hai stood up and looked at the changes in the immortal dome of the ancients in surprise. At that moment, all the people in the immortal dome of the ancients were alarmed, and they revealed looks of shock. All living beings, listen up. I am expanding the immortal dome of the ancients. There is no need to panic. Find an open space and protect yourselves. Gu Hai's voice instantly reverberated throughout the immortal dome of the ancients. Is the heavens expanding the immortal dome of the ancients? That scared me to death. I thought it was the end of the world. Don't worry. It will be over soon. Perhaps the people of the immortal dome of the ancients had heard Gu Hai's voice not too long ago and had accepted this heavens. Therefore they were not afraid and quickly adapted. The immortal dome of the ancients was expanding, and the 200 billion high-level spirit stones were being rapidly depleted. The rules of chess were becoming more and more complete. At the same time, the space that was being pulled was slowly becoming thinner. Not good. If this continues, the thin space will be torn apart. When that happens, the immortal dome of the ancients will be blown apart by the rules of chess. Gu Hai's face darkened. At that moment, the speed at which Amethyst's immortal dome of the ancients was being devoured suddenly increased. Boom. In just a short while, 1/10 of the immortal dome of the ancients had been melted. This melted and devoured portion immediately filled up the thinning of the immortal dome of the ancients. These fragments? They really came at the right time to fill up the space gap caused by the expansion of the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai sighed. The fragments of the immortal dome of the ancients rapidly melted, and the immortal dome of the ancients grew bigger and bigger. The rules of chess were about to be perfectly presented in the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai understood that his immortal dome of the ancients had finally found a way to become stronger. Chapter 978. Rumble. The immortal dome of the ancients expanded at a visible rate. The fragments of the immortal dome of the mystic realm filled the space, and the billions of top-grade spirit stones became the foundation for the materialization of the laws. The life and death book recorded all the forms of the laws of chess, and everything was being strengthened in an orderly manner. Another 10 days later. Whoosh! The sea of top-grade spirit stones was about to be depleted, but only 1/3 of the laws of chess had been condensed. Spirit stones? Not enough. Gu Hai's expression darkened, and he immediately stepped out of the immortal dome of the ancients. He instantly arrived at a heavily guarded valley, where Mo Yike was giving orders. Your Majesty, you've come out of seclusion? The second batch of spirit stones from the Guqing Crown Prince has arrived. So many again, ha. Mo Yike laughed. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and immediately activated the densely packed storage bracelets in the valley. Rumble. The spirit stones immediately surged into the immortal dome of the ancients. In just 2 hours they had all entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Another 200 billion top-grade spirit stones? Gu Hai sighed. Yes, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you've taken more than half of the spirit stones from the 2,000 cities. Mo Yike said with a smile. Not enough, still not enough. Gu Hai said with a frown. Ah. Mo Yike said in shock. How could it not be enough with so many spirit stones? There were so many of them. This was many times more than the great Han Imperial Dynasty's national treasury. However, the vast amount of spirit stones was to create a world. 200 billion top-grade spirit stones could only condense 1/3 of the laws of chess. Now that the second batch had condensed 2/3, there was still 1/3 left, which was not enough. Oh, right, the Guqing Crown Prince said that the third batch will be ready soon and ready to be shipped back. Mo Yike said solemnly. The third batch? There's no need to ship it back. I'll go there myself. Gu Hai said. A day later, in a huge valley outside Lingshan City. Greetings, Your Majesty. Dragon Shenying said respectfully. During this period of time, Dragon Shenying, who was in charge of protecting Guqin, had officially witnessed Gu Hai's generosity. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Dragon Shenying wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. It was too exaggerated. Dragon God Ing, you've worked hard. Gu Hai nodded. Your Majesty is overpraising me, I didn't do anything. Long Shenying shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the countless storage bracelets in the valley. Father, you said that the most dangerous place is the most complete place. That's why my first spirit stone hoard is right outside Soul Mountain City. There are still 50 other spirit stone hoards scattered around. Father, do you want them now? Guqin asked doubtfully. That's right. I want it now. Bring me there one by one. Gu Hai said solemnly. All right. Guqin nodded. Gu Hai waved his hand. Boom. He activated the spirit stones, and they immediately surged into the immortal dome of ancients. After emptying one spirit stone hoard, Guqin and Dragon Shenying led the way to the next spirit stone hoard. One by one, Gu Hai seemed to be in a hurry as he quickly collected the spirit stones. Countless spirit stones surged into the immortal dome of ancients. The Tao of chess was about to be completed. No faction could collect 600 billion spirit stones in a short time, but Gu Hai had done it all. The immortal dome of ancients was enlarged by nearly 100 times. 100 times. Zhang Sanfeng and the others were standing on a mountain peak, watching the world grow bigger, and they were also incomparably shocked. I have a feeling. Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes. Oh. This immortal dome of ancients will one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the immortal dome of 6 paths. Dongfang Bubi said excitedly. Stand shoulder to shoulder with the immortal dome of 6 paths? Everyone's eyes narrowed. After collecting all the spirit stones in the 50 spirit stone hoard, Gu Hai, Guqin, and Dragon Shenying returned to Lingshan City. Father, this is the last batch of spirit stones that I requested from all over this month. Guqin said respectfully. Gu Hai reached out and collected them all into the immortal dome of ancients. In that case, Father will return first. Gu Hai said. Guqin frowned and said, Father, the luck extermination plan has been in effect for 5 months. We have collected almost all the spirit stones in the cities affiliated to the Lingshan Holy Land. In addition, with the appearance of other financial stores, it will take some time for us to make money. During this time, we have gathered information from all over, and the speed of earning spirit stones has slowed down. In that case, the first step of the luck extermination plan to collect the immeasurable spirit stones has been completed? Gu Hai said. Yes. Then the second step is to leave. Gu Hai said with a smile. Our people should leave? Guqin's eyes lit up. That's right. Everyone involved in managing the shops, prepare to withdraw. Be careful and be stealthy. Come and go without a trace. Make sure they can't investigate even if they want to, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. In about a month's time, our people can leave completely. Guqin said confidently. A month? That's about right. In a month's time, I will also have the ability to fight against Jianghu. At that time, we will attack the Lingshan Holy Land and rescue your mother and Lil Tang. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Guqin replied immediately. Dragon Shenying, there will be many changes in the coming period. Please take good care of Guqin. Gu Hai looked at Dragon Shenying and said solemnly. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will protect the Crown Prince with my life. Dragon Shenying said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Then he took the last batch of spirit stones and headed for the boundless celestial capital. After returning to the limitless celestial capital, Gu Hai went into seclusion again. With the last batch of spirit stones, the entire Godao laws were being perfected. Boom. With a deafening sound, all the spirit stones were used up. The 10 fragments of the immortal dome of the mystic realm were also completely devoured. The Godao laws were completely formed. Looking up, there were countless black and white energy webs densely arranged between heaven and earth. They could not be touched, but they were there. There was a kind of vast power that weighed down on one's heart. Godao laws. Good. Merge. Gu Hai reached out his hand and squeezed. Boom. Suddenly, countless Godao laws merged into heaven and earth and disappeared. The heaven and earth no longer shook and returned to normal. No, it was not the same as before. Right now, the immortal dome of ancient times was 100 times larger than before. The spiritual energy had also increased by countless folds. When Gu Hai stepped on it, he could feel the entire world brimming with power. The immortal dome of the ancients is the first great path. I can use the Godao formation here. I can even trap a great perfection celestial palace master. A strong sense of confidence flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Whoosh. With a wave of his sleeve, the stars in the sky suddenly arranged themselves quickly. With the Godao laws, the 33 unhindered worlds' great formation of the 35 unhindered worlds was immediately arranged. The power of the laws was vast and boundless. Whoosh. The immortal dome of the ancients absorbed spirit chi from the outside world faster and faster. For the first time, such a vast amount of spirit chi entered the immortal dome of the ancients, turning into a huge spirit rain. The rain fell on the ground and countless plants grew rapidly. The Book of Life and Death. Gu Hai merged it into the immortal dome of the ancients and did not take it out for now. The Godao laws were just the beginning. Gu Hai coveted all 3,000 great Dao. Xian, Little Tang, sorry for making you wait for so long. Now, I have the ability to compete with the spiritual mountain holy lands. I will immediately come and rescue you. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Clang. Gu Hai immediately opened the door to seclusion. While Gu Hai was in seclusion, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Ao Sheng and Chang Ming were also in seclusion. Kong Xian obtained the ancient peacock god's inheritance, which saved him a lot of trouble. With the ancient peacock god's memories, Kong Xian's cultivation soared. Outside Kong Xian's residence, a green light shot into the sky. Within the green light, the peacock feathers became brighter and more dazzling. Above Mosquito Doran's residence, black chi shot into the sky. Within the black chi, countless black mosquitoes circled, and a strong aura of death enveloped the surroundings. The surrounding guards were immediately frightened and did not dare to approach. Ao Sheng stayed in Ao Shun's residence. With a loud sound, the sky was filled with green light. Within the green light, there seemed to be 3 giant dragon shadows roaring. One was black, one was white, and one was red. They were the 3 dragon gods of the Black Sea, West Sea, and South Sea. In the netherworld, the valley where Chang Ming stayed was also filled with blood-red light. Within the blood-red light, there seemed to be a vast sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, there seemed to be figures of Chang Ming formed by blood. As they roared, they were intimidating. In the infinite celestial capital, Mahavairakana's courtyard, Mahavairakana played with the alchemy cauldron that Gu Hai gave him. At the same time, he looked at the 4 directions of the infinite celestial capital. What a strong aura. Kong Xian's cultivation did not increase by much, but his aura is getting sharper. Obviously, his strength has also increased by several times. Mosquito Doran's cultivation is already infinitely close to Kong Xian's. That Ao Sheng? His cultivation increased so quickly. He actually reached Mosquito Doran's level? There is also that netherworld. Although it is separated by yin and yang, I can see it clearly. That Changming also entered the 9th layer of the heavenly palace. What a fortuitous encounter. To think that Gu Hai managed to obtain so many benefits on this trip, Mahavairakana sighed. The Dahan imperial dynasty is showing signs of great prosperity. I, Shakyamuni, have mentioned before that Gu Hai has signs of the mandate of heaven. He asked me to help. In such a short time, it has indeed broadened my horizons. Mahavairakana said seriously. Turning his head and looking at the hall where Gu Hai was in seclusion, Mahavairakana frowned slightly. These days I've seen Gu Hai go in and out. He's been busy. I wonder what he's in seclusion for. His cultivation did not increase by much. No, it almost did not increase at all. But why do I feel a sense of danger? What is Gu Hai in seclusion for? Mahavairakana was curious. In the infinite celestial capital, there was another person who was curious, and that was the unborn man. The unborn man sat in his own residence and kept staring at Gu Hai's seclusion. The demon spirit in Wanyu's body is Hichu. He lost some of his memories when he reincarnated, but with the help of Hutu, he recovered his memories. Hichu predicted that Gu Hai would have something that would allow me to perfectly merge life and death. What exactly is it? Why do I feel that Gu Hai is becoming more and more dangerous? The unborn man whispered softly. Chapter 979. The Great Yellow Dynasty. Capital Xinyuan City. In the Imperial Palace's study room. Empress Ji sat behind a desk, and a group of her trusted aides stood in front of her. There was a faint scar on Empress Ji's face, but she was still full of vigor at this moment. His Holiness? That Yuanshi Chenzuan is so powerful, and His Holiness is fighting with him for so long? Emperor Kong asked in shock. Empress Ji narrowed her eyes and nodded. We entered the void and used the maze formation I left behind in the past to escape from him. This Yuanshi Chenzuan is indeed powerful. He is at the peak of the heavenly palace realm and is comparable to the Longzhonghua. Comparable to the Longzhonghua? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Yuanshi Chenzuan was trapped in the void by His Holiness. Will he come back? Emperor Kong asked worriedly. Don't worry. Even if he comes back, he won't come to the Great Yellow Dynasty again. Empress Ji said calmly. Yes. Everyone replied. It seems like our Great Yellow Dynasty can only stop at the south of the Divine Continent for now. Empress Ji sighed softly. The Great Yellow Dynasty was located in the southwest of the Divine Continent. When the officials heard Empress Ji's words, they instantly understood how powerful Yuanshi Chenzuan was. There was no one in the world who could stop His Holiness. His Holiness, we still have 2 backup plans. South of the Divine Continent, west of the Divine Continent, and west of the Divine Continent, Ling Mountain Holy Ground. Emperor Kong said with a smile. Empress Ji pondered for a moment and nodded in the end. Clearly in Empress Ji's eyes, the Wansho Taoism was more powerful than the Ling Mountain Holy Ground. Ling Mountain Holy Ground Jianghu? This Jianghu is also very well hidden. He is not like what you see on the surface. We need to uncover his secrets. Empress Ji said solemnly. His Holiness is talking about the Heavenly Devil Holy Land? Emperor Kong asked. Imperial Matriarch Ji shook her head. No, when Amethyst encountered a calamity, Jiang Rulai refused to interfere. From this, it can be seen that he already has the ability to resist the Heavenly Devil Holy Ground. How could this emperor not know his character? He cannot be underestimated. Yes. Everyone nodded. His Holiness. Among the officials, a man in a white robe said in a deep voice. The white robe had a hood that covered his face, but from his voice, he seemed to be quite old. Mr. Cangjia, what do you have to say? Ji Matriarch asked. The expressions of the officials turned solemn. Clearly, they knew how important Cangjia was in Matriarch Ji's heart. They all looked at Cangjia respectfully. Originally, I shouldn't be involved in this matter. But recently I was curious and discovered some new things. I want to share them with His Holiness. Cangjia said lightly. Oh? What made Mr. so interested? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. In the spiritual mountains Holy Land, there is a new type of shop called the Wealth Management Shop. I wonder if His Holiness has heard of it? Cangjia said with a smile. Wealth Management Shop? A type of shop? It's just a shop. In the face of the country's matters, business is only secondary. Why does Mr. care so much about it? Matriarch Ji asked doubtfully. All the officials present were also curious. Only the last column made Mr. Wu Xing frown slightly. His Holiness looks down on these merchants. However, does His Holiness know that these wealth management shops are about to destroy the spiritual mountain's holy land? It's this group of merchants that brought a calamity to the spiritual mountain's holy land. Song Jie said in a deep voice. Oh. Matriarch Ji's eyes suddenly narrowed. The officials also revealed a look of surprise and disbelief. The spiritual mountain's holy land was destroyed? How could it be possible? A few shops could do it? You must be joking. If it was someone else who said it, no one would believe it. However, the person who said it was Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang was proficient in astronomy and geography. He never took authority and never wanted authority. However, whenever Matriarch Ji had a problem, the first person she would think of was Zhang. She would look for Zhang to discuss it with him. As for Zhang, he had helped Matriarch Ji overcome her difficulties time and time again. Matriarch Ji trusted him immensely. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was Matriarch Ji's #1 strategist. At this moment, when Zhang mentioned the wealth management shop, Matriarch Ji immediately became serious. She quickly sent someone to bring in the records of the 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain's holy land. There were officials who immediately picked out all the records about the wealth management shop. Everyone in the study quickly read through it. At first it was still fine. It was just a reverse loan shark shop. However, when the chronological report was released, everyone's eyes narrowed. How is that possible? In just 5 short months, 2,000 cities were filled with wealth management shop. Moreover, it has aroused the enthusiasm of the citizens? Matriarch Ji exclaimed in shock. Who is in charge of the intelligence? In just 5 short months, 2,000 cities were opened. This must be premeditated. Otherwise, how could it be done so quickly? Why didn't they report such an important matter? Emperor Kong's expression changed. There are a total of 126 wealth management shops. If they were to split up, there shouldn't be too much of a crisis. Perhaps this is a normal business practice? An official frowned. What if most of the wealth management shop is a single shop? What if they split up into multiple shops to fool others? Song Jie said with a smile. But what are they doing? Emperor Kong asked in confusion. Clearly, many people did not think that the wealth management shop was that terrifying. His Holiness, I am quite sensitive to numbers. When I saw the news 2 days ago, I sent someone to record the entry and exit of the wealth management shop in one of the cities and made a rough calculation. Song Jie took a deep breath and said. Calculate? Calculate what? Ji Dihong asked in confusion. Calculate how much money these wealth management shops have earned in the past 5 months. Solemnly Song Jie said. Song Jie. The officials were confused. Earning money? What's there to calculate? The wealth management shop was set up to earn money. It was just a matter of how much they earned. It was a normal business practice. At most, it would be 30 to 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Could it be that they had earned close to 100 million high-grade spirit stones in 5 months? Of course, although the officials were confused, no one dared to jump out and criticize Song Jie. They all looked at Song Jie strangely. In the past 5 months, the wealth management shops have earned at least 600 billion high-grade spirit stones. Solemnly Song Jie said. Song Jie. What? All the officials in the study room exclaimed in shock. 600 billion high-grade spirit stones? Almost everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. The total amount of high-grade spirit stones in the Great Yellow Dynasty's treasury was only 100 billion high-grade spirit stones, and that was after thousands of years of accumulation. You said that one wealth management shop earned 600 billion high-grade spirit stones in 5 months? What kind of joke is this? Are you trying to take away all the high-grade spirit stones in the Western continent? Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Even Matriarch Ji was startled. Although she looked down on merchants, there were many things in the country that required money. She understood how difficult it was to earn money. However, the sudden appearance of this number made Matriarch Ji feel that it was unreal. Mister, did you say something wrong? 600 billion high-grade spirit stones? Are you talking about high-grade spirit stones? Matriarch Ji was shocked. A difference of one word could make a world of difference. Everyone stared at Song Jie. I am talking about the upper-grade spiritual stones, 600 billion upper-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, I am talking about the minimum. That is to say, the profit of the wealth management shop may be much more than that. Song Jie said solemnly. No one doubted Song Jie because Song Jie was never one to play to the gallery. Hiss. Gasps could be heard in the upper study room. When Songjie said that the wealth management shops were going to destroy the spiritual mountain, no one believed him. However, when they saw the huge number, their beliefs were shattered. 600 billion high-grade spirit stones. That's 6 times more than the Great Yellow Dynasty's treasury. Or even more. In just 5 months? Matriarch Ji couldn't help but look at the information about the wealth management shops again. Mister, you're saying that the wealth management shops are going to destroy the spiritual mountain? Matriarch Ji looked at Songjie. Destroying the spiritual mountain is still not enough, but destroying the spiritual mountain's luck is a piece of cake. Songjie took a deep breath and said, "Destroy luck." Everyone's expression changed. His Holiness, did you see that? In the second month, 2,000 cities opened their wealth management shops almost at the same time. This is not a whim but a premeditated plan. That's why I said that most of the wealth management shops belong to an organization, and the person behind this organization is the most powerful person. Songjie said solemnly. The person behind this organization? Matriarch Ji's expression turned serious. If I'm not wrong, in at most 1 month, the spiritual mountain will face a great disaster. Songjie said solemnly. Inform all the scouts in the spiritual mountain to gather all the information about the wealth management shops. I want all of it. Also, try your best to find out the person behind these wealth management shops. At all costs. Matriarch Ji ordered. Yes. All the officials replied. Songjie slowly retreated into the group of officials. Since he had already reported this matter, there was no need for him to say anything more. It was enough for Matriarch Ji to realize the importance of this matter. Next, the country would do its best to deal with it. Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground. Rainbow after rainbow rushed towards the great lightning tune temple. Immortal birds and divine beasts carried powerful arhats, bodhisattvas and Buddhas to fly to the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. In the sky above the great lightning tune temple, luck surged and it was a prosperous scene. The arhats came from the various temples in the 2,000 cities. They were all affiliated temples of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. The abbot of each temple was sent by the spiritual mountain's disciples. On one hand, they spread the spiritual mountain's teachings, and on the other hand, they controlled the cities. At this moment, they all came to the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. All of them had smiles on their faces as they exchanged pleasantries. On this day, the spiritual mountain's sacred ground used a great technique to gather spiritual chi and fuse it into the rain, sprinkling it over the cities around the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. The spiritual rain was very beneficial to the cultivation of ordinary people. The ordinary people were overjoyed. The spiritual rain was also very beneficial to the growth of plants. Everywhere in the spiritual mountain's sacred ground, the plants grew rapidly. Guqin, Dragon Shenying, and a group of old shopkeepers opened their umbrellas and looked in the direction of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. Among the clouds, rays of light fell in that direction. Jianghu birthday? All the monks in the world are here to congratulate him. Once every 100 years, Jianghu will preach the Tao at the Great Lightning Tune Temple and explain the mysteries of Buddhism? Dragon Shenying narrowed his eyes. So many monks. I heard that all the temples in the 2,000 cities have sent representatives to celebrate Jianghu's birthday and listen to the Tao of Buddhism? An old shopkeeper said in shock. Such a grand occasion is indeed prosperous. This is not only a preaching of the Tao, but also a grand occasion for the spiritual mountain's sacred ground to gather people. Look at those arhats and bodhisattvas gathered here. The spiritual mountain's sacred ground is prosperous. Another old shopkeeper said with a smile. Your Highness, His Majesty asked us to leave. Won't all the financial shops close down soon? If that's the case, the people won't be able to get their spirit stones back. Won't there be a huge rebellion? His luck will soon be. A shopkeeper said with an excited smile. Indeed, once we leave, the chaos will be unimaginable. His Majesty's plan to destroy luck is terrifying. Dragon Shenying said in shock. The Great Lightning Tune Temple is still receiving thousands of disciples and preaching the Tao? Showing off their prosperity? A shopkeeper sneered. Guqin looked at the flourishing Great Thunderclap Temple in the distance and revealed a faint smile. I suddenly remember that when we were young, Father once taught us a poem. There is a line in it that really suits the occasion. Everyone looked at Guqin curiously. At the same time, they were looking forward to Guhai's poem. Watching him build a tower, watching him entertain guests, watching him collapse. Guqin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Chapter 980. Sacred Mountain, Great Thunderclap Temple. Outside the Hall of Great Strength. Since 2 days ago, a large number of monks, arhats, bodhisattvas and Buddhas had arrived one after another. They were all waiting for the Buddha's birthday 2 days later. At that time, the Buddha would open the altar and give a sermon. Everyone who came to participate would definitely gain something. Jianghu hadn't come out yet, but the past Buddha was greeting the disciples of Sacred Mountain. Greetings, past Buddha. Past Buddha, what will be the topic of the sermon this time? A bodhisattva asked curiously. When the bodhisattva spoke, the past Buddha paused and the others also pricked up their ears. The Buddha has mentioned that this time the sermon will be about demons. The past Buddha said solemnly. Demons? Demons? What demons? The bodhisattvas and arhats were surprised. Demons Dahan. The past Buddha said softly. But even if it was soft, all the monks heard it very clearly. Dahan Imperial Dynasty? That demon Guhai? Suddenly someone asked. Who didn't know about Dahan Imperial Dynasty? The hatred between Sacred Mountain and Dahan Imperial Dynasty was as deep as the sea. The first time it was the Thousand Sage Assembly. Guhai relied on his position as the Hall Master of Dechen First Class Hall to destroy a large number of bodhisattvas and arhats of Sacred Mountain in front of the world. He even made the future Buddha lose face. The second time, Guhai brought people to the West Sea to snatch all the treasures of the West Sea Dragon Palace. The West Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed, and everything inside belonged to Sacred Mountain, but Guhai took everything away. He even killed the victorious fighting Buddha of Sacred Mountain and stirred up trouble in the 18 levels of hell, killing a large number of bodhisattvas and arhats of Sacred Mountain. His minister, the demon Kong Xian, even swallowed many disciples of Sacred Mountain. If the Buddha didn't save him, he would have been in great trouble. The third time, Guhai messed up the Buddha's plan in Shinong City and used the fake Jiang Lianshan to deceive Sacred Mountain. The fourth time, Shengguanhen killed the Southern Dragon Bodhisattva. The Buddha of the past, Buddha of the future, Sakra, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva went to reason and were humiliated outside the limitless celestial capital. They even blamed the death of Three Mountain City on the spiritual mountain Holy Land and said that they would not rest until they were dead. Wasn't this a devil? Devil Guhai. Everyone had the right to kill the disciples of the spiritual mountain. Demon Guhai, this disciple wishes he could slay the demon and bring justice to the world. That's right, Demon Guhai, the demon dynasty's Dahan. With such a demon in the world, it's a disaster for the common people. The disciples of the spiritual mountain immediately scolded. Buddha of the past, is the Buddha holding this lecture to deal with the Dahan of the demon dynasty? If that's the case, we disciples will do our best to think of a foolproof plan. What foolproof plan? As long as the Buddha gives the order, I will follow the Buddha to flatten the demon dynasty. That's not right, that's not right. The demon dynasty also has peerless experts. We must think of a way to destroy the demon dynasty and return peace to the world. While the monks were discussing how to deal with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, the Buddha of the past smiled. This was a signal released by the Buddha of the past so that all the monks would be mentally prepared. The Buddha finally did not want to wait anymore. That Guhai had spoiled the plans of the spiritual mountain time and time again. This time the Buddha made up his mind. After this lecture, he would prepare to destroy the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. He would use thunderous means to let the world know the anger of the spiritual mountain Holy Land. During the spiritual mountain's Buddha festival, the abbots of various temples all went to the Great Thunderclap Temple to worship. At this moment, a major event suddenly happened in the 2,000 cities affiliated to the spiritual mountain Holy Land. In the spiritual mountain city, there was a commotion at the entrance of the immeasurable wealth. What do you mean? Why can't I buy cornucopia number 16? I begged many people to get this batch of spirit stones. Why can't I buy this cornucopia number 16? A man in green suddenly said angrily. I'm sorry, the manager's seal is not here, so we can't sign the contract. Sir, please come back tomorrow. A shop assistant said politely. Tomorrow? Do you know how much the daily interest is? Tomorrow? I went to 10 branches of the immeasurable wealth, and it was the same for every one of them. Do you know that I'm your big customer? I bought a lot of wealth management products here. Believe it or not, I'll withdraw all my investments. The man in green shouted. I'm really sorry, it's really difficult to do business today. You're doing business with the door open? You can't do business? Fine, then return all the wealth management products I bought before to me. I don't believe that you're the only wealth management shop in the world. The man in green said angrily. As he spoke, he took out his contracts one by one. The shop assistant was anxious. "I'm sorry, the manager's seal is not here, so we can't fulfill the contract with you." The shop assistant immediately shouted. "Can't fulfill the contract? Why can't you fulfill the contract? Didn't we agree in the contract? Where's your manager? Where's the manager?" The man in green said angrily. For a time, a large number of customers came from all directions. These people were all here to buy wealth management products. When they suddenly encountered a commotion, they naturally gathered. The noise became louder. Soon, a manager came over and kept apologizing, asking the man in green to come back tomorrow. Politeness was a compulsory lesson in the training of wealth management shops. Politeness could make people calm, but when they lost their money they couldn't calm down. The man in green suddenly realized that something bad was going to happen. His money was going to be gone? You are the nephew of the abbot of the Donglin Temple. I know you. Not long ago, I had a meal with the abbot of the Donglin Temple. You are now the shopkeeper of this place. Please help me exchange the money right away. According to the contract, as long as I am willing, I will immediately exchange it. Hurry, 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 I need it urgently. The manager smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, the manager isn't here, so I don't have the right." "What do you mean you don't have the right? The contract is written properly. Immediately, quickly return my money." The man in green said anxiously. The shop assistants stammered and were extremely anxious. The other customers also noticed that something was wrong and showed a trace of doubt. They accompanied the man in green and helped him ask for money. "The shop has no money for the time being. We can only wait for the manager to come back." The manager finally couldn't withstand the pressure and said, "Whoa!" The surrounding customers suddenly exclaimed, "No money? How is that possible? All the shops in Lingshan City have no money. Even if you have unlimited wealth, it's impossible that you don't have money. How can you not have money? Your decorations are so luxurious." The man in green suddenly felt cold all over. "My money is gone? It's not only this place. I've been to all the branches in Lingshan City before and it's the same. No seal? No, there's no money at all." When it comes to his money being snatched by others, even the most elegant person would instantly reveal their ferocity. Look, look, look. These contracts are yours, right? There's a total of 180 high-grade spirit stones. These contracts are for you. You have to return the money. If you can't return the money, you have to use something as collateral. That purple gold glazed lamp, that's it. Use it as collateral." The man in green hugged an extremely precious treasure. "No, sir, that lamp is worth 200 high-grade spirit stones. Do you want to rob it? I'm going to report it to the authorities." The manager shouted, "It's only right to repay debts. Since you owe me money, I'll take this treasure. When the authorities come directly to my mansion to find me. There's a detailed record in my contract." The man in green rushed out of the shop with the lamp in his hand. "Stop, someone inform the city guards. Hurry, inform the martial monks of Donglin Temple. Someone." The manager suddenly shouted angrily. At this moment, the others in the shop also suddenly trembled. Although they didn't dare to imagine, once this gap was opened, it was like a dam bursting. Refund, I don't want the wealth management product. Hurry up and fulfill my contract. Return my spirit stones. Don't rob, bastards, you're robbing. I'm just taking back my money. What's robbing? If you don't return the money, you have to compensate me." The uproar began. Not only in this shop, but almost 90% of the wealth management shops in the city suddenly encountered the same situation. In an instant, the city guards in the city rushed to the major wealth management shops. The city guards rushed to maintain order, but they made the scene even bigger. The news of the wealth management shops spread quickly in all directions like a plague. In a restaurant, the manager of the wealth management shop ran away with the money? A drinker said in surprise. "How is that possible? Why would a wealth management shop need to run away with the money? A monk can run away, but can he run away from the temple? Don't be kidding, the spirit stone mines in Donglin Temple are all theirs. I also bought their wealth management products. Are you kidding me? It's true." Now the wealth management shops are surrounded by people. Many people went to them with the contract and asked for a refund. Really? Why would I lie to you? Many people want to rob the treasures in the wealth management shops, but they were arrested by the city guards. Many people were arrested. Now everyone is making a scene. Where's the money? So much money? I don't know. Anyway, it's gone. The wealth management shop is only left with a shell. All the money is gone. My money I invested in Bodhi wealth. That's the money I borrowed. I'm going to the wealth management shop immediately. My money is gone? Impossible. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the restaurant had left. The waiter went to get a jar of wine and came back. The noisy restaurant was empty. The waiter opened his mouth in confusion. Manager, where is everyone? Why did everyone leave? They don't drink anymore? The waiter was surprised. Drink my ass. Close the door, close the door. We're not open today. I'm going to get my money back. The manager of the restaurant suddenly exclaimed. Not open? Manager, didn't you say that even if the world is full of knives, our restaurant is not allowed to close? It's not good for our feng shui. The waiter said in confusion. Get lost, don't block my way. Where's my contract? It's here. I found it. My money, my money. The manager immediately rushed out of the restaurant. Good news never leaves the door, but bad news spreads far and wide. It took a lot of effort to advertise the wealth management shop, but now, once the money was gone, there was no need to advertise at all. In less than a day, the people in the city knew about it. The entire Lingshan city was suddenly in chaos. Chapter 981. Donglin Wealth, Lingshan City. The manager of Donglin Wealth was the younger brother of the Donglin Temple's abbot. A few months ago, someone bought a waste mine from the Donglin Temple and opened a wealth management shop. It was said that business was booming and the interest rate was very high. The Donglin Temple's abbot specially arranged for his most trusted younger brother to apply for the job and find out about the situation. After learning that immeasurable wealth had a huge flow of funds, he was relieved to invest all of the Donglin Temple's savings in it. Perhaps because of his identity, the younger brother was promoted very quickly in immeasurable wealth management. It did not take long for him to become a manager. After becoming a manager and seeing the flood of spirit stones pouring in every day, he gradually became jealous and wanted to swallow immeasurable wealth management. However, during this period of time, many people had invested in immeasurable wealth management, and it had tied itself to powerful people, especially the Donglin Temple. The Donglin Temple had invested all of its savings in it, so they would not let the younger brother mess around. After the abbot's younger brother figured out everything, he impatiently resigned and opened Donglin Wealth Management. With the Donglin Temple behind him, he immediately started selling wealth management products. Although not many people came to invest because of its low reputation with the Donglin Temple behind him, he made a lot of money in a month. On this day, Buddha's birthday was approaching. The abbot's younger brother and a group of concubines were playing in the residence happily. Haha, money is a bastard. Who knew that it was so easy to earn money? Look at me now. Haha, I'll be able to build a residence with spirit stones soon. Those monks of the Donglin Temple are so stupid. They didn't dare to partner with me. Haha, it's only the first month. There will be more and more money in the future, the abbot's younger brother said happily. Master, I'm out of money for cosmetics. A batch of East Sea Pearl powder came last time. A concubine said coquettishly. Why? Master, my bracelet is outdated. I think the gem shop in front has a new batch of models. Another concubine said coquettishly. What? Master, that ugly madam of yours from before came to look for you again yesterday. I got someone to take her out. A concubine said in a charming voice. That stinking bitch is always looking for trouble for me. In the past, I didn't have money, so I had to give in to her every day. Now that I have money, I don't care if she dies or not. If she does well, as long as I have money, what don't I have? The younger brother suddenly had an indifferent expression. Master is wise. Ah, I have money now. I want to enjoy the best in the world. What kind of beauty couldn't he get? If you serve me well, I can give you everything. Ah. The younger brother laughed proudly. Yes, master. The group of concubines immediately used all their skills. Boom. Suddenly the door was knocked open. The naked younger brother trembled and then revealed a ferocious expression. Who dares to come and spoil my mood? You are courting death. Shopkeeper, not good, our shop is going to be smashed. It was the housekeeper who knelt on the ground anxiously. What? Who dares? That younger brother said agitatedly. It's true. Many people are robbing and smashing our shop. They want master to pay. The housekeeper said anxiously. What? The younger brother immediately got up. Without caring about anything else, he put on his clothes and went straight to Donglin's wealth. The younger brother soon arrived at Donglin's wealth. However, the shop was already surrounded by people. Return the money, return the money. Countless people held onto the contract and made a din. Countless items were also smashed inside the shop. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you crazy? The younger brother glared and shouted. Shopkeeper, you're finally here. The group of shop assistants said excitedly. Donglin's shopkeeper is here. Ask him for money. Someone shouted. Immediately, a swarm of people swarmed over. Donglin's younger brother's expression changed. With great difficulty, he squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the shop. What are you doing? Didn't you invest properly? Why are you withdrawing money? The younger brother immediately said anxiously. It was fine if 1 or 2 people wanted a refund, but this group of people wanted a refund. Where would he get the money to return to them? After all, the money they invested had already been spent by him. It's written clearly in the contract. We can redeem it at any time. Shopkeeper, we're now acting according to the contract. One of the people who took the lead shouted. Yes, yes. Have you been tricked by someone? Why would Donglin's wealth accuse you of such a small amount of money? The younger brother immediately shouted. Don't worry about that. Shopkeeper, I gave you the money to invest on account of the Donglin Temple's abbot. Return the money now. I don't want the interest. We'll be even. How about it? Return the money immediately. The person who took the lead shouted. Yes, yes, don't ask for interest. Return the money quickly. The crowd immediately clamored. Everyone made up their minds to return the money, but how could they have the money to return it? They were not the immeasurable wealth that had been earning for months. They had only earned for a month. Furthermore, they had bought a large number of concubines and luxury goods. They had long run out of money. Don't you believe me? Why would Donglin's wealth cheat you of your money? I have the Donglin Temple behind me. Why would I care about such a small amount of money? The younger brother said anxiously. Shopkeeper, don't tell me you don't have money too? One of the people's expression changed. The younger brother did not understand what "too" meant. He only felt that he had been exposed. It's just a small amount of money. Why are you so anxious? My elder brother has money from the Donglin Temple. The younger brother said with a hint of worry. Then let's go and get the money. Return our money. Everyone clamored as if they were about to attack. The host's younger brother shuddered. He suddenly realized that although his financial management shop could earn money quickly, it wasn't as if he didn't have to pay back the money. If 1 or 2 people came to collect the debt, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if all of them came together, it would be terrible. The money was too hot. The wealth management shop was like a reverse loan shark. Everyone was his creditor, and now they were here to collect the debt. Why did he not run away? Capture him. We'll go to the Donglin Temple and collect the debt from the Donglin Temple's abbot. If the abbot does not return the debt, we'll go to the Tempest Temple and ask the Buddha to help us. One person shouted. Catch him. The crowd was excited. Even though the shop assistants tried to stop them, how could they stop these greedy creditors? City guards, come quickly. The younger brother exclaimed. But at this moment, the whole city was in chaos. All the wealth management shops were in a riot. Who would come here? The younger brother was caught by a group of creditors in the blink of an eye and escorted to the largest temple in the city, the Donglin Temple. The younger brother was suddenly terrified. After the panic, he became crazy. He said in his heart, just you wait. When we go to the Donglin Temple, I'll invite the monks of the Donglin Temple to teach you a lesson. None of you can escape. The group of people had different thoughts and soon arrived outside the Donglin Temple. However, there were already thousands of people outside the Donglin Temple. All of them were excited and the number was still increasing. Return my hard-earned money. Donglin Temple, it's only right to return the money owed. Donglin Temple, return the money. I bought the wealth management product for the sake of the Donglin Temple. The monks of the Donglin Temple are hitting people. Return the money. Charge in with me. That's our hard-earned money. It's all ours. The abbot of the Donglin Temple went to the Hall of Great Strength. At this moment, no one was in charge. Some elders wanted to stop him, but they couldn't. In an instant, countless mobs broke through. The younger brother looked in front of him, dumbfounded. Unruly people, you're all finished. Outside Lingshan City in a remote restaurant, Guqin and Dragon Shenyin quietly watched the chaos outside the Donglin Temple. The one who started the trouble is the Brocade Clan guard? I think I've seen him before? Dragon Shenyin frowned. Lord Long has a good memory. That's right. Chaos in a city not only requires the accumulation of public anger, but also a fuse to mobilize the anger of the whole city. Only then can it explode. I didn't do it secretly enough. If only Father was here. He would definitely be able to do it without leaving a trace. Even Lord Long wouldn't be able to tell. That's the Brocade Clan Guard. Guqin took a sip of tea. When we first sold the wealth management products, we had already given the customers a psychological hint. Where did these wealth management products come from? These people all know that their wealth management products are used to mine the Donglin Temple Spirit Stone Mine. If they can't find us, they will definitely go to our Spirit Stone Mine to recoup their losses. The other wealth management products correspond to other places. All the temples in the city and even the city lord's mansion should be surrounded by the people at this moment. As long as there is a fuse, the anger will not be quelled. Guqin said solemnly. What a good fuse. But have the people lost their minds? So violent? Dragon Shenying frowned. Father once told me a little about the nature of human nature. When a person is an individual, he can be refined, gentle, gentlemanly, and humble because he is only one person. However, when it was a group, their gentleness, respect, and tolerance would be torn apart. The remaining savagery, bloodthirstiness, and violence would all erupt. Moreover, it was this kind of unrestrained violence. You can look at history. When was there ever a time when the group was calm under the violence? It's impossible for them to calm down. This is not an individual but a group. The group has lost their minds. If one or two people want to calm down, they will not be able to stop. As long as there is a fuse, it will immediately erupt into chaos. Guqin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Sure enough, one of the side courtyards of Donglin Temple began to catch fire after fighting and looting. It was not only Donglin Temple. All the temples in Lingshan City, big and small, were in chaos. A few places were on fire. City guards? The city guards also bought the wealth management products. At this moment they couldn't wait. The city lord's mansion was strictly guarded, but at this moment the city guards were stealing the wealth management products. It was chaos. The people, the army, and the city guards couldn't tell the difference between each other. With the fuse arranged by Guqin, they couldn't stay calm at all. Explode, explode, explode. The entire Lingshan city was in chaos. In an instant, thick smoke billowed and beacons of war rose everywhere. Lingshan City was only one of the 2,000 cities. The same scene played out in the other cities. Yes. Complete chaos. Whether it was the wealth management products opened by Guqin or the smart people, like the manager's younger brother, all of them were in chaos. Everyone and all businesses stopped just to get their money back. If they didn't get their money back, the anger wouldn't stop. Chapter 982. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xinyuan City. In the study room. Imperial concubine sat behind the desk, and a group of trusted officials stood in front of her. The officials stood respectfully, and the study room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only Emperor Kong walked in front and reported carefully. It has begun? Imperial concubine narrowed her eyes. Yes. It is exactly as Mr. Tsang predicted. Almost 90% of the shopkeepers in the 2,000 cities fled with their money at the same time. The news spread like the plague in an extremely short period of time. I believe that in less than 10 days the entire city will be in chaos. Emperor Kong said solemnly. Imperial concubine looked at Tsang Jie. Mister, do you think so too? Tsang Jie stepped out and shook his head slightly. I believe that in less than a day the entire city will be in chaos. Emperor Kong at the side raised his eyebrows. How is that possible? Mr. Tsang Jie, there are so many people in the city and the city is so big. How can this news spread in a day? Emperor Kong, if you don't believe me you can report it tomorrow. Tsang Jie said with a smile. The study room fell into a dead silence. A day? How was it possible that 2,000 cities would be in chaos in a day? Inform everyone that from now on, as long as there is any strange news, report it immediately. Imperial concubine said in a deep voice. Yes. Immediately, an official went to inform everyone. Since Tsang Jie said one day, no one had any intention of leaving. Then they would wait and see what would happen on this day. One day was not a long time. Intelligence officers came in and out, continuously gathering information from all over the place. The 2,000 cities were progressing at almost the same time. Imperial concubine and the officials listened carefully, and the more they listened, the more frightened they became. Chaos, chaos, chaos. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 cities were in chaos. In fact, the commoners even started to kill the officials and set fire to the temples. The signs of chaos began. 1.5 days later, the rioting people started to hunt down the monks, snatching all the properties of the monks and robbing the spirit stones. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. In the study room there was dead silence. Limu, if I were to ask you to lead an army to attack the 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain holy grounds, how many can you take down? Matriarch Ji looked at a man who looked like a general. The general had a strange expression. His Holiness, I feel that the 2,000 cities have been completely destroyed. When the army went to war, these 2,000 cities and even the city gates were left unguarded. After Limu finished speaking, everyone in the study was shocked. 2,000 cities were destroyed in a single day? What a terrifying wealth management shop! Emperor Kong exclaimed in shock. In war, one must fight head-on and win by surprise. Attacking cities step by step was the foundation, and winning by surprise was only the icing on the cake. But now they had only won by surprise. In a single night, 2,000 cities had been destroyed? What a terrible strategy. His Holiness, I am willing to lead the army and take over as many spiritual mountain cities as possible. Limu immediately said respectfully. His Holiness, this subject is willing to fight. His Holiness, this subject is willing to fight. All of a sudden many of the generals began to shout out. Attacking cities and seizing territory was basically taking everything. Wherever they went they would take everything. How was this a war? It was simply taking credit. Empress Ji did not say anything. Instead she fell into deep thought. The person behind this is the terrifying one. Silently, in a single night, 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain were destroyed. What a terrifying business war. Without shedding a drop of blood, they destroyed the roots of the spiritual mountain? Emperor Kong exclaimed in shock. Who is it? Who is so capable? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. Seeing 2,000 cities being destroyed in an instant, no matter who it was, they would be shocked. What if this business war happened in the Great Yellow Dynasty? Thinking of that scene, Empress Ji could not help but feel goosebumps all over her body. By the way, His Holiness, this subject has sent people to investigate the Great Yellow Dynasty. In the Great Yellow Dynasty, there are people who have started to set up shop in 16 cities. However, they are not successful yet. I don't think they are on the same side as the spiritual mountain, Song Jie said. The moment Song Jie spoke, the expressions of everyone in the study changed. Empress Ji's face turned gloomy. Capture all the people who set up shop in the Great Yellow Dynasty. From now on, if anyone dares to set up a shop in the spiritual mountain, capture them as a warning to others. If anyone dares to resist, exterminate their entire family. No, exterminate all 9 generations. Empress Ji gave the order in an instant. Clearly, Empress Ji, who was fearless even when facing Yuanshi Tianzuan, was afraid of a small shop. Only fear would cause her to give such an order. Yes. Everyone in the study answered in unison. They were all Empress Ji's trusted aides. If Empress Ji made a mistake, all of them would remonstrate with her. Empress Ji had never been headstrong and self-opinionated. She also hoped that there would be a voice that disagreed with her. That way she would be able to rule for a long time. But at this moment, none of the remonstrating officials dared to speak. They all agreed with Empress Ji's order to exterminate all 9 generations of their families. Everyone could imagine how terrifying it would be to destroy an empire in a single day. Who would dare to take the risk? His Holiness, do we still need to send out troops? Limu asked anxiously. Empress Ji shook her head. Wait a little longer. We don't know who the mastermind is yet. Now is not the right time to act recklessly. Yes. Limu replied. The group of generals did not ask for battle anymore. Emperor Kong, I asked you to send people to investigate who the mastermind is. Have you found anything? Empress Ji looked at Emperor Kong. Emperor Kong smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, the mastermind behind this is too cunning. In the past 6 months, they have been constantly using people related to the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain to be the shop assistants and shopkeepers, but their own people have disappeared one after another. Obviously they had already thought of a perfect plan to retreat. Those people who were related to the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain were also fools. Although the pay was very high, the spiritual stones were just puppets. It was just for today to help the people shift their hatred to the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain. The wealth management shop was originally just a commercial activity, but they cleverly turned it into a policy. They turned the thousands of temples as their backing, and the holy land of spiritual mountain as their backing. The monks can run but the temples can't. Everyone has been led astray by them, and their people have quietly retreated with all the spiritual stones. They are all gone, not a single trace. Not a single soldier was injured. How terrifying. Feng Bo said with an unsightly expression. What a meticulous plan, what a vicious plan. Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. This person is too terrifying. There is no trace of the mastermind. Emperor Kong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Empress Ji looked at Songjia. Songjia didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Mr. Songjia, what do you think? Empress Ji asked. This wealth management shop is targeted at the spiritual mountain holy ground. Hence, I feel that we should target the enemies of the spiritual mountain holy ground. Such an organization is at least an imperial dynasty or an intermediate sect. Songjia analyzed. That's right, enemies? Although the spiritual mountain holy ground has always said that they are benevolent, the expansion of the spiritual mountain holy ground is bloody. These 2,000 cities used to be the territories of the various great powers. Although those powers were destroyed, their descendants established new powers. They have always hated the spiritual mountain holy ground. Emperor Kong's expression changed. Empress Ji nodded. The enemies of the spiritual mountain holy ground, not to mention the Great Yan Empire and the Wansho Taoism, there are still 8 imperial dynasties and 9 intermediate sects. Mr. Songjia, are you saying that the mastermind behind this is the leader of these 17 great powers? Songjia was silent for a moment before he said, His Holiness, in fact, there has been a commercial war in the past. Moreover, this subject has emphasized on His Holiness. Similar to this commercial war? Empress Ji raised her eyebrows. Such a commercial war was terrifying to the extreme. In a day, 2,000 cities were destroyed. To everyone, this was the first time they had seen such a shocking battle. Songjia said that there had been such a thing in the past. Why didn't I know about it? His Holiness, do you remember the Dahan imperial dynasty's Guhai? Songjia asked solemnly. Guhai. Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. Impossible. Although Guhai has enmity with the spiritual mountain holy ground, the Dahan imperial dynasty is in the north of the divine continent. It is separated from the spiritual mountain holy ground by many great powers. With such a great distance, how could he cause such a huge commotion? Emperor Kong said in shock. Songjia ignored Emperor Kong. Instead, he continued, His Majesty told this official to understand Guhai, so this official paid attention to everything. He fought his way up step by step. He did do it once before, but the situation was different. However, the result was the same. When he was a mortal, he used the Shangdo nation, which could be considered a stroke of genius. He did not even use a single soldier, using the Shangdao to destroy a mortal Song nation. Mortal realm? All the subjects were shocked. Empress Ji suddenly remembered. Guhai entered the cultivation world because of that commercial war? I remember now. The plan to destroy the Song nation? Songjia nodded. This Guhai's business skills are extraordinary. For such a large-scale battle, he used it so skillfully. It is terrifying. There was a sudden silence in the study. Terrifying? This was Mr. Songjia's evaluation. Mr. Songjia rarely evaluated others. Guhai is the mastermind behind the chaos in the 2,000 cities of the spiritual mountain? Empress Ji's eyes flashed with a serious look. He is a major suspect. His Holiness might as well focus on investigating Guhai. Songjia said solemnly. Songjia did not use a certain tone. However, since Songjia mentioned Guhai, it was clear that Guhai was the culprit. Emperor Kong, inform all the spies in the Dahan imperial dynasty and the spiritual mountain holy ground to investigate this matter. I do not wish to hear anything that is unclear. Empress Ji instructed. Yes. Emperor Kong answered. Spiritual mountain holy ground. When the 2,000 cities were in chaos, the day of the Buddha's birthday arrived. Great thunderclap temple outside the Great Strength Hall. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats stood respectfully in all directions, chanting the Amitabha Buddha's mantra. All of them had smiles on their faces as they looked at the entrance of the Great Strength Hall. Jianghu slowly stepped out of the hall. We pay our respects to the Buddha. All the monks bowed respectfully. Jianghu nodded slightly. A golden lotus suddenly appeared under his feet. This was the 12th treasure of Ligu. It was originally a 12th grade golden lotus, but after the mosquito Daoran secretly ate it, it became a 9th grade golden lotus. Stepping on the 9th grade golden lotus, Jianghu emitted a Buddhist light, causing everyone to feel a boundless radiance. The Buddha is going to preach the Tao. All disciples of the Buddha, please take a seat and listen. The Buddha of the past said. Yes. All the monks immediately bowed. Then a first-grade golden lotus appeared under the Buddhas. The Bodhisattvas sat on white lotus platforms, while the Arhats sat on praying mats. Listen to the Buddha said. A grand event. Chapter 983. At the entrance of the great Buddha's hall in the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, Jianghu stood on the 9th-grade golden lotus and looked down at the countless Buddhist disciples standing respectfully around him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats all stood respectfully, their eyes full of piety. The providence in the sky was also extremely dense, and waves of Buddhist chants sounded around the great Buddha's hall. The image of thousands of Buddhas. In today's world, which Buddhist cultivator did not yearn for the sacred ground of Mount Numinous? This place seemed to have become the ancestral court of Buddhism. It was an honor to enter the western Mount Numinous. After hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, he could be considered to have commanded 90% of the Buddhist disciples. Thousands of Buddhas? He was the Buddha worshipped by thousands of Buddhas, the Buddha above all Buddhas. Looking at the dense providence in the sky, Jianghu's eyes changed intensely. He still remembered the moment when the vast freedom heavenly demon sent him to the world of the living. At that time he was nothing, but now he had unified Buddhism. In the past, all the monks in the world chanted the Amitayus Buddha. But now, the Amitayus Buddha was nothing more than a legend. He was the Buddha of legends. As for him, he was the current Buddha, the Buddha of the present, the ancestor of all Buddhas. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats looked at Jianghu strangely. They did not know what the Buddha was going to do, but they were all devout believers, so they naturally did not disturb him. However, they saw that Jianghu's eyes changed for a while before he finally made a decision. Stepping on the golden lotus, Jianghu suddenly made a hand gesture slowly. Jianghu pointed to the sky with one hand and the earth with the other. Is this a new Buddhist Dharma seal? All the monks asked curiously. In the heavens and on the earth, I am the only one. Jianghu suddenly said. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire Mount Numinous. In the sky above the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, the sea of providence suddenly churned. Countless Buddhist chants surrounded Jianghu's domineering voice and echoed in the void. A wave of panic spread from Jianghu's body. With one hand pointing to the sky and the earth, he was the only one in the heavens and on the earth. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to pause for a moment. They were surprised. It was like a riddle. Many people did not understand. Some of the Buddhas were enlightened. Their expressions changed as they suppressed the astonishment in their hearts. The expressions of the Bodhisattvas changed drastically. This was because they could see the importance of the Buddha's sermon this time. He was not only talking about demons, but also seemed to have something more important to announce to the world. Between heaven and earth, I am the only one. This was a declaration of his ambition and position to all the monks. The Arhats were enlightened one after another. While they were enlightened, they were also uncertain. Only the Buddha of the past was the first to follow. He suddenly put his palms together and said respectfully, Namo Tathagata present Buddha. Namo means convert. Conversion, Tathagata and now Buddha? In the past it was Namo Amitayus Buddha. Now it was Tathagata Buddha? This was to change the Buddhist name of all Buddhist disciples in the world. He wanted all Buddhists in the world to stop chanting Amitayus Buddha, and instead chant Tathagata present Buddha. This was a revolution in Buddhism. The difference of a slogan caused a huge uproar. Now Jianghu was the Buddha. He unified Buddhism and could command all the Buddhist disciples in the world. Perhaps after countless years, other Buddhas would also unify Buddhism. However, unifying Buddhism and chanting by all Buddhas were not the same thing. In history, other than Jianghu, Nalanda Temple had also commanded Buddhism, and Vajra Temple had also commanded Buddhism. However, no one dared to use their name as a Buddhist name like Jianghu. Was this a complete change in the inheritance of Buddhism? The world's Buddhist cultivation no longer started with Amitayus Buddha, but changed to Tathagata present Buddha? The Buddha of the past chanted. Immediately, many monks began to chant along with him. Namo Tathagata present Buddha. Namo Tathagata present Buddha. The sound of worship was endless. Most of them were Jianghu's disciples. At this moment, they were officially changing the inheritance of Buddhism in the world? More and more people chanted Namo Tathagata present Buddha. At the same time, a special merit poured into Jianghu Lai's body. Jianghu Lai felt extremely comfortable all over. Originally, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a different voice sounded. Namo Tathagata present Buddha? Ridiculous, ridiculous. I have devoted myself to Buddhism and chanted Amateus Buddha, in order to feel the ancient Amateus Buddha's Buddhist teachings. It is out of respect, not because of authority. Today the Buddha wants to change the holiness of Buddhism in my heart. I dare not agree and I am terrified. This is not the original intention of Buddhism. Buddhism is to save all living beings, not to be the only one. Being the only one is insulting the original intention of Buddhism and monopolizing Buddhism. What does it mean to be a devil? I don't want to listen to the devil here. Goodbye. A bodhisattva suddenly shouted. While shouting, the bodhisattva suddenly stood up and was about to leave. Devil? This bodhisattva dared to say that the Buddha was a devil? How dare he? How dare you? How dare you criticize the Buddha? You dare to call the Buddha a devil? Your Buddhist teachings were passed down by the Buddha. The bodhisattvas, and arhats immediately shouted. Jianghu Lai also showed a sullen expression. The past Buddha's expression changed. Wensheng Bodhisattva? I recall that you are on good terms with Bodhisattva Liansheng. That Bodhisattva Liansheng is in cahoots with the demon Gu Hai. Are you trying to help the demon? The past Buddha's cold shout immediately determined the Wensheng Bodhisattva's position. It turns out that you are a friend of the demon. How dare you mess with my Buddhist teachings? A bodhisattva immediately shouted. Buddha, this Wensheng Bodhisattva has already fallen to the demonic path. This disciple is willing to subdue the demon. A bodhisattva immediately shouted. Amateus Tathagata present Buddha. Wensheng, you are not fit to be a bodhisattva. This is a demon. Quickly take him down. Another bodhisattva shouted. The Wensheng Bodhisattva had already flown into the air. When he saw the group of Jianghu Lai's lackeys criticizing him, he snorted coldly. Humph! You all cultivate Buddhism and think that you are the only one? You do not care about the common people and think of the sovereign? I, Wensheng Bodhisattva, disdain to be associated with you all. Goodbye. Where do you think you are going? The past Buddha snorted coldly. As the past Buddha snorted, the world-illuminating lamp suddenly flew out. Then a large flame suddenly encased the Wensheng Bodhisattva. The Wensheng Bodhisattva screamed miserably. Those who mess with Buddhism are no different from demons. They should be subdued. The past Buddha shouted coldly. Boom. The fire burned, looking like it would destroy the Wensheng Bodhisattva. Demon. You bunch of demons. Buddhist cultivators should be benevolent. You all eliminated your dissidents and proclaimed yourselves kings. You are demons. The spiritual mountain's holy land is a demon's den. Jianghu Lai? You are a Tathagata heavenly demon. You are a demon. Demon. A miserable scream rang out. The Wensheng Bodhisattva burned to nothing. In the blink of an eye, everyone at the Great Strength Hall's entrance fell deathly silent. Those who were wavering earlier immediately showed horror. Namo Tathagata present Buddha. All the monks suddenly bowed respectfully. At this moment, Jianghu Lai's expression finally looked better. Although the 10,000 Buddhas admitted it, as long as the 10,000 Buddhas admitted it, as long as they changed their Buddhist name to Namo Tathagata present Buddha, everything would be enough. Who would remember the bloodshed now in the future? Winner takes all. Most of the things in the world only depended on the results. Jianghu Lai looked at all the disciples standing respectfully. Whether they were willing or secretly resentful, as long as they were respectful on the surface, it was enough. I want to open a Buddhist world, a world where only Buddhist disciples can live. Those who enter this world will become Buddhas, live forever and glorify Buddhism. Jianghu Lai said. Everyone will become Buddhas? Live forever? The eyes of the monks who were still gloomy suddenly lit up. Who would not like to become Buddhas? Becoming Buddhas required self-awareness. This was strange for other cultivators, but Buddhist cultivators were like this. Because once self-awareness was achieved, their cultivation level would rise directly. Sometimes Buddhist cultivation was just a thought. As the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Once self-awareness was achieved, even a mortal ascetic monk's cultivation level could instantly soar to the sky. Who did not want to become Buddha? Everyone's eyes lit up, especially when they heard the words, live forever? It was impossible to live forever but dying and reincarnating again and again just like Jianghu. It had been 800,000 years. If he was an ordinary cultivator he would have died long ago, but he could live until now. Could it be said that he lived forever? Was he going to impart this to all the disciples? All the monks looked at Jianghu eagerly. Jianghu smiled slightly using the carrot and stick. After the violent suppression just now and a little sweetness, these disciples would be dead set on following him. This Buddhist world is called the whirling world. Everything has been prepared. It could have been opened thousands of years ago, but... Jianghu sighed slightly. Buddha, why is it delayed until now? The Buddha of the past was puzzled. Everyone looked at Jianghu. Because the most important external framework of the whirling world has been stolen. Jianghu said. Who dares to steal the framework of the whirling world? Everyone's eyes widened. The Longzhangwa of the Deqian celestial dynasty stole the immortal dome of Buddha. Now the immortal dome of Buddha has fallen into the hands of Guhai. Jianghu said. Immortal dome? So, the immortal dome of the Longzhangwa used to belong to the Buddha. Now it has been taken by the demon Guhai? That's the treasure of our spiritual mountain? A bodhisattva's face darkened. The demon is rampant. We must subdue the demon. Destroy the demon dynasty and take back the immortal dome of Buddha. Faced with the opportunity to become a Buddha, many monks shouted. However, there were also some monks who were doubtful. Jianghu said unhurriedly, I already have the reincarnation pool. I can recreate reincarnation in the immortal dome of Buddha. I also have the 18 levels of hell as its foundation. The disciples of Buddhism can comprehend the truth of heaven and earth in the reincarnation cycle. They can become Buddhas in the chaos. Buddha, we must take back the immortal dome of Buddha. Many bodhisattvas and arhats shouted excitedly. The Buddha of the past said again, the demon dynasty Dahan has caused chaos in our spiritual mountain many times and killed countless disciples of Buddhism. He should be a peerless demon. In the past, in order to cultivate the demonic arts, he killed 200 million people in Three Mountain City. In order to stop people from spreading rumors, he even framed our sacred mountain for this monstrous crime. Great demon Guhai, everyone has the right to kill him. Great demon Guhai, everyone has the right to kill him. Countless disciples of Buddhism said angrily with red eyes. Only a few people knew the truth of Three Mountain City. Naturally, they knew that the Buddha of the past was slandering Guhai. However, these few people did not dare to say anything. Now that the crowd was agitated, did they want to end up like the Bodhisattva just now? Today I will preach the Tao. I will discuss with everyone how to destroy this peerless demon, take back the immortal dome of Buddha, and return the world to peace. Jianghu said solemnly. Yes. Countless disciples answered. Chapter 984. The Spiritual Mountain's Holy Land. Jianghu stood on the rank 9 golden lotus and twisted the facts, placing the Dahan dynasty above the demons. Then he discussed with the Spiritual Mountain's disciples how to destroy the demons. Everyone, do you have any suggestions? Jianghu looked at everyone. The past Buddha, who seemed to have planned this beforehand, was the first to speak. Gautama Buddha, this disciple has something to say, the past Buddha said solemnly. Oh. Everyone looked at the past Buddha. That great demon Guhai stirred up trouble in the spiritual mountain in the past, killing countless disciples of the spiritual mountain. His demonic nature is strong and cannot be ignored. He even went against the spiritual mountain time and time again, slandering Buddhism. He is the greatest evil in the world. However, he has the protection of the demonic dynasty's Dahan. In the demonic dynasty, he can mobilize the power of the world and has overwhelming power. This disciple is thinking that we need to cut off his wings so that he cannot spread his wings and soar. Then we can destroy this great demon. The past Buddha said solemnly. Past Buddha, please elaborate. Jianghu said. Guhai can mobilize the power of the demonic dynasty. However, what if there is no dynasty for him to mobilize? What if the people do not lend their strength to him? The past Buddha asked with a smile. You mean to say that we should send our Buddhist disciples to the demonic dynasty's Dahan to convert the people and expose Guhai, so that the people of the demonic dynasty can distinguish between good and evil and abandon the darkness for the light? So that the Dahan's luck will scatter without attacking? Jianghu asked. Yes, that is what this disciple means. He has the demonic dynasty's Dahan. Although he gathered a large number of demons in a short time, how can he compare to the foundation of the spiritual mountain's holy land? We have hundreds of millions of Buddhist disciples. If you send us Buddhist disciples to the various cities of the Dahan to convert the people, it will be a boundless meritorious deed. The past Buddha said. The moment the past Buddha spoke, a bodhisattva seemed to have planned this beforehand. Gautama Buddha, this disciple is willing. Disciple solemnly said the bodhisattva, disciple is not talented, but I have a heart that aspires to Buddha. That devil has stolen the celestial dome of Buddha, so we must get it back as soon as possible. The people of the devil dynasty Dahan have been bewitched by the devil and are struggling in the sea of suffering. Disciple is willing to save the refugees and enter the embrace of Buddha. Disciple is willing. Your disciple is willing, Buddha? This disciple is willing to help the refugees of the demon dynasty. One by one the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats spoke one after another, clamoring to bring people to preach. Jianghu looked at the group of Buddhist disciples who were brimming with fighting spirit and revealed a faint smile. I'm going to teach you a soul expiation mantra. Recite this mantra and you'll be able to expiate the stubborn commoners at a faster rate. Jianghu said. Thank you, Buddha. Everyone said respectfully. Jianghu slowly recited a Buddhist mantra. As they recited, some of the bodhisattvas in the crowd began to frown. Is this the soul expiation incantation? Was it a spell to manipulate one's mind? Was it hypnosis? Hypnotizing the people to listen to his orders? Moreover, after the hypnosis the people's consciousness would be greatly damaged. In mild cases their memory would deteriorate and in severe cases, their consciousness would be in chaos, turning them into lunatics. Was he really going to use the soul expiation mantra on the commoners? Those who are stubborn are colluding with the demon dynasty. You don't have to be polite. Remember, you're saving them from the abyss of suffering. Jianghu said. Yes. Many Buddhist disciples shouted excitedly. However, some of them frowned slightly. Was this really okay? At the side the past Buddha laughed. Buddha, once the demonic dynasty's great Han dynasty collapses, Gu Hai will become a rootless duckweed. Buddha, if you take action you will be able to eliminate the demonic dynasty and protect Buddha in the blink of an eye, bringing glory to our Buddhist Tao. I'll do my best to eliminate the demon dynasty for the common people. Jianghu pressed his palms together. Amitabha Tathagata, present Buddha. All the Buddhist disciples pressed their palms together and said respectfully. No matter what, all the Buddhist disciples understood that the spirit mountain was going to deal with Gu Hai with thunderous means this time. Gu Hai was done for. Humph, destroying the Dahan's luck by harming the commoners? I'm not talented enough to do that. Farewell. Suddenly, another bodhisattva soared into the sky. Obviously, the Manxing bodhisattva was not the only righteous monk. Jianghu's face darkened. Pewed bodhisattva, you can't bear to see the demon dynasty destroyed? Don't you want to become a Buddha? The past Buddha glared at him. What does a Buddha like you have to do with the demon dynasty? Haha, I finally understand why the Manxing bodhisattva disdains colluding with the demon dynasty. I've been forcing myself to endure, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, going against the Buddha's benevolence. Saving the common people is the true intention of the Buddha. You'll do whatever it takes to achieve your goal and harm the common people. I won't do that. Farewell. Pewed bodhisattva shouted and soared into the sky. Pewed bodhisattva, you're finding excuses for the demon dynasty. It seems that you've also been bewitched by the demon dynasty. Everyone has the right to kill the demon dynasty. Since you've joined the demon dynasty, then go with the demon. The past Buddha waved his hand. Boom. The world-illuminating lamp emitted a raging fire again, shrouding the fleeing pewed bodhisattva. Ah, past Buddha, you don't care about the common people or the emperor. You'll all die a horrible death. What goes around comes around. Look at the sky. Who will the heavens spare? You'll be destroyed by the heavens and earth in the future. It's not that you won't be punished, but it's not time yet. You've harmed the common people, so you'll be killed by the common people in the future. Today you'll do whatever it takes to achieve your goal and destroy the fate of the holy mountain. In the fire, pewed bodhisattva roared in pain. Stubborn. The past Buddha snorted. Boom. The fire broke out in an instant, burning pewed bodhisattva into nothingness. Pewed bodhisattva, you've been bewitched by the demon dynasty. We're destroying the fate of the demon dynasty in order to save the common people. What does he know? The Buddha is about to establish the whirling world. Buddhism will last forever. Our holy mountain's fate will only become more prosperous and live as long as the heavens. Who can hurt our holy mountain's fate? How can the holy mountain with its 2,000 cities and its fate be destroyed? What a joke. The past Buddha laughed out loud. The holy mountain's fate will live as long as the heavens and prosper as long as the world. All the Buddhist disciples suddenly shouted. Jianghu was also full of confidence as he looked up at the sky. The holy mountain's fate will live as long as the heavens and prosper as long as the world. In the future, when the world is commanded, all sects will obey. The world is in my hands. The entire Mahavira hall was immersed in a great sense of pride and excitement. The holy mountain's fate will live as long as the heavens and prosper as long as the world? Honk. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out above the Sea of Providence. Everyone was startled by the explosion. Brr. Above the Sea of Fate, there was a sorrowful and despairing dragon roar. What's wrong? Jianghu's face changed. Rumble. Suddenly, the huge amount of fate started to flow away rapidly. It was rolling and dissipating quickly. What's going on? What's going on? Why is the holy mountain's fate dissipating? It's dissipating so quickly. What's going on? Pewd Bodhisattva just said that the holy mountain's fate meat has been destroyed? Karma? Retribution? No, that's impossible. There must be a mistake. At the entrance of the Mahavira hall, all the monks were in a panic. Even Jianghu's face changed drastically. He hadn't even gone to destroy the Dahan's fate meat yet. Why was there a problem with his own fate meat? What's going on? What's going on? The Buddha of the past was also shocked. Just as everyone was at a loss for what to do. Report, emergency report from Holy Mountain City. Holy Mountain City is in chaos. The city lord has been killed by the rioters. Report, emergency report from Golden Mountain City. The Golden Mountain Temple, Golden Cloud Temple, and Golden Water Temple have all been destroyed by the rioters. The Buddha statue has also been smashed. Smoke is rising everywhere. Report, Spirit Cloud City. Report. Suddenly, countless disciples of the Holy Mountain rushed to the entrance of the Mahavira hall in horror and kept telling the shocking reports from all directions. In the Luck Cloud Sea, the Golden Dragon cried out in grief as more and more luck was lost. How could this be? Did something happen in Lingshan City? That's impossible. When I came to the Great Thunderclap Temple, my Golden Mountain Temple was still fine. How could it be destroyed by the mob? Rebels? Where are the rebels? On the square outside the Grand Hall, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were shocked. Most of the people here were hosts from the 2,000 cities. Before he came, the temple that he presided over was fine. How could it be smashed all of a sudden? Jianghu's expression also changed. Just now, Pudupusa had said that in order to achieve his goal, he would do anything to destroy the fate of others. Now, his own fate was going to be destroyed? In such a short period of time it had come true? Impossible. Ask him clearly for me. What is going on? But the devil's wreaking havoc everywhere? But the enemy is attacking. Quick. Jianghu glared. At this moment there were countless reports of the chaos in the cities. 2,000 cities, one after another, sent in Guqin terracotta warriors. The huge amount of information made everyone feel horrified. Chaos. At this moment the 2,000 cities were in chaos, and the people were all crazy. Buddha, I've just asked the senior brothers in Soul Mountain City. They said that there are no enemies or devils. It's just that everyone in the city has gone crazy. Those unruly people were deceived and blamed the Donglin Temple, the city lord, and the holy land of Soul Mountain. A disciple quickly ran over. What? Cheated? Just cheated? Are they crazy? The whole city has gone crazy? What do you mean by the whole city? How many people are there? Jianghu said coldly. The disciple had already moved the Guqin terracotta over. When his voice was heard, the Guqin terracotta immediately replied. Buddha, at least 90% of the people, at least 90%. I know it's not my fault. I didn't take your money. Help, Buddha, help. A series of screams came from the other side of the Guqin terracotta. Countless Buddhist disciples who were against Jianghu's actions suddenly recalled Pewd Bodhisattva's words just now. You don't care about the common people or the king. You will all die a horrible death. Look up at the sky, who will be spared by the heavens. Today's sins will be destroyed by the heavens and the earth in the future. It's not that you don't want to, but it's not time yet. You hurt the people and you will be killed by the people in the future. Today, in order to achieve your goal, you will destroy the fate of Lingshan. In the future, the fate of Lingshan will be destroyed. Pewed Bodhisattva's words were still vivid in their minds. The loss of fate in the sky had already explained everything. It was the cycle of the heavens and retribution. Retribution is coming? Countless Buddhist disciples were horrified. Jiang Rulai's face was gloomy. I don't believe it. I don't believe in the heavens. If the heavens were useful, the heavens would not have been replaced by the immortal of 6 paths. While speaking, Jiang Rulai looked at the cities near Lingshan. At this moment there were already bursts of smoke in the major cities. In the chaos there were flames everywhere. Chapter 985. Lingshan City was the closest city to the Great Thunderclap Temple. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. Angry roars, terrified cries, begging for mercy and looting were incessant. The entire city was in chaos. Almost all the people in the city rushed to the city lord mansion, the major temples and their businesses. They crashed, smashed, burned and looted. It was chaos. Jiang Rulai looked over and was secretly shocked. Are the people in the city possessed? Roar. The golden dragon of luck screamed and its luck quickly collapsed. This was not only because the people were in chaos, but also because they had given up on the sacred ground of Lingshan. After all, the sea of luck was formed by the people. Buddha, that's what happened. The wealth management shop stole their money. It's none of our business. A group of Buddhist disciples immediately explained everything. However, as they explained, Jiang Rulai realized that something was wrong. 2,000 cities fled with their money at the same time? This was clearly a premeditated plan. Idiots! Jiang Rulai shouted angrily. After hearing everything, Jiang Rulai instantly understood how terrifying the wealth management shop was. It used spirit stones as a link to put all the people in the sacred ground of Lingshan on the opposite side. The luck in the sky was flowing away rapidly. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats were terrified. Jiang Rulai's face was gloomy, but he could not blame these disciples. After all, the law did not punish the majority. He still had to rely on them to achieve great things. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Rulai said, I, the people of Lingshan, sincerely ask all the people to calm down for the time being. I will uphold justice for your losses. Please stop everything first. Brr. A dragon's roar sounded in the sea of luck. Jiang Rulai's voice immediately reached the ears of all the people in the 2,000 cities. In the various cities, the people who were in chaos suddenly trembled. Buddha's voice? Buddha said that he will uphold justice. Everyone stop. Someone immediately shouted. Some people stopped angrily. Some people had just crashed into the temple and even killed the city lord and the monks. However, they were unwilling to stop in their panic and wanted to encourage everyone to continue. Jiang Rulai seemed to have guessed the thoughts of these people and immediately added another sentence. If you stop everything now, all the losses and injuries you've caused before will be forgotten. Please stop everything. I will uphold justice for all of you. Jiang Rulai's voice sounded again. Tell all the people with the Sea of Providence. Let bygones be bygones? Buddha wants to uphold justice for us? Immediately, the people who had been inciting the crowd stopped everything. Buddha, please uphold justice. Buddha, please return my spirit stones. Buddha, this disciple has no other choice. Buddha, please uphold justice. Immediately, the voices of countless people in the 2,000 cities came from the Sea of Providence. Although the people were anxious, they still trusted Jiang Rulai very much. With the Buddha in charge, he would definitely give them justice, right? Furthermore, the Buddha wanted to announce it to the world. Everyone clenched their fists and listened to the voice from the Sea of Providence. But, as expected, with Jiang Rulai's shout, the providence in the Sea of Providence stopped collapsing. However, in just a short while, 1/3 of the providence had disappeared. Jiang Rulai's eyes were filled with anger. Who was it? Buddha, the providence is saved. Immediately, countless bodhisattvas and arhats shouted excitedly. In Lingshan City, in a restaurant, Guqin's face darkened, and he immediately took out a Guqin figurine. Father, have you come out of seclusion? Guqin asked respectfully. The Guqin figurine vibrated slightly, and soon a voice was heard. I just came out of seclusion. Hachina, well done. Greetings, Your Majesty. Dragon Shenying bowed. Thank you for your hard work, Dragon Shenying. Since the plan to destroy Providence has started, You don't have to stay in Lingshan City anymore. Come back as soon as possible to prevent any accidents. Guhai instructed. Yes. Dragon Shening replied. Father, now that Jiang Rulai has spoken to appease the people, the providence seems to have stopped collapsing, Guqin said worriedly. I already know that. It's useless. If Jiang Rulai can't give the people a perfect explanation, they will only be angrier. He can't make a clean break. This hole is too big. Just wait and see ha. Guhai's voice came from the Guqin figurine. Yes. Guqin replied. At that moment, nearly 300 billion people in the 2,000 cities quietened down and listened to Jiang Rulai's justice. The same situation has occurred in 2,000 cities all over Mount Numinous. The wealth management shops have fled with their money. Today we will use Mount Numinous City as an example to give a fair evaluation. Everyone can listen to the evaluation. Once Mount Numinous City is resolved, the 2,000 cities will follow suit. Jiang Rulai shouted. In an instant all the voices were heard by the people. Yes, please uphold justice, Buddha. The 300 billion people immediately shouted. With Lingshan City as an example, everything would be resolved once Lingshan City was resolved. Lingshan City was at the foot of Lingshan. Jiang Rulai led a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats to the sky above Lingshan City. Golden light shone everywhere. Buddha, please uphold justice. Countless people immediately knelt down excitedly in anticipation. 80% of the people had gone bankrupt to buy the financial merchants. Everyone thought that with Lingshan's sacred ground as a guarantor, what were they afraid of? Would Buddha cheat them of their small amount of money? But now the money was gone. Who wouldn't be anxious? To mortals money was like gold. But everyone was a cultivator. Money was like spirit stones. It was the foundation of one's cultivation and growth. This was not only cutting off their source of income, but also their own path to immortality. How could they not be angry? Jiang Rulai frowned and looked around the city. A large number of temples and financial merchants were already smoking. The city lord's mansion was also in a mess. Jiang Rulai had already understood everything, and he also understood the evil intentions of the mastermind behind the financial merchants. During this period of time, the financial merchants were almost tied to Lingshan's sacred ground in name. At this time, if he were to tell the people that it had nothing to do with Lingshan, they would definitely be unwilling to accept it. Lingshan was the last straw who would be willing to let go. This loss could only be swallowed by himself. However, he had to make it clear. The people of Lingshan, the financial merchants, caused chaos in Lingshan and harmed the common people. I already have a simple understanding. Here I will clarify for Lingshan's sacred ground. I only understand the matter of the financial merchants now. The financial merchants have nothing to do with Lingshan's sacred ground. Jiang Rulai said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? We bought it back then because of Lingshan's sacred ground. Buddha, the Donglin Temple's abbot, is a financial merchant. It has nothing to do with Donglin Temple? It has nothing to do with Lingshan's sacred ground? Buddha, if you say that it has nothing to do with it, what about our money? The people immediately became impatient. People of Lingshan, I said that I will uphold justice for you, so I will definitely uphold justice for you. If you lose your spirit stones, I will recover them for you. The major temples did not handle things properly and were misled by the financial merchants. You should be punished. Today, the sacred ground of Lingshan will first pay to make up for your losses, and then Lingshan will recover everything that was lost. Jiang Rulai said. Buddha wants to make up for our losses first? Thank you, Buddha. Buddha is merciful. That's great, Buddha is going to make up for my losses first. Countless people immediately cheered. The people of Lingshan were grateful. Under this gratitude, more than half of the providence that had collapsed from Lingshan immediately condensed. Lingshan's sea of providence seemed to be recovering again. The Bodhisattvas immediately heaved a sigh of relief. A great disaster was about to be resolved? In Lingshan City, Guqin opened his mouth in shock. Jiang Rulai, he's courting death. I was worried just now, but now I don't have to worry at all. Father is right, Lingshan's providence is finished. In Lingshan City, the people looked at Jiang Rulai in the sky gratefully. Jiang Rulai did not realize how much money the financial merchants had taken away. He thought that it was not a big deal to take some money from the 800,000 years of accumulation of the sacred ground of Lingshan. Lingshan City, all employees of the original financial merchants are to immediately be responsible for reviewing all contracts and calculating the number of spirit stones on the contracts. Once everything is calculated, according to the contract, the spirit stones will be distributed. Jianghu said. Long live the Buddha. Instantly, countless people cheered. In the crowd, the employees of the financial merchants who had been beaten up until they did not look like humans got up with difficulty. Under the urging, they began to calculate the accounts one by one. After receiving the Buddha's promise, the previously violent people suddenly became extremely polite and well-mannered as they lined up. They reviewed the accounts one by one and calculated them one by one. With such gentleness, no one could tell how violent this group of people was. Jianghu asked the Buddha of the past, "How many spirit stones do we have in Lingshan's treasury?" Buddha, after 800,000 years of accumulation, we have 90 billion high-grade spirit stones. The Buddha of the past said respectfully. 90 billion? It seems that we have to use half of the spirit stones to fill the gap this time. Jianghu sighed slightly. Maybe not. In just half a year, how much money can the financial merchants take away? The Buddha of the past said with a smile. No matter how much, as long as we can stabilize Lingshan's providence, everything will be worth it. Even if it's 50 billion, I won't be stingy. Jianghu said solemnly. 50 billion? That's a big deal, Buddha. Then the city will have to make up for 25 million high-grade spirit stones. It's definitely more than enough. Those are high-grade spirit stones. The Buddha of the past said with a smile. Everyone waited patiently. With the help of countless monks and city officials, it took them 2 days to finish checking all the accounts. Buddha, the accounts are settled. There's a total of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones in Lingshan City. A bodhisattva said respectfully. How much? The Buddha of the past suddenly exclaimed. A total of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, the bodhisattva shouted again. Impossible, how can it be so much? The Buddha of the past exclaimed. All the bodhisattvas, arhats and Buddhas were also shocked. 1 billion? How could it be so much? This number was something that most people had never seen in their lives. Jianghu also widened his eyes. A city was worth 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, and Lingshan's 800,000 years of accumulation was only enough for 90 cities? Although the amount of spirit stones in each city would definitely be different, even so, they could only make up for 100 cities at most. What about the other 1,900 cities? What should they do? Is there a mistake? Jianghu asked with a trembling heart. Even though he was used to seeing storms, he had never seen such a terrifying number. This was not just a financial hole, it was a black hole. Buddha, we've already calculated 3 times. There's no mistake. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. It can only be more, not less. The Bodhisattva said again. Jianghu. The Buddhas all over the sky. The 3 billion people. Chapter 986. Jianghu honestly chose to broadcast the event to the 3 billion people. The people immediately had a good impression of him and calmed down after the riot stopped. That's right, no matter how much money it was, the Soul Mountain sacred ground would be able to fork out. Moreover, he had only invested a little while the disciples from the Soul Mountain sacred ground would have more than that. Don't worry, it's not much, not much. The Soul Mountain sacred ground will definitely return it to me. However, when the accountant shouted out 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, almost everyone's head buzzed. 1 billion? A high-grade spirit stone? Almost everyone cried out in surprise. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 10 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Generally speaking, ordinary people used low-grade spirit stones to circulate, just like how most mortals used copper coins to circulate, and most of the gold bars were stored at home. 10 trillion? 10 trillion? Hearing this number, almost everyone couldn't believe it. This was a super astronomical number that no one dared to imagine. No, that's impossible, right? Someone exclaimed. 10 trillion? That's just one city, but we have 2,000 cities. Wouldn't that be 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones? This so much? Many people exclaimed. Of course, this was just an estimate. Soul Mountain City was close to the Soul Mountain sacred ground, so it was naturally a big city with a lot of people. That was why it had 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Other cities didn't have that many high-grade spirit stones. However, even if the debt wasn't 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones, it would still be 1 trillion. Moreover, it was definitely more than that. The 3 billion people felt like their hearts were about to jump out of their chest. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats in Soul Mountain City were dumbfounded. So much? How could it be so much? 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones? Wouldn't that be 200 million low-grade spirit stones? This financial management shop had swept away all the spiritual stones in the 2000 cities? Jianghu was also stunned at this moment. 2 trillion high-grade spirit stones? He only had 90 billion high-grade spirit stones. Even if he spent all of them, it wouldn't make a splash. How could it be so much? Jianghu looked coldly at the auditing bodhisattva. This disciple has counted 3 times. The bodhisattva said bitterly. Countless people looked at Jianghu eagerly. You said it just now. You said that you would pay first. We are all waiting for you to keep your word. We are waiting for the spirit stones to go home and cook. Lingshan City Donglin Temple? Who's in charge? Jianghu asked coldly. I am your disciple. A bodhisattva stepped forward. Donglin Temple? Donglin Bodhisattva, why are you helping me manage the shops? Jianghu said coldly. I don't even know who they are. Donglin Bodhisattva immediately retorted. Immediately the people below became anxious. He's lying. The Donglin Temple's spirit stone mine has been handed over to the wealth management shop to manage. Gautama Buddha, in the past someone went to the wealth management shop to make trouble. It was the warrior monks of Donglin Temple who went to solve the crisis. Buddha, many monks of Donglin Temple are working in the financial shop. Immediately, countless people cried out in disbelief. Gautama Buddha, please forgive me. Those disciples couldn't resist the temptation of the wealth management shop and went astray. I really don't know. Donglin Bodhisattva anxiously tried to clear his name. I don't care if you know or not. It's because of you that the people trust the wealth management shop. Therefore, you have to bear some responsibility for this debt. You said that the wealth management shop spent a lot of money to buy your spirit stone mine and used it to deceive the people of the city. Where's the money? This is money that harmed the people. Take it out and return it to the people. Jianghu shouted. Gautama Buddha is merciful. Thank you, Gautama Buddha. Gautama Buddha is right. Donglin Temple colluded with the wealth management shop. We must spit out the money. Immediately, countless people shouted excitedly as if they were about to get their money. The people in the 2000 cities were also excited. If Donglin Temple took out the money, the other temples would definitely follow suit. They could finally get their money back. Jianghu looked at Donglin Bodhisattva. Donglin Bodhisattva immediately knelt down in panic. Gautama Buddha, please forgive me. I was also deceived by the villains. They promised me higher interest, and all the money was invested in the wealth management shop. Donglin Bodhisattva said sadly. What? Countless people exclaimed in shock. The 1 billion high-grade spirit stones doesn't include the Donglin Temple's investment. How much money did the wealth management shop make? Someone exclaimed. In the city, everyone looked at Donglin Bodhisattva. You just said that you don't know who they are? Jianghu said coldly. I really don't know. I just watched them make a lot of money every day. I couldn't help it. I also want my disciples to have a better spiritual array environment. My Donglin Temple is now penniless. Donglin Bodhisattva suddenly cried out sadly. Jianghu's eyes darkened. He looked at the others. Gautama Buddha, I'm incompetent. I was also deceived by the wealth management shop. Now Jinshan Temple is also penniless. I'm incompetent. Jinshui Temple is also penniless. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats all knelt down sorrowfully. That scene immediately made Jianghu's hair stand on end. Who was so vicious? Not only did they use the reputation of the Spirit Mountain for profit, but they also deceived all the disciples of the Spirit Mountain and made them give away all their spirit stones? This shocking scam didn't wake people up until the moment it was exposed? The people of Spirit Mountain City fell into a dead silence. The 2,000 people in the city were all speechless. They're going to go back on their word? Someone suddenly said. The anger that had just been extinguished by the 3 billion people rose with a whoosh. Gautama Buddha, please return the money. Someone shouted in Spirit Mountain City. Gautama Buddha, I worked hard for 100 years to earn that money. Please return the money. Gautama Buddha, I've been worshipping Buddha wholeheartedly. Please return everything to me. In Spirit Mountain City, the people immediately looked at Jianghu anxiously. Gautama Buddha, we're innocent. Please return the money. Countless people shouted from the Sea of Providence. Jianghu felt a chill in his heart. However, return the money? How? If he returned the money to Spirit Mountain City, what about the other cities? If he couldn't repay everyone's debt and return the money to a small portion of the people, it would be equivalent to offending the majority. Then, the majority would completely become enemies with the Spirit Mountain. And this small portion of people might not be grateful to the Spirit Mountain. They would take back their money and at most, not pursue the matter with the Spirit Mountain. It was impossible for them to be as pious to the Spirit Mountain as before. Everyone was looking forward to Jianghu, but Jianghu couldn't take out the money at all. All the people of Spirit Mountain. Jianghu shouted. Buzz. All the voices stopped instantly. All the people were waiting for Jianghu to uphold justice. At this moment, Jianghu's eyelids were twitching wildly. At this moment he felt like he was being roasted on a fire. 300 million people were staring at him as if they wanted to burn him to a crisp. However, at this moment he could only brace himself. I'm also heartbroken that you were cheated of your money by the wealth management shop. I swear to the heavens that I will definitely get back the spirit stones for you. I will definitely get back the spirit stones. Everyone please calm down. Wait patiently. After Jianghu finished speaking, the 3,000 cities fell silent again. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the hearts of all the people. If Jianghu hadn't boasted just now and threatened to repay all the spirit stones, the people wouldn't be so angry. However, they regained what they lost and lost it again. One could imagine the anger in the hearts of the people. The spirit stones were taken by the sacred ground of Spirit Mountain in the first place. Gautama Buddha, do you want to cultivate a certain cultivation technique? You can just tell us clearly. Why lie to us? The disciples of Spirit Mountain helped with the wealth management shop? Were you lying to? So many disciples of Spirit Mountain were deceived? Without your order, all the disciples of Spirit Mountain would deceive us together? If it weren't for the sacred ground of Spirit Mountain, why would I hand over the spirit stones? Give me back my spirit stones, give me back my spirit stones. Jianghu, you liar. Are you toying with us in front of everyone? Give me back my money. Give me back my spirit stones. In the major cities, Guqin had already arranged people to sow discord. Immediately, some of the more angry people started to shout. As soon as they shouted, Jianghu knew that things were not going well. Boom. It was as if the sky had exploded. Above the sea of destiny clouds, the curses of the 3 billion people could be heard. The roars, the anger, and the chaos instantly caused the sea of destiny clouds to explode into pieces. They could vaguely see a huge golden dragon of providence that was tens of thousands of miles long being torn into pieces by an invisible tearing force. Brr. The golden dragon let out a miserable cry and completely dissipated. Boom. The rolling providence disappeared quickly. In the major cities, the anger of the people was completely ignited, and the temples that had stopped earlier erupted again. Boom, boom, boom. The temples of Spirit Mountain were smashed into pieces, and the spirit stones inside were all plundered. The spirit stone mines of Spirit Mountain were all plundered. All the city defenses of 2,000 cities were instantly destroyed. The rebellion of the people could no longer be stopped. Boom. The providence of Spirit Mountain was not lost this time but collapsed. In just a short while the providence was gone. Not a single one out of 100 remained, about to vanish into thin air. This meant that the people's hearts were all gone. The sacred ground of Spirit Mountain was completely gone. All the disciples of Spirit Mountain looked at the providence that was about to disappear in the sky in horror. They felt that it was very unreal. Spirit Mountain City. In a restaurant. Guqin sneered. Jianghu is too confident. Does he really think that he is very rich? He dares to hold a public trial at this time? He is courting death. If it were me, I would first calm all the people and slowly change the public opinion. He dares to hold a public trial in front of all the people. Aha, it is indeed enough to establish a sect, not a country. Dragon Goding sighed. The Providence destruction plan should be considered a great success. The last batch of spirit stones has been transported back to the capital. After watching this wonderful public trial, it's time to go back? Ah. Guqin laughed excitedly. Go back immediately. Tell His Majesty the good news. Dragon Goding also laughed. Chapter 987. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xinyuan City, Upper Study Room. Matriarch Ji was listening to Emperor Kong's report. All the karmic luck is gone? Matriarch Ji's eyes narrowed. 3 days ago, the karmic luck of the spiritual mountain was the largest karmic luck in the world. But in just 3 days it was gone. How can that Jianghu be so stupid? Why is he still thinking of holding a public trial at this time? He should have shifted the hatred of the people away. There are so many enemies, any one of them is good. Li Mu sneered. This won't do. The culprit behind the scenes this time is too clean. It's so clean that there's no trace at all. How can we slander them? Will the people believe us? Emperor Kong shook his head. Why not? Li Mu frowned. If the people were calm they could take it slow. However, all of them had set their sights on the holy land of Mount Numinous. How could they change their target? It's like if only the two of us stayed in a room for a day. No one came in and neither of us went out. But during this day you lost your money, or did you see my hand grab it? If you say that I took it, would you believe me if I said that it was Mr. Songjia in the next room? Emperor Kong smiled. Ah. Li Mu paused. Who would believe that? The spiritual mountain is like this. Overnight, the people's hearts are in chaos. There are no city guards and the people are angry at the spiritual mountain. All the karmic luck is lost. How terrifying is that Guhai? Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. Is it really Guhai? Matriarch Ji asked. Yes. At first I didn't know where to start. It was Mr. Songjia who gave me the route. Guhai is so secretive. Emperor Kong sighed. He looked at Songjia. Oh, Mr. Songjia? Matriarch Ji was puzzled. Mr. Songjia pointed me to a restaurant in the spiritual mountain city. I sent people to investigate secretly. As expected, Guqin and Dragon God Ing were standing in the restaurant. The two of them were watching this wonderful show. Emperor Kong looked at Songjia in admiration. Imperial concubine glanced at Songjia. Her eyes flashed with astonishment. Among the 2,000 cities of spiritual mountain, Songjia had pinpointed the location of Guqin and Dragon Shenying. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. Even she couldn't do it, but Songjia had done it. His Holiness, since the spiritual mountain city has lost 2,000 cities, I will lead the troops to conquer these 2,000 cities immediately. Li Mu shouted excitedly. No. Matriarch Jiang. Oh, why do you say no? Although the spiritual mountain city has lost the hearts of the people, it is not impossible to get them back. As long as we have time, we will definitely be able to get them back. Furthermore, the spiritual mountain is looking for a breakthrough to win back the hearts of the people. If we send troops now, we will be helping Jianghu to win back the hearts of the people. How can we send troops now? Songjia Matriarch Jiang said. Yes, Li Mu understands. Li Mu immediately stopped talking. Your Majesty, this subject has thought about it before. Since we know that this is Guhai's scheme, should we do something? Emperor Kong said with a smile. Matriarch Jiang looked at Emperor Kong. I think that we can give the information we have gathered to Jianghu. Let them solve it themselves. Emperor Kong smiled. All the officials fell silent. Tell Jianghu the truth? Wouldn't that make Jianghu mad? Let Guhai and Jianghu fight, while the Great Yellow Dynasty reaps the benefits. This is my plan. His Holiness, please take a look. Emperor Kong handed a memorial to Matriarch Jiang. Matriarch Jiang looked at it and narrowed her eyes. Proof. At the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. A huge formation enveloped the entire spirit mountain. Outside the array, countless people were rioting. Some were charging at the array, asking Jianghu to return the spirit stones. Some were kneeling and begging Jianghu to return the spirit stones. Everything was in chaos. At the entrance of the great Buddha's hall, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats were terrified. At this time, no one dared to go out and comfort the people. The people did not listen at all. If you owed them money, they would listen to you. If you did not return the money, they would rob you. All the Buddhists looked anxiously at Jianghu, who was at the entrance of the great Buddha's hall. Just 2 days ago, the spiritual mountain was dominating the world. Jianghu pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the earth. He was the only one in the world. He changed the name of the Buddha, the Amitabha Buddha. Buddhism was flourishing. But in just 2 days the phoenix fell and became a chicken? Everything was laughable. Who is it? Jianghu looked at the sky with a ferocious expression. There was still some providence in the sky, but it was only a thin layer. It was not even comparable to the providence of an empire. It was no different from being useless. In the past, it was fine that the providence of the Dongfang Dian dynasty was gone. But why did the providence of the spiritual mountain disappear too? Who is it? Who is it? Although Jianghu did not fly into a rage, Everyone knew how angry Jianghu was at this moment. A great rage was suppressed in his heart. It was as if it could burst out at any time and burn the sky and earth. Gautama Buddha. The Buddha of the past was slightly bitter. He wanted to persuade but did not know what to say. The Buddha of the past thought highly of Jianghu and followed Jianghu out of the Nalanda temple. That was the truth. The spiritual mountain sect developed much faster than the Nalanda temple and became the #1 temple in the world. In Buddhism, Jianghu was second only to one person. But who would have thought that his 10,000 years of development would be ruined in one day? Don't you know who opened the wealth management shop? Jianghu looked at all the Buddhists. We don't know. Everyone said bitterly. Looking at his disciples' ignorance, Jianghu felt a wave of resentment. A bunch of trash. Could it be the Great Yellow Dynasty? Empress Ji has been plotting against the spiritual mountain? The Buddha of the past frowned. And the Choling Empire? They have been wreaking havoc at our borders. And countless disciples guessed. It was all baseless speculation. How could it be accurate? The Great Yellow Dynasty's Baihu of the Xinyuan Guard requests to see you. Outside the formation, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Hearing the shout, all the Buddhist expressions changed and looked over. The Great Yellow Dynasty? Empress Ji sent someone to laugh at us? A bodhisattva stared and said, No, Empress Ji is the mastermind. He destroyed 2,000 of our cities and now he's here to ridicule us? An arhat stared and said, The Great Yellow Dynasty? At this time, it must be related to the wealth management shop. A Buddha said with a sinister expression. Jianghu immediately waved his hand. Whoosh! The Baihu of the Xinyuan Guard outside the formation was instantly pulled into the formation and in front of Jianghu. Bang! The Baihu was thrown to the ground and more than half of his bones were broken. Empress Ji sent you here? Does that mean that the wealth management shop was opened by the Great Yellow Dynasty? Jianghu gritted his teeth and said coldly. No, cough cough, the wealth management shop has nothing to do with the Great Yellow Dynasty. The Baihu coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and immediately said, Humph, nothing to do with you? If it's nothing to do with you, then why are you here? Are you trying to lie to me? Jianghu said coldly. All the Buddhists stared at the Baihu. The wealth management shop has nothing to do with the Great Yellow Dynasty. However, His Holiness knows who the mastermind is, and he specially asked me to tell Jianghu that you can't distinguish between right and wrong. The Baihu said angrily as he coughed out blood. Oh, Empress Ji knows who the mastermind is? Jianghu's face sank. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a wave of energy entered the Baihu's body. The Baihu immediately felt warm and comfortable. His injuries were also mostly healed. At this moment, in order to know who the mastermind was, Jianghu didn't care about his reputation anymore. Speak! Jianghu shouted. It's the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Guhai. The Baihu said. What? The Buddhists in the surroundings were in an uproar. Previously they guessed that it was the various factions but they didn't think that it was Guhai. That was because the Dahan Imperial Dynasty was too far away from the spiritual mountain. There were so many factions in between. It was impossible for him to seize their cities. However, when the Baihu said that, everyone was stunned. They suddenly realized that the possibility was too high. Recently, the spiritual mountain and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty were like fire and water. It wasn't surprising that it was Guhai. Humph, if you say that it's Guhai, then it's Guhai? Jianghu said coldly. Although he was suspicious, Jianghu wanted evidence. He wanted concrete evidence. He didn't want to become Empress Ji's weapon. If he said that it was someone, he would believe it. Just now, Guqin and Dragon God Ing were in the spiritual mountain city. They saw everything with their own eyes and mocked everything. Under His Holiness's orders, I have recorded a portion of it with the image recording ball. Take a look. The Baihu took out a small ball. Whoosh! Jianghu immediately took it and activated the small ball. Immediately, a ball of light and shadow condensed. In the light image, it was the scene of the public trial. Jianghu led a sky full of Buddhas to judge the entire city. He was angrily reprimanded by the people in the city. He was in a sorry state. In the image, 2 men were standing on the top floor of a restaurant. They were Guqin and Dragon God Ing. The 2 of them raised their cups of wine and looked at everything in the sky coldly. Although there was no sound in the image, from the shape of their mouths, some lip language could be vaguely seen. Luck destruction plan? This is called a luck destruction plan? Ha ha ha, Guhai Guhai. Jianghu suddenly roared. Rumble. In the sky millions of miles away, Jianghu angry roar could be heard. So it's a luck destruction plan? Gu Hai is the mastermind? It's Gu Hai. All the Buddhist disciples were shocked and angry. But at this moment, how could the people in the city believe it? The commotion continued. Jianghu anger could be imagined. Pud Bodhisattva had said before that karma was a part of the cycle. Was this karma? No, I haven't even destroyed the luck of the Dahan. How dare he destroy my luck? Jianghu turned to look at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. He was furious and his desire for revenge rose. Right, His Holiness also asked me to remind you that Guqin and Dragon God Ing only returned to the infinite celestial capital after your public trial ended. They should still be on their way. That's all I have to say. Farewell. The Baihu bowed slightly and left. No one stopped him when he left. Because Jianghu turned to look in the direction of the infinite celestial capital after hearing his words. Buzz. Jianghu's eyes turned golden and emitted rays of golden light as if he was looking into the distance. He saw that Dragon God Ing and Guqin were about to enter the territory of the Dahan Empire. Ha 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 ha, it's you. Gu Hai, how dare you destroy the luck of my spirited mountain. I'll let you taste the pain of losing your son again. Jianghu's eyes were cold. Boom. In an instant, Jianghu disappeared on the spot and turned into a ray of light, shooting toward Guqin in the distance. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.